Welcome in, everybody. Apologies. Yeah, there's just always something to do right before I start stream. It's just the world is just angry at me, and everything needs its batteries changed, or fucking a bulb changed, or the bin needs emptying, or the cat has just made a mess in the litter box and I need to clean it up. You know, there's always something. But yes, welcome in. Happy Saturday, everybody. I hope everybody is well. Damos, thank you for telling the bot to go fucking do one. I appreciate that, dude. Need to get rid of these fucking bots. Yes, we're live on both platforms, so I don't need to worry. Solipsist, welcome in, dude. How's it going? You see, chat? Somebody's fucking up. I think somebody's upgraded this so they can get the hologram. But, like, look. Why? Need a few more Carl Bridges before we reach heaven, indeed. Yeah, yeah. It's just this strange, like, this strange trend of people just fucking putting stuff down for no fucking reason. Yeah, it's can I dismantle it, because it's just, am I not allowed to dismantle it? Yeah. Because, yeah, completely pointless, right? Completely pointless. Got a lurk. I'll see you later. Catch you later on, Slipsist. Thank you for the lurk, dude. I appreciate that. Right, so, what have we got? Ah, chronobiologist. Okay, we got to go that way anyway.
Croissant.
So, that's going to go on our backpack. Poondog, welcome in. How's it going? Yes, there is a croissant, indeed. We have a croissant. Pika pika. Right, so I'll leave this here for now, but yeah, I'll take, because once the thing is, right, we've like found a bunch of new shelters, but a bunch of them just don't have any fucking orders for us. So I think the game is trying to tell us that it's, you know, it's time to go to the Magellan and, you know, see what they have to say or whatever. So I think I might do that in a moment. Because yes, otherwise I end up just fucking dicking around and not really getting much done. Got any pizza at Atami? I don't have any pizza for delivery yet, but I presume at some point we'll go back there and probably have to deliver a pizza just for fun. There, I've put a fucking zip line right outside the fucking place. And it's got absolutely no likes. Because why would helping people get you likes? That one. Anyway, I hope everyone had a good week. What did everyone get up to? I was working and enjoying the occasional thunderstorm. Because, yeah, the weather on the coast, on the south coast down here is fucking Absolutely atrocious. Because yeah, one question I have with these is, like, if it's connected, does it just circumvent any kind of limitation with what server it's on? Because I imagine there's regions each server is kind of maintaining. But obviously, if two people, because you get this in the data world, you get what's a situation where you've got A is linked or matches B. Sorry, A matches B and B matches C, but C doesn't match A, so it's not a complete, not everything matches. It's kind of like, if you were to bring them all together and match them together, they would be, two of those things wouldn't match, and therefore you would broaden the matching. It's kind of boring, but yeah. So imagine you've got three people, right? One person's on a server over here and one person's on a server over here. I can see both of their zip lines. So I build my zip lines based on what they've done, right? But they can't see each other, so the ones I build maybe don't make sense sometimes. So yeah, when I find a zip line that's not doing anything, it's just out there in the middle of nowhere, I think to myself, okay, is there actually a zip line on a server I can't see that actually connects to this? And is that it? But ultimately, yeah, I end up just building most of them myself, to be honest. Because, yeah, in Death Stranding 1, there was a chiral bandwidth, so you couldn't build too many otherwise you could just build so many structures it would crash the game. However, in this one, I haven't noticed. I mean, there is a little thing at the top there. We've used 10,200 out of 32,000. Actually made a zipline course. Yes, no, of course. Yeah, for sure, dude. It's just climbing the mountain over and over again. Truck 2OP. This is the thing, dudes. So I was thinking to myself, like, I'm using the truck too much because I'm just delivering everything by truck. And I thought, I feel like I'm missing out on some of the atmosphere because I feel as if this one hasn't been quite as atmospheric. But whenever I try and deliver something on foot, it's such a fucking the game is so awkward, like unnecessarily awkward. It's not like, okay, you chose the risky route, so you're going to have to deal with some BTs. It's, you're going to get fucking done by BTs, or you're going to get done by the water, or you're going to get done by the terrain. You just can't deliver things on foot and just make progress. You're constantly just, no pun intended, but spinning your wheels. You're constantly struggling to stay productive, delivering things on foot. So I end up just fucking falling back into the truck and just using the truck all the time. But yeah, I feel as if the truck is kind of maybe, compromising the atmosphere. But there have been a few deliveries we've done on foot that have been pretty good.
Order completed. Well done.
But yeah, there were a lot of orders on foot that were amazing in Death Stranding 1. Ah, there we go. Aeronautical engineer. Oh yeah, we got to go to there. And then go to there. Okay, so that's more zip lines. So, before we take that on, I think what we could do is we could probably build some zip lines to get up there. Because you know how much I love a zip line. So we'll fabricate 14. Before we burden ourselves with the actual cargo. We may as well make the delivery if we... No, we could damage it, couldn't we? It could get damaged, so... Oh shit, are we outside the chiral network up here? Where you want me to go? I think he wanted me there. Okay, so there's a zip line there. Shame we can't build up here. Okay, well, I mean, going up the stairs is not actually that bad. So anyway. Yes, no, I feel like, you know, doing the climbing and building the zip lines and stuff, it's kind of really fun for me. I apologize if it's not the most exciting thing in the world to watch, but unfortunately that's just where we're at. Gotta build one. Oh, I really want to go over there now. Really want to go over there. But yeah, there's a zip line here already. And then all we got to do is build one up to there. Ferocia, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? DJ Rez, welcome in. How's it going? How was stream? What were you up to? What was going on in today? Oh, we're not going to be able to build because we need to get them on the net. Okay, fair enough. Math debater, welcome in. The greetings are working. Welcome in. How's everyone doing? Math debater, Ferocia, DJ Rez. How's everyone doing? Happy Saturday. So, we do need to take the delivery with us. Oh, did you gigantify an emo? I can't see them on this particular chat. I've got YouTube and Twitch combined into one thing. So, was that like a cosplay stream, or did you just have a nun costume from the bar or something? Do you want to know what's really funny, right? You know, Twitch has said that they're, Twitch has said from the bar, as in like when you worked in a bar, you did like a nun night, yeah. Because I remember working in a bar, and I ended up with all kinds of costumes that ended up. I wore them out after my shift, and then I went home in them and took them off, and that was it. I needed my Hawaiian shirt, I needed my my suit, I needed a nun night. Well, But yeah, do you want to know what's funny, chat, right? Is that Twitch is talking about view buying, right? And I don't want to be cringe or anything, but when somebody raids you with 86 people, now they shut up. Okay, because for a couple of seconds, it wasn't showing anybody. And I was like, okay, that's great, Twitch, thanks. The Holy Maiden from the bar. No, I mean, like, I'm sure you must have done like nights where everyone dresses up, like the whole staff, they all dress up as something, like maybe it's Hawaiian shirts, maybe it's suits, maybe it's overalls, maybe it's or Halloween or something. So yeah, I thought that may have been the reason. Because I mean, what other reason would you have for a nun costume? Were you previously a nun? Were you a lady of the cloth? Okay, fair enough. From stream, yeah. Maybe I should get a nun costume. See what people say.
Thank you.
What if I were currently still a nun? Maybe you still are. Maybe you still are. I mean, I've heard you blaspheme and use terrible language, but maybe you still are. Get a nun costume. How much is a nun costume going to cost? Because it's just a black robe with like a white, band, right? I could get some rosary beads. Every time you do. But no, I've never really done any costumes on stream or anything. I've got lots of friends that do cosplay, and I respect the grind and the hustle. It's fucking hard work. But I've never really been into one, been into doing it myself. All the people I'd like to cosplay as, I'd want to be in better physical shape to sort of do the character justice. But yes, what were you playing today? Because I think you got to the end of... Is it... Because everyone's playing Luto at the moment, or Lutto or Luto, and I'm interested. It looks really cool. So I've been watching it, but kind of not watching, if that makes sense. Sailor Moon, yeah. No, I mean, my friend Lim, Liminality from Australia, he streams as well. And he did a Sailor Moon cosplay. I can't remember what if there was like a redeem or like a channel point goal or something, but yeah, There's some clips of them like I mean they're like a fucking bearded guy with like they're in a fucking metal band, you know, and they're a geologist, archaeologist. Can't remember. I always forget. They do archaeology, I think. So I think they're an archaeologist, I think. Yeah, so I hope everyone had a good time over at Ferocious. I'm sure you did. Ferocious, if you need to raid and run, look after Fifi, I completely understand. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate that. We could do a shout out for you if you want, but only if you want, you know. Clip or non-clip is totally up to you. Or no shout out if you're not in the mood. That's also perfectly valid. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK, which of course means I play a variety of games with a variety of success, and we're currently on our first playthrough of Death Stranding 2. I absolutely adored the first game. This one's a bit different. The vibe feels a bit different. The atmosphere feels a bit different. There's a few changes that I think sort of make it less enjoyable for me, but it's still been really brilliant. I'm still really enjoying it. See what weird-ass clip it pulls. Should work this time. Non-raiders, please feel free to swing by and say hello to our lovely friend Ferocious. The fucking mannequins, dude. The fucking mannequins in Silent Hill 2, dude. Oh my god. That was such a fucking pain in the ass. CP, welcome in. No, I'm taking a few hours. Okay, PRP. Catch you in a bit. Right. But yes, the snow walking is going well. Yeah. We're just heading up here. I'm hoping that 300 meters is like up here somewhere. Oh. Yeah, that's only 141, but we want to be so about there. Be pretty good. Get up here. 30. Okay, so that's not a million miles away. And we might have line of sight. Oh, but they do bend, don't they? We can bend them around corners, so maybe this is the play. Maybe about here. Bend round to there. Oh yeah, we need to build inside the car. No, I don't. Okay, I'll tell you what. We're just going to have to fucking get to them first of all. This is the thing. This is why I wanted to go and build the zip lines first, chat. But obviously, to build the zip lines, I need to have the chiral network. So I need to get to the person first. So I'm going to have to climb up here to get to them first. D-Chef, welcome in. How's it going? Poondog. Where is Dollman? Dollman is currently clipped to my belt in the game. That is. But once again, the game has decided that it's nighttime because the game absolutely has a raging hard-on for it being nighttime. I don't know if there's a name for these, but like sometimes you get like a mountain range and there's two like ridges, and then there's like a bit of a cliff, and it sort of like creates this like basin, like in between like the triangle of those 3 points, and you end up with these sort of snow traps. I don't know what they're called, where like nobody really goes here, so it's sort of very, very quiet and still. And I don't know why, but I find them very, very interesting, and I'd like to sort of, you know, experience one. But I think that's just me disliking people and just not wanting to be in public. Because yeah, a couple of years of for 35 hours PHX. PHX? What the hell is PHX? Is that a time zone? But yeah, a couple of years of lockdown and everyone just forgot how to fucking carry themselves in public. It's just, nobody looks where they're going. Nobody's got a thought in their head for anyone else.
Can anybody hear me?
Oh my goodness, this camera is so annoying. This fucking photo mode camera is so annoying. Ugh. Excuse me. Oh, you're in Phoenix. Okay, fair enough. I thought, obviously, because I normally bump into you in Australian streams, so I thought you were from Australia. I apologise. In Phoenix, which is in Arizona, I believe. We were talking. We had an American friend in chat the other day, and I was failing miserably to remember all the names of the states and everything. Phoenix is in Arizona, I think. But down there, the prepper shelter. Okay, so kind of carefully meander our way down there. Get this motherfucker on the chiral network. Get this motherfucker on the chiral network and build some fucking zip lines, but I imagine when I once I get them on the chiral network, there'll be some more zip. This is why I should get the chiral network on first. Oh. Right, excuse me. As an Australian, we are not real. I'm not sure about that. Oh, chat, I got fucking confused and fucking didn't take the fucking order with me, did I? Aye, that's fucking embarrassing. Excuse me. Fuck. Absolute fuck, that was... Okay. Right, excuse me, what? So, yes, but he was right here. He was right here. I needed to go back into the terminal to... No, take on orders. Oh, I need to go down there first. Okay, my bad, chat. And we need to go to the architect, because, yeah. Right, okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, you end up with so many different things on the go at once. And, right, so... From here, that means we need to go back to our vehicle. Right, okay, excuse me. We need to go back to our vehicle. Go to where we need to pick up the item and then go to place. think Sam needs a piss. Please. So you can just get ready. Okay. Got 20 likes from a baby for pissing on the wall. Fair enough. Sleeping while I'm lucky. Thank you for the luck, dude. I appreciate that. Arizona is like Mexico in this game. Arizona is like Mexico in this game. Because, yeah, it's obviously Australia, but, like, you know, I don't think there's giant snowy mountains. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's double. I keep forgetting to check, but I don't know if Australia ever gets cold enough to have any snowy mountains. Because, obviously, you know, it's a very hot place, but down the very bottom right, you know, where it's, you know, far enough away from the equator. Then again, we don't really have snowy mountains here in the UK. It's considerably colder in the UK than it is in Australia, so. I mean, there might be some snow on some of them, but not like this, I mean, not like proper alpine, you know, multiple deaths a year, dare I say. That. Some kind of nebula. Is that a nebula? I'm not sure. There's only one real place here that snows, but it's really, really high altitude. Yeah, it would need to be like absurdly high up, right? We go. It would need to be absurdly high up to get away from all the heat. But yeah, it's crazy. A lot of people sometimes they underestimate, not misestimate. They underestimate how cold it gets as you go up. Like every 100 meters you go up, like it changes the temperature. And yeah, people will be like wearing like light coats and stuff. They're like, yeah, we're going to climb that today. I'm like, good luck. And all my friends that go skiing are just laughing at them. Like, not only are they not wearing the appropriate attire, they haven't got any equipment to spend the night. And some of them, we're not going to spend the night. We're going to go up there and then come back down. And they're like, yeah, sure you are. Like, you know, but we don't, you know, we laugh and we joke, but yeah, we will tell them, you know, listen, like this mountain, like if you get stuck up there, you'll freeze to death. Like that coat, you're probably going to get pretty fucking cold. You know, you're not going to be warm enough to keep moving. And then when you seek shelter, you probably won't find any. And because you haven't got a tent or a sleeping bag or anything, you're going to freeze to death. You know, you need to treat the mountain with respect. It will fucking kill you if you're not careful. We have the Grand Canyon and Sedona for mountains. Phoenix has some mountains too. Really? Okay. Because yeah, Arizona's obviously, you know, a desert, pretty much a desert climate as far as I know. Still use snow machines to make the snow. Oh, okay, yeah. So they've got like a, not like a pieced basher, but a pieced creator. Right, so we're heading downwards to that. We're heading to over here. So we're going to go down the road, down the valley, and then to the right, and then along here. Grab that, and then should we just fucking tank it with the? Should we just tank it with the truck, just for fucking memes? Absolutely yeeting it with the truck, dudes. But like you say, Damos, it's fucking just such a little tank. It just deals with the abuse and just gets you there. And like, I mean, if you gave me like an off-roading truck with better traction on the tires, because they're obviously just like motorcycle tires, right? Which is kind of a strange choice, but because like circular tires like this on a vehicle that doesn't require you to lean to turn is a very interesting choice. But you know, aesthetic. Here's the big fucker. The big fucker. Giant tar bollock. Have you seen this man? Is that Enigma or whatever their name is? I think so. Oh. Pizza man Enigma. Okay. But yes, the atmosphere, the vibe feels a little bit different in this one. Right, and we are heading down that way, aren't we? Yeah. There's loads of these. I reckon we're going to have to jump across some of these. I reckon there might be a boss fight, and we have to jump across these ice things. Don't tell me, but yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion that may be a challenge of some sort later on. But yes. Speaking of the storms and everything, it has been a pretty fucking wet and miserable summer, which is, yeah, always a bit of a disappointment. But it is quite mild temperature-wise, which is actually kind of nice. There have been years in the UK, because we're not prepared for the heat and we're not prepared for the snow, even though we probably should be. But yeah, the trouble is it's so hard to predict if it's actually going to snow. It gets cold every year, obviously. You know, you can't fight the rotation of the earth, but yeah, it doesn't always snow. And if it does snow, it doesn't always snow everywhere. And yeah, it always manages to catch everybody off guard. The trains and people in cars, and it's ridiculous, right? You know, it will be snowing and there'll be like people getting their cars stuck everywhere and people having to abandon their cars and shit. And then the next day, it's still fucking snowing. There's even more snow, and people are out on the roads fucking crashing cars. It's like, dudes, like we did this yesterday. But yeah, everybody thinks that the rules don't apply to them, and that includes the fucking weather. And yeah, you'll see like a video of like some idiot just sliding down the road, smashing into like 7 different cars. And you're like, well done, dude, well done, because you can't keep it in a high gear and stay below 15 miles an hour. And keep control of your vehicle. You've now just ruined the doors of 7 other people. Well done. Well done. You know, and what are you going to do? You're going to fucking drive off, sliding around, bashing into more cars, rather than owning up to the damage you've done. So if people wake up in the morning and their car's got giant, great big dents in the side of it, and no one's going to take responsibility for it, so they've just got to pay for it, right? Yeah. Like I say, dudes, people in England are so fucking selfish, and it's so embarrassing, dudes. So embarrassing when like you see 2 people and like both of them are refusing to accept that one of them has right of way. one of them thinks they've got, well, they both think they've got right of way, but one of them's wrong. And even when, even when you present the evidence, even when you show somebody, you Google it and say, look, when two cars meet each other on the road, this is the one that has to give way. These are the rules of the road. No, I'm more further along than they are. I don't fucking care, mate. The rules of the road, There
we go.
If the obstruction is on your side of the road, you have to give way. If there is a car coming, you have to pull over behind the obstruction. Now, should the obstruction be there? I don't know. That doesn't matter. We're not here to discuss whether the obstruction should exist or not. We're here to discuss how you deal with an obstruction in the road. But no, two people will sit there parked facing each other. Neither will reverse, even if it's only like 5-10 yards. Nobody will reverse. They make it a matter of principle and they get so fucking aggy with each other. Meanwhile, everyone else is just behind. Oh shit. So, am I allowed to save here? I am. No, okay. Okay. So that worked. And it gave me a shit ton of fucking chiral crystals. Hold still. Okay, yeah, I need that blood bag that's up there, so I'm gonna have to. Oh, that's a big boy. That was a big boy. Excuse me. Jacko suddenly feels an entire sitting inside a ton of steel. Suddenly feel entitled. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, you know, if, you know, they get inside their car, they lock the door and that's it. They feel like they're impervious to the world. And yeah, like there have been videos where somebody's parked and they're clearly in the wrong and all the traffic behind them didn't work. All the traffic behind them is like, you know, knocking on the window and they're just like this. Just in the car, refusing to acknowledge other people exist. And it's like how fucking brain dead are you? Like everyone's banging on the window like, mate, you need to move, mate, you need to move. And they're just in the car, like ignoring everybody. And they wait for they're just waiting for someone to call the police so the police will show up. And then the police tell them to move and then they move. And it's like, oh my God, you're literally the worst kind of human being in the world. You should have your license taken away. And the problem is, eventually, governments will be saying that your car has to be a smart car and it has to be able to sort of have like a black box recording all of the movements and everything else. And everyone will argue about the privacy, you know, implications of it. But the police will be like, well, we need to know what they were doing with their car at all times because people can't be trusted. And you won't be able to argue that people can't be trusted because they can't, you know, they can't be trusted. As soon as people think they can get away with it, they'll do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, they've proven it time and time again. I'm really annoyed that I can't fucking cut their umbilical cords. That was actually a really fucking fun little game, was sneaking up behind them and cutting the umbilical cords. Now I've got to fucking hit them, and the way they float around, it's really annoying to hit them. And I know people, yeah, people say that's the challenge, but it's way too fucking awkward. You know, the boomerang, you know, I charge it up with blood, but I'm using my blood, you know, which I need to live, obviously. But I did pick up a shotgun. I don't know what a shotgun does against them. So nah, it's yellow, it doesn't do anything against them, does it? Yeah. Oh, actually anti-BT, it is. Okay. But yeah, this is, I don't know. Like this isn't fun. Like, you know, I'm trying to do what the game wants. But it just doesn't, it's not enjoyable to just shoot the BTs out of the air or throw a boomerang at them. I was much happier like sneaking around and like getting behind them and getting their umbilical cord and cutting the cord. And it made more sense with the lore of the game for me, right? That they're obviously a beach thing, which means that there is an umbilical cord connecting them from the world of the living to the world of the dead, right? So I cut that cord, that should get them, right? But yeah. Oh shit. Oh yeah, because I killed one. So it's nowhere near as interesting. I don't have any piss. What a fucking strange thing. I don't have enough piss to piss on them. Because, yeah, I mean, we're getting a bunch of fucking... We do get a bunch of chiral crystals in the process, but yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to get the impression the game wants me to clear out and shoot and kill every single BT. When, like, realistically, like, yeah, if I can't sneak around and take them out, I'm just not really that interested, you know? Like... Hello, Baba. Because, yeah... One shot and they do that, and that's it. And then obviously the Odra deck will tell me, it will like tap me on the shoulder and give me a thumbs up once we've killed them all. But you know, until then it's just sort of like I don't really feel like I'm being challenged right now, you know? Like all of the challenge is in the fact that like if I get spotted, they'll fucking pull me underground. You know, it's just, it seems very, very primitive gameplay-wise for a Kojima game. You know, I feel like there should be more complexity and more technique involved than just, you know, just fucking shoot everything, you know? It just seems a bit kind of, you know, simplistic for a Hideo Kojima game. And, yeah, it doesn't, I don't feel like it's adding any sort of nuance. It's just kind of like, yep, you just fucking shoot everything, you know? And,
All right, we got it. Deliver the cargo to the aeronautical engineer.
we got the cargo, but I also feel like maybe I should just farm for crystals. You know? Because the trick with the previous game was that you couldn't shoot them because they weren't living things, right? And I think you ended up with anti-BT guns, you know, in the end. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems to me like we're just leaving behind all of the stuff stealth and other aspects, and now it's just fucking shoot everything, you know? It just spawns them behind. You see, it's just. I'm fine. I just don't really feel the need. To be fucking just slowly struggling to move whilst these things pour away at me. Yeah, I mean, I that, you know, I'm not really interested in sort of, you know, struggling to walk and shooting at things, you know? Like, I want to just deliver stuff and, you know, sneak past BTs and everything, but yeah, that's what the game wants me to do, is it wants to get me into combat, and then, you know, but the combat isn't like, you know, oh shit, you know, I need to fucking figure out how to defeat this, you know, I mean, maybe FromSoft games have spoiled me, but yeah, it's just sort of like, the combat encounters kind of feel like not the strongest part of the game, but the game is really, really, really keen to get you into combat, and it's like, this isn't really where the game shines, in my opinion. But anyway, we've got an ad break coming up. I apologise, chat. That happened whilst we were in the boss fight. So the ad will start in a second, but we'll be back in about 3 minutes. I apologise. I haven't got time to do the full explanation, I'm afraid. But yes, we're back in about 3 minutes, and then yeah. But this is why I'm trying to avoid combat, because it's like, it doesn't like excite me or anything. So yeah. Strange, because I feel like in the previous game you could avoid combat if you didn't want it. It was there if you wanted to go and fuck with some BTs. You go and fuck with some BTs. But yeah, this one, it's kind of like, no, you will run out of stamina and you will get dragged off to a big open area and you will fight the lion, the hand, or, you know, whatever. So yeah, and obviously because it's using these BT bosses as just general encounters, I think the ghost mechs are going to be the actual boss fights, so there won't be any proper BT monster fights, which is kind of a shame. But anyway, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be back shortly. Oh, he's going to go have a look. Oh, I got him right in the Achilles tendon. Ooh, ouch. What is the aiming in this game? It's fucking scary how fucking powerful that dildo is. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh no, it doesn't work, does it? Oh, okay. Okay then, Elden Ring, if you say so. If you say so. Clean rotten night. This game, man. This game is funny in places. Claymores were traps. Yeah, I mean, Claymores count as traps, right? Fuck, so you see what I mean, chat? You see okay. Okay. Yeah, this island is definitely the way. This island is definitely the way. Orange charred ring. Nice. Okay, souls? Do I get any fucking souls for that? Yes, thank you. You know, for a second then. Come on, give me the fucking souls. GG's, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Apologies about the delay, I had to work it out. Oh, you fucking bellend.
No, God!
No fucking health. Nice ring. Okay. Here, but I feel like I can do this, boss. Okay, wait a minute, okay? That doesn't count, okay? That doesn't count. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. I think that is probably it, I think. There we go. Okay, new Invisible Kid is not locked up, which I think. Oh, Elden Ring installed. So I think you guys prefer it if Kid is not locked up, right? Someone redeemed a visit. Did they? Oh, Nebico, sorry. Oh, wow, sorry. And you want to lock someone up. Okay, so Nebico, you want to go in the visitor section. I'll do that straight away. Just one sec. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Lock her the fuck up. Right. Gladly. We'll pop her on the bottom of the list. There we go.
To stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord, was a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to eternity. In my bones, a tarnished cannot become.
I hope you understand. This is just a job.
It's absolute cinema, dudes. Like, once you're in that flow state, it is absolute cinema. But yes. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Yeah, dudes, Ghost of Tsushima. So Ghost of Yotai later in the year. But playing it on PC where I could force a different aspect ratio. And I was going to try and oh, I thought, okay, there must be one more. Okay, I was going to try and adjust. Oh, somebody didn't have a good time over here. Excuse me, I digress. I was going to try and adjust the PlayStation or the TV to be forced into 20 by 9, so it had like black bars. but I don't know how it would come out on the capture card or anything, but I didn't quite have a chance to fully get it working. Okay, shit, I don't actually have a gun to shoot them with, do I? Okay. There's one more in there. Oh. Fucking umbilical cord thing just fucking... They back. I think I'm done with this. There's some more stuff. There's some more coral crystals, but it isn't worth the risk. It's just, yeah, there's some more coral crystals up there, but yeah, I mean, I might be able to get at it from the other end, but yeah, I think it's just spawned a bunch of them back in. And if it has, I'm very against that, because they're a pain in the ass to get rid of, and if they respawn, it's like, fuck off, man. But I'm going to pop back to the truck. There's a slim chance I might have a weapon in the truck. I might have a weapon in the truck. Select One Gaming, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, dude. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So yeah, no weapons.
It's raining bits. Thanks, Select One Gaming.
Thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. You've only just got here. Right, so as I suspected, sadly, we do not have any weapons in the truck. So going to double check. Right, so I think there might be one more, but upstairs, I think it should be clear. Because yeah, I mean, the Odra deck telling you where they are, and sort of giving you a rough idea that, you know, you need to be looking in a certain direction, and you know, all of that was like so perfectly crafted. And obviously, you know, it was Kojima, so of course the stealth was perfectly crafted, right? But yeah, in this one, it's like, yeah, you can try and sneak if you want, but the game is like resisting you. It's kind of like the game is sort of, you know, forcing you into combat, as if like that's the most exciting part, and it's like, I don't know, dude. I don't think it is. I think that the stealth and the, you know, the traversal is what people play the game for. And like I say, on the surface, it seems as if Kojima got feedback about the first game and said, oh, it was really boring, there wasn't enough to do, there wasn't enough to shoot, you know, it was just, you know, a very long sort of empty game. And because of that, they then decided to add all this extra. But Kojima doesn't take on feedback like that. That's not the creator that they are. The rumor is that during the feedback stage in testing, people enjoyed it too much, so he made it even more weird because he's not looking for mainstream acclaim. That isn't the end goal. They're looking to make, you know, the game they want to make, you know, to the best of their ability. And yeah, I've got a hell of a lot of respect for that. But yeah, in this one, just fucking running around shooting stuff all the time. It's kind of like the BTs aren't like, oh, I need to find a way around. The BTs are like, right, you've got to shoot your way through this area. That's the sort of emphasis that I'm getting. What's that? Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme. Right, so from here, I think we now need to get all the way up the mountain. Terrace, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you, dude. Hope you're well. So I can repair my vehicle there, and then we can use the monorail to go to the architect, which is a good idea because we've got a delivery for them. So yeah, let's do that. Let's go repair our vehicle. Use the monorail to go make a delivery to the architect. Use the monorail to come back to here with a clean, tidy, sort of repaired vehicle. And then head round to make this delivery. Hopefully get them on the chiral network. Get ourselves some PCCs and build a zip line to get to that person. And then hopefully we'll be able to just bounce between them to get some deliveries done. Oh. Yes, it is strange how the game seems to be just overly eager to get the player into combat, as if like that's like the best the game has to offer, when there's all of the stuff from the first game that was brilliant is still here. Almost all of it. Like the atmosphere feels a bit different because the environment's a bit different, but other than that, you've still got some very unforgiving terrain to get across, and you've got a bunch of interesting tools that allow you to sort of, you know, deal with the challenges you face along the way. So yeah, that's all here, but there's also just a lot of combat the game wants to sort of get you stuck into. And like, yeah, I mean, if the you know, if the guns had been like drastically changed and improved, and you know, if there was more of a system for upgrading the weapons to have, you know, better optics and, you know, better recoil control and, you know, less spread on the shotgun and, you know, actual sort of weapon modifications. They built like a full-on, you know, weapons system, and they wanted to turn it into a much more combat-focused game. I'd understand, but they haven't. A lot of the weapons are similar to the ones I used in the first game, so it's kind of like they're not new. The fact that I'm being sort of thrust into combat to use the same weapons again.
Airdrop, she's practically sparkling.
But one thing I might do is I might always take a... and do you know what? I think you've earned it, Sam. Before we jump on the monorail, I think you've earned it. Well, I think what I'll do is I'll always make sure I've got a lightweight sniper rifle, a lightweight silent sniper rifle in the truck, maybe 2 or 3 of them. And if we come across some BTs, what I want to do is I want to distance myself and I want to shoot them in the head with a sniper rifle and see if I can pick them all off and clear the area. Because, yeah, they're significantly annoying. The ones that have line of sight, they're significantly annoying. And yeah, they make certain sections just not worth walking across. And, yeah, when you can't walk across a section, it's like, dude, what are we doing, you know? Right, okay, I think that's our stamina regen. So, monorail, please. And actually, I might recycle some shit here as well. They're all level 1. That's empty. Cool. Speaking of which, oh, okay, we haven't got enough. Cool. I wonder if the monorail posts are all specifically a distance apart. Because I don't think that one you can do it. But yeah, if the monorail posts are only 300 meters apart, can you just zip line along as well as use the monorail? Because yeah, if you can use the monorail like a zip line, it means that obviously we could make deliveries by jumping off of the monorail, make a delivery, and then we could use the zip line to catch up. Maybe that's why they did it. Maybe that's why they did it. Maybe that's why they did it. Because yeah, you would jump down, make a delivery, but then obviously your monorail's gone off, maybe with your vehicle and some cargo in it, and you need to get to. So maybe that's why they made the monorail posts act as zip lines. But I need to check if they connect. I mean, maybe they were making the monorail, and they figured out to have the zip lines work, because there's definitely one point there. But to make the zip lines work, they had to make the zip lines bend, and maybe that's why we got bendy zip lines in this one. That's all speculation. But yeah, I enjoy sort of peeling back the various different, bits of information you've got in the game. You peel them back, and then sometimes you come across like an epiphany where you're like, oh, so that's why this works like that, and that works like this. Because it means this can be a gameplay option, and this can be a gameplay option, and this can be a mechanic, and this can be a mechanic. Because like I've said before, sometimes I have a criticism of a game, but over time I begin to realise that the limitation causing the criticism is actually a necessary limitation to facilitate another part of the game working properly, and therefore it's a necessary evil. Because yeah, you can't always make every single game, every single thing to every single person. So it's unrealistic. So whenever a game has sort of, friction or complication to it, it doesn't feel very optimized. Sometimes it's for a reason, and sometimes that reason doesn't become apparent till later in the game. So onwards to the architect. But yeah, sometimes games are just limited because they have bad design. Yeah. Sometimes games just have bad design. Sometimes they have bad design and a fan base of people that toxically defend said bad design. And yeah, there's always somebody playing devil's advocate, isn't there? And you know what's even more hilarious, dudes? People are arguing with Grok on Twitter. You can there's like a Twitter account called Grok, and you can ask it and it will scrape tons of information and summarize it. And on the surface, you'd think, hey, that's going to stop loads of arguments, because when somebody makes a statement, you can ask an AI to scrape the entire internet and then summarize the results. But people are just arguing with it. It's like, are you fucking serious? The one fucking good idea that Elon, or the one good idea that's come out of Twitter since Elon took over, I should say, probably wasn't Elon's idea, is like a fact-checking bot, like a verification bot that will, like I say, it will scour the internet and find the context and find all of the actual truth, all of the statements and truth, and present them to you in a fucking reply, you know? That's actually a really fucking clever idea. But people just argue with it. They're like, that's not true because of this, this, and this. It's like, you're arguing with something that can scrape the internet, the entire internet. It is a large language model scraping the entire internet. I don't like trusting machines. Don't get me wrong. I don't like trusting them. But yeah, if it's a large language model and it's scraping the entire internet and coming back with a summarized version of the status quo, or the general consensus, then that's the general consensus. But it just goes to show you that on Twitter, people will argue about absolutely anything, and then somebody replies to that tweet with, no, they won't. It's not that bad. You just fucking argued. Because I've actually seen that before. Somebody was like, Jesus Christ, man. Some people argue about anything, and somebody was like, I don't think that's true. And somebody underneath just put the laugh emoji, and I was like, there's 2 out of 3 people that get that joke, and there's one person that definitely doesn't, and it's the person that's arguing about people arguing. But yeah, I think the Instagram is called Grok versus MAGA. But yeah, it's like so hilarious. Let me see if I can find it. It's an Instagram. Grok, not actually. But yes, this is a site that's been set up, and it's just basically people like arguing with Grok, and then you just like, you look at the replies, and like Grok is just proving them wrong with like citations and everything. It's actually become quite funny for me to watch, but it does show like how self-centered and ignorant some people are, that when they're presented with, you know, all of the facts that have been summarized by a large language model, they still refuse to change their opinion. And it just goes to show you that people put so much validation behind their opinions, rather than just understanding that an opinion is like, it's like a postcard, right? That's got some information on it. You could pick it up and you could have that postcard, but then over time you could find more postcards, and then you realize, I don't need this one anymore, I've actually got better information, right? But no, people cling on to that first bit of information, that knee-jerk reaction, and that just forms their entire opinion and attitude towards whatever it may be. And it makes me chuckle, dudes, because, you know, don't get me wrong, I have been wrong. I have been wrong many times in my life. But because I admit that I'm wrong and I learn, that then allows me to be right. And that's the process, right? Is figuring out where you've been misinformed, or you didn't do enough research, or, you know, because yeah, sometimes you've been misinformed. It happens. It shouldn't. You know, we have all kinds of ways to verify information these days, yet people still continue to make up bullshit on the internet. And then other people fucking believe it. Just, we're not built to last, dudes. We're not built to last this race. But yeah, like, you've got a fucking large language model that's scanning for, because that's, like I say, the misinformation on the internet is one of its biggest problems, right? And having a thing that you can like to say, is this true or not, and it will read the tweet, scan it for, you know, context, and then scan all the information that's out there and come back with a response saying, this is what happened, this is what happened. And they have given it an opinion, which I think was a bit of a mistake, because it will say, no, you're wrong, this is what's right. But the problem is it's a large language model that's scraping the internet, and that information was put there by human beings. So if enough people, like the Wikiverse, right? If enough people put the wrong information out there, then even a large language model that's aware of absolutely every single piece of information on the internet, bar, you know, some stuff that's a bit more secretive. We've got something for this guy, an aid request that I need to get rid of. So we'll go there. Popular Porter manga. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, even when people are presented, sometimes, even when people are presented with, you know, information contrary to what they believe, they're still stubborn about not changing their mind. And it's just, that's at that point, that's where you make yourself stupid. You know, you get the choice. And I've been misinformed about things, or I've been given the wrong information, or I've been delivered information in a specific way that makes it seem something's the case. And classic example is, because I'm interested in motorsport, engineering, science, you know, and other various different interests that are, you know, deemed male-centric, the algorithm has deducted that I'm male, right? And straight. And because of this, the algorithm is absolutely hell-bent on delivering content which gets the attention of straight people. And like I mentioned on the stream a little while ago, a couple of days ago, this includes people's get ready with me's and people's, you know, thirst traps and, you know, dancing videos and stuff, and people not wearing that much clothing. And that it always feels a bit out of place, because I'll be looking at somebody that's saying, right, when you want to fucking redeck a head and you want to lap the head of a fucking engine, you've got these mounting points, right? But over time, this one on the very bottom left of the engine, right next to cylinder 6, this one tends to take most of the force, and therefore it's usually a little bit bent out of shape. So when you're lapping the engine, ignore that fixing point, because the rest of them will still be mostly straight, but that one can be quite far off. And if you just so happen to do that one up first, the rest of them won't do up all the way. And when they don't do up all the way, you end up a couple of thou out on that end of the engine when you redeck the head. So when you go to put your cover, your cam cover back on and everything else, and your head gasket and everything, it won't mate as accurately as it should, having spent all the time and money to get the engine lapped. And I'm like, damn, that's really interesting that somebody worked out that one particular structural point on the engine mounting sort of thing inside the engine bay was actually taking most of the force just by nature of how it's designed. You know, it was an oversight in the design process. So that means that that thread is usually a little bit chewed up and a little bit out of line. But if you ignore it, you can redeck the head and be fine, and you can just put it back in the car. And obviously the mounting point you mount it to will be worn, because when you have two parts that screw together, they wear at the same rate. So if you've got something that's slightly bent out of shape, but it's not structurally, you know, compromised, you can take the engine out and put it back in, and just and the thing is, if you replace that mounting, if you get a fucking ion torch, if you get like a plasma torch, cut the fucking bracket off, get another one, get a spirit level and match it up with the other side of the engine bay with a bolt, and then have one of those spirit levels with a fucking lap on it you can bolt to, and you get it level, and you weld it back on there, the engine won't fit. So you may as well leave the one that's in there that's a bit distorted, because the engine is distorted in the same way. But you don't want to mount to that point because it's off. You don't want to mount to that point when you redeck the head. You want to mount to the other points. And shit like that. And then I'll scroll up and some girl will have like basically a bra on and some panties, and I'm like, oh, why am I seeing this? I don't know this lady. I'm not on her follow, because the thing is, I would have thought that you need to follow somebody, you know, so they know who's on there looking at them, right? I thought that was always the thing, is if you didn't follow that stuff, if you didn't follow, departed from that logic these days, the algorithm is showing me absolutely anything that will get my attention. And I'm a straight guy, and I see like an attractive woman not wearing much clothing, and it does catch my attention, but then I immediately feel bad. There's just immediate shame. I'm immediately like, oh, God, blimey, I don't know that lady. Why am I seeing, like, right up the fucking middle? Like, I shouldn't be able to see those parts of her body. I don't fucking know this person. And like I say, if they want to post it and it's empowering for them, that's fine, but I don't want to see this poor girl with no fucking clothes on, you know, because Lord knows how old they are. Maybe they don't fully understand the ramifications of what they're doing, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's up to them, their body. But yeah, I don't want to be on the train home from work scrolling and it pops up on my fucking phone. I don't want to fucking in public. I'm flicking through my Instagram just looking for my friend's artwork to comment on, and suddenly I'm fucking being shown this fucking softcore pornography. I'm like, what the fuck? But it's the algorithm. It knows it gets my attention because I hover. I'm like, well, what's that? And I scroll past it because I stopped. If I flick past something, completely just scroll past it, the phone's like, no, deregulate that. That didn't distract them. That didn't get their attention. Whereas if I stop on something, but it's so subconscious, like, you know, you can literally just hover over something for a couple of seconds, and it'll register interest, and then it will start to upregulate that kind of content. So you've got to be careful about what you hover on by accident. You know, you accidentally hover on something because somebody asks you a question. Like, let's say you're flicking through your phone, and you know the person on the train asks for your train ticket, and then you know whatever you've stopped scrolling on is, you know, whatever, you're not really interested. But because you watch that video, because the phone plays that video 3 or 4 times in a row whilst you're showing your ticket to the ticket conductor, to the train conductor, the phone will be like, oh, he watched that one 3 times. He must be interested in whatever that is. So anything like that, just push it. So yeah, suddenly you get videos, you know, that are vaguely adjacent to what you normally look at on Instagram, but they're being massively like upregulated or, you know, increased in frequency. And it's like, yeah, it's so fucking cringe how, like, it's not even about what I click on and what I like or what I follow anymore. It's gone beyond that. It's now sort of kind of a bit ambiguous as to how it governs what it's going to show you, and that's where it gets a bit scary, because it's no longer about I like this and I like this and I like this, so I follow this page and I double click the like button, or I double click to like it when I see stuff about that because I like it, and then the algorithm's like, cool, they like this, they like this. And if something comes up that you're not really interested in because you don't click on it, you don't, like, you know, you don't follow it, it's like, okay, they didn't enjoy that, so, you know, that didn't get their attention, so just, you know, don't show them that stuff again. But now it's like it's out of your hands almost. It's obviously, it's still, you know, you could still deliberately not hover over certain things, but, you know, I'll be scrolling through reels, and then, you know, the oven or whatever will finish cooking and the alarm will go off, and I'll put the phone down on the side and I'll forget to swipe away from Instagram, and I'll go and get the food out of the oven, I'll fucking plate it up and everything, and all the while, like, probably 6-7 minutes, I'm like plating up my dinner, putting stuff in the washing machine, or, you know, rinsing it off in the sink, and making sure that, you know, anything that's roasting hot I run under cold water so the cat doesn't try and eat from it and burn his fucking nose because he's a bit of a silly boy like that. And yeah, my phone will just be on the side playing the same video for like several minutes, and then the algorithm will be like, oh, he must have enjoyed that. He watched it 17 times. I'm like, nah, it's just what I happened to put my. And I think that it's scary that to make it to make the algorithm like adjustments about what you're interested in, you'd need to be gathering a lot more data. And what scares me is I reckon they probably are gathering more data, because to avoid accidentally registering interest in something, if it looked at my face and saw that I wasn't looking at my phone, that shouldn't count. But I don't want my fucking phone looking at my face and then scanning my face and then analyzing my expression. I don't want it doing that, you know? I don't want social media doing what it does, to be honest. Because, yeah, it's pretty fucking clear to me how detrimental it is to, like, you know, most people.
Let me just take a look at the orders. How can I not sing your praises?
Right, is this going to be enough? Yes!
Sam,
There it is, cool.
You've done so much for me and my craft. I'd be honored if you would
Wooden
accept
blocks.
this gift.
Cool. Right, well, you're a pain in the ass to get to.
I made it so
And
you can drop more materials.
also, there's a bunch of BTs. And also, you're 5 stars now, so I hate to break it to you, but I'm probably going to fucking never come back here again.
Like I said,
Yeah.
I would. Don't know if you've noticed any difference. Seeing what you've built up close has really brought it home how much you've done to help the people of this continent. And I suppose it's also made me realize how much I still have to contribute.
Well,
You're an
do what you can.
inspiration, Sam. And I hope to be more like you.
Do what you can, my dude.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. So, What have you got? They're 5-starred, they're 5-starred, they're 5-starred. Cool. Yeah. What have we got? So yeah, that was cool. We managed to come all the way over here. 5-star this guy. And now we can move on. Because that means... so they're 5-starred. They're 5-starred. They're 5-starred. They're 5-star. They're 5-star. They're 5-star. They're 5-star. But yeah, we're now kind of in this bit of the map. So they're 5 stars. They're 5 stars. They're 5 stars. Mechanic. No, they're 5 stars. So yeah, the mechanic. East Fort Knot. And then we got a few up here as well. Cool. So from here, we got an order. We have got a couple of orders for the chronobiologist, haven't we? An order. So from where we are, we were to head down onto the road. If we were to head across that BT field, which I know is a fucking bit of a danger. I can check what he's got orders for. And obviously we can then go up to... we need to get... Oh, the Magellan's there. So getting our truck to there is going to be a right fucking pain. But yes, there's clearly another... Because this is all... Okay, well, maybe when we do this one. Okay, right. So yeah, let's get back to there. So we need to head back along the monorail. Where are we? Back along the monorail. And then we're back to where we were working before, so we know where we are. Right. So, to the right. Sorry, chat, I need to plan out where I'm going and what I'm doing because it's really easy to get sort of a bit, you know, you can back yourself into a corner with your options. So it's better to think about, you know, where you're going next and everything. But luckily the map is really good and there's lots of things that help you organise what you're doing. And even though this bridge doesn't really do much, it's actually kind of handy. It does get us past there. But yeah, because the thing is, like this whole like Ofcom Online Safety Act, blah blah blah, the way they've worded it and the way they keep saying, well, if you don't play along, like you're a fucking pedophile. And it's like, what? It's such a fucking like drastically like desperate fucking take. They're like, well, if you don't verify your age to access adult material, like you're hurting children. It's like, it's such a reach. And don't get me wrong, I agree. Children under the age of 18 should not be on the internet at all. Like I don't fucking care. Accessing information on the internet is way too dangerous and way too detrimental. Children under the age of 18 should not be on the internet. It's a very, very toxic, shitty place. It's even worse than the real world because everybody has a fucking anonymous username. So everybody is being a complete shitlord, even when they full well know it's coming at the expense of somebody else's mental health. Whereas, don't get me wrong, I'm a shitlord on the internet, but only for the meme, you know. I don't fucking deliberately target or, you know, make people's lives worse. I'm just trying to be funny, you know, that's it. It's always aimed at humour. And I make sure to be careful about what I do and don't joke about because, you know, that's what a responsible adult does. But yeah, like young kids going on the internet, learning about the world from the bullshit on the internet is such a fucking mistake. There is so much misinformation and so much fucking toxicity on the internet that, yeah, while they're at school, no smartphones, no tablets. It should be illegal for a child to have a tablet. Should be illegal for kids to go on the fucking internet until they're 18. Once they're 18, the gloves are off, you know, they need to fucking fend for themselves. But it's bad enough that, you know, social media and, you know, the internet in general has been sort of, you know, manhandled and fucking, you know, mutated into this like attention, like farming machine. It's scary, like how fucking bad and how much effort they put into just keeping your attention so they can advertise to you. Like the entire thing, the internet and smartphones, they're like engineered like from the ground up using what we know about behavioral sciences and stuff to just basically just fucking zone you out. And like, it's not like, again, much like with capitalism, here we go. So much like the way there was a paradigm shift from making the best product because people buy the best product to making a product that everybody has to have because of a modern problem that we created ourselves, and that item has to be fucking logged into. You have to have an account, you have to register for the warranty online, and when you register online you have to create an account, and when you create an account you have to give them your email and blah 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 blah. Just, it's data acquisition, right? So we've moved away from making the best product to scraping data the most, right? To being able to scrape the most data. That's where things have gone. So the product is now shit, basically. Everything is cheap, crap, plastic shit that falls apart, doesn't do its job properly. It just looks the part. It's not actually, and it's been such a crazy journey for me with like, the specific thing is tools. For me, like tools, drills, ratchets, you know, measuring devices, that sort of thing, you know, tools. You could always go and find the cheap one, right? You could find the cheap Chinese crap, right? And I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but yeah, it's usually from China. You could find, everything's from China these days, but like I say, everything's shit. But you could, you know, there were brands that had a reputation, and, you know, those brands and the reputation was built upon this kind of like, this understanding that when I buy a drill, it needs to fucking work. I'm not carrying the weight of a drill around with me on a job site to then get somewhere and be like, and nothing happens. Like it's going in the fucking bin, you know? But brands, you know, reputable brands, and I won't mention anyone by name because I don't want to sound like I'm being sponsored or anything, but reputable brands, what you'll find is they make a product and they're proud of that product's function and quality, right? So if something doesn't work right, you get in contact with them, they're like, well, there's a few options. We can try and troubleshoot over the phone, or we can just send you another one and send us back the one you've got because we'd like to know where it went wrong in manufacture. That's important to us. You've got something that we want. We want that broken product back because it's going to help us refine our manufacturing process, and we'll give you another one. But you've given us, you've got a particular, you know, you've got an instance of failure, and we want that because we want to learn how to make it better. James Foster, welcome in. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the follow. They're like, we want that item back because we want to know what went wrong and how it got broken, right? Because even if it was you that, when they won't say this out loud, but even if it is the end user, the customer that breaks it, how did they break it? What logic did they follow? And they're like, oh, this wouldn't fit, and they forced it and it broke. But why didn't it fit? Why doesn't it slide into place? Okay, we need to refine the design. And that's how you make a product better. But like I say, people don't focus on the quality of the product anymore. They focus on the ability to get people's information. And that's usually how you can tell a brand that is, I mean, unfortunately, some brands do it and they'll just eat cost because they're trying to establish, and then they turn to shit, unfortunately. But in the past, whenever I've bought something like a proper, like the proper version, because, you know, you get the cheap version and you get the one that everybody suggests, the one that everybody buys. And you think, well, I don't want to spend that much money, so I'll get the cheap version. And then the cheap version goes wrong, and then you end up buying the expensive version anyway, but you've lost the money on the cheap one. So you think, But these days, even the expensive one's cheap. But yeah, if you go to the right brands, if you know what to look for. But yeah, whenever a company is like really sort of, you know, whenever they're willing to facilitate a replacement without screwing the customer over, I see that as a company that's trying to establish a good brand, and I think that that's generally what you want. You know, you want a company like the robot vacuum cleaner I bought. It arrived, it was wrong, and they said just send it back to us, and we'll expedite a replacement. And within a couple of weeks, I had a replacement. You know, well, actually, I think I got it. There was a problem after a couple of days. By the end of that week, I'd sent it off, and then early the next week. So yeah, it was under 2 weeks. I got a replacement. It's been absolutely fine since. So my, you know, as a consumer, you know, I'm like, damn, that's actually, you know, really, really fucking clever and really kind of them. But some companies, they're like, well, we need a receipt, and then, well, you need to send it back to us so we can assess how the damage was done, and then we'll send it back to you, and then we'll make a decision about whether... And you're like, no, I know exactly what's going on here, right? So basically, you're really, really, really funny about, oh, well, that bit of road has actually fucking stopped. Oh, okay. That has actually completely fucking stopped. Oh, so you need to put all the materials in again. Oh, shit, okay. Oh, and this one's going next as well. Okay, that was a shame, because, yeah, those materials... We did work pretty hard to get those materials, but it turns out that you actually access this in a completely different way. It's a shame. Anyway, so we are now here, so we're going along and then up to the Adventurer and then all the way up to here. No, to here. So, right, shall we see if we can drive the truck? Should we see if we can take the truck up the mountain, chat? Just for the meme. But yes, it's this really, really unfortunate, development, series of events, is that the profit margins continuing to go up, or desiring them to continue going up, has led people to make some very, very fucking short-sighted decisions about manufacturing. So because you have two main goods, there's two main types of goods, right? They fit into two categories, right? There's lots of different types of goods, but there's two main categories, right? You have things that people need, ovens, refrigerators, light bulbs, things that people need, right? They don't buy them for fun, they need them, right? And then you have luxuries, things that people buy because they can afford them and they add value to their life in some way, right? And this is consumerist behavior science. This is something that's obviously in a capitalist world, something that I've done a bit of reading about here and there. Not enough to speak on it with authority, I admit. But the problem is, things that people need, you can charge what you can get away with, right? People will charge whatever they can get away with. They'll raise the price until sales start to dip, and that's the price, right? Regardless of manufacturing cost, right? Light bulbs, refrigerators, clothing, you raise the price for the good that you've got until people stop buying it, and that's your price, right? And because of that, they can keep raising the price, and people will continue to buy. And there's an awful lot of price headroom. There's an awful lot of space at the top, price-wise. And that's why everything costs a fucking fortune in this country, in the UK specifically. Now, when it comes to luxury goods, what you'll find is luxury goods don't tend to go up in price. They don't go up by as much as you'd think. So video games, games consoles, they've gone up in price, but much, much slower than many other things, right? And that's because luxuries will always be, what somebody's willing to part with for a luxury doesn't evolve and move as quickly as what they're willing to pay for things that they need to have, the things that they really desperately need. So to make sure profit margins continue to rise, what companies do is they make it cheaper to produce. So rather than charging more to sell, or charging more to buy, they make it cheaper to produce, and then the price goes up slower, but they also save money on production, which is why most things, even the expensive version of things, have got, I don't want to say cheaper, but they feel worse. They are less good. Because not only is the price going up slowly, because food and everything else just continues to shoot up. Electricity, gas, food, water, these prices go up, and you can't really do much about it. If the government doesn't step in to stop it, which, they're some of the ones that are getting paid when it goes up, because, when it comes to funding, the political parties, guess who makes enormous donations? The people that are in charge of the water companies and electricity companies and so on. Excuse me. But yeah, TVs, although the TVs themselves have got bigger and better definition, TVs range from, £2,000 down to 500, right? They're usually 500 quid-ish up to £2,000 for the really, really good one, right? But that was the price in the 1990s, you know, and that was the price in the 2000s, right? So you begin to realize that the technology is getting better, but the price isn't going up as much. And that's because it can't, because if TVs cost 4, 5, 6 grand, nobody would buy them. And that market would implode, right? So they have to be careful about raising the price of certain goods. But unfortunately, when it comes to things like electricity and water and, you know, your indemnities, the things you need to survive, they could fucking shove the knife in there and twist it as much as they like, because you don't really have a choice, especially not in the UK, where you've got such a monopoly, right? There's a handful of companies, and they do, you know, there's one company or two companies that do something, and because of that, you know, you just get to choose which colour dick you're getting fucked with, right? It doesn't matter what colour the dildo is, you're still going to get fucked, right? And that's just unfortunately how living in the UK is, because of the monopolisation of so many various different, you know, markets that provide something that human beings they rely on. You really only really get a choice of, like, you know, you don't even get to choose which hole you get fucked in. Anyway, there's some nice music playing. Fuck capitalism.
Sam, try to focus.
Odie, welcome in. Professional. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, chat. I'm trying. See, the atmosphere just isn't quite the same. Oh, that was ages ago, wasn't it? Yeah. So, yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Chat, I'm sorry, but we all know that this is way more fun than walking. The game really doesn't want to let me do it. Ah, and you see, this is the thing, right? I reckon it's fucking damaging the cargo to punish me, not because it actually damages it, not because the impact was strong enough, but it's damaging the cargo to punish me for using the fucking truck. But oh, fucking eat a dick, game. Eat a fuck. Oh, do you know what? You fucking. Yeah, do you know what? I'm just going to load up an earlier save because, yeah, I'm sorry. It's just. I know it looks like I was doing something that I should, but I guarantee you, somewhere else I'll be able to do that just fine. Another part of rocky terrain, I'll be able to climb it just fine. Excuse me. One jump away from success. It wasn't going to let me have it. There was something about the way. Oh, see, so the save is right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a manual. I'll do a quick save there as well. I reckon we can do it. I reckon it doesn't look that steep, and I have climbed worse in the truck. So for the meme, I'm going to keep trying to do it. Obviously, at any point we can get out of the truck and just deliver it on foot. It's not that far from here, but. The game is really being difficult about it. And maybe I need the fucking the motorcycle thing, the trike. But you see, the game decides when to just take the fucking acceleration away. It just decides that you can't accelerate and you have to move backwards. But anyway, we have got an ad break coming up in a few seconds, chat, so I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, because I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without the alerts going off, please feel free. Once we're over there, there's no alerts, we don't call them out, but we still appreciate them. But yes, I'll be back in about 3 minutes, and then we'll try and do this. And the thing is, I know it looks like I'm doing something the game doesn't want me to do, but it'll work. I'll get there eventually. And I'm kind of doing it a little bit out of spite. But I reckon we could probably hop our way up there. But yes, the ad's going to start in a second. I think the truck needs triangle wheels. Some chunkier wheels that grip more would be nice, but then it would be even more overpowered. And me and Damos were saying, somebody else in the chat, we were saying earlier, it's already kind of overpowered as it is. So I feel like, the game needs to make me work for it. But, just for the meme, I want to do it. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'll be back shortly. Okay, we're going to need a lot more. We're going to need a lot more. Ah, Elden Ring. Elden Ring. You fucking bastards. You fucking bastards. Oh, Elden Ring. Elden Ring. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. Fucking, are you fucking kidding me? It's fucking followed me, for fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. What is this game? Fucking hell. Oh, you sneaky bastard. You sneaky bastard.
No, God, please, no! No! No!
Please. Oh my god. Damn it. And they'll also just follow a path. Oh. There's a grace right here, right? I think there's a grace right there.
I'm here in my official capacity as a talent scout, man.
Oh, so what kind of talent are you scouting for exactly?
I see hidden talents in many places, man.
Apart from your
Maybe I'll
barber,
get one of
fucking
those
hell.
kiddos to write
Seen this
some
guy's
broad
haircut.
verse for one of the papers.
Okay, so he aggroes. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right, so where were we? I had it before. We had it, and now the game just won't allow it. Why are you being such a prick, gang? See, it's just... Whereas the previous game, I feel as if they made the terrain and then they sort of made collision boxes for it. And because of that, what you saw was what you got. But I think in this one, they've created like some more types of material where you can walk over them perfectly fine. But the truck, just the steering, the acceleration, everything just stops. I'm fucking hard on the accelerator right now. Hard on the accelerator. Hard on the accelerator, still hard on the accelerator. And now we start moving. It's just, it takes the control away for like 8 seconds. It's ridiculous. And yeah, all it does is make me want to fuck it over even more. You know, I'm not... And there's a chunk of rock which is not, it's not lined up with what the car is actually, the collision box isn't lining up properly. So there's something blocking us that we can't see, so I can't avoid it. But yeah, if I go over that way, I think it's just going to fuck us even more, to be honest. And the game gets so fucking confused about where the wheels are supposed to be. And then yeah, it just to solve the problem, it just takes away control. Yeah. Obviously, you could abuse it in the previous game. You could abuse the off-roader on some of the sort of, you know, rough bits of terrain, but they've made it so much worse on this one. It's like it works perfectly well, and then suddenly it doesn't. There's no actual like, oh, that's too rough, that's just about rough, you know, that's easy. Now I've climbed up shit that you wouldn't be, like almost vertical fucking ledges I've climbed up, right? But then this, it just won't do it. And yeah, oh fuck's sake. So yeah, I'm gonna have to leave this where we can see it, and then take it back to the Magellan. And we'll take this fucking delivery on foot, but that's for this guy, isn't it? So yes, I could have continued spamming and, you know, whatever. We may have managed to trick it into, because the next thing I want to do is trying to crab walk, because sometimes in this one I found that when you can't drive up, you can get stuck and then you can keep reversing and jumping and you'll sort of crab walk upwards. But yeah, I'll do this and then it will fucking make me fall over, because then it gets to do some sort of like, you know, animation of me falling over, and that's a mini game of trying to regain your balance. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, game. You know, all I'm going to do is build a fucking zip line and then never do this again. You know, this is the thing. When you don't make it fun to deal with these restrictions, people find ways around them rather than engaging with them. Is what I find. So yeah, making the truck worse. It's like, great, everyone's just going to build a million zip lines now. And I suppose it speaks to the philosophy. And just let me clarify, I am really enjoying the game. I know it's just at the moment, it's just, yeah, I'm trying to do something and the game's like, no, you can't do that. But then, you know, another point in the game, I'll be able to do it just fine. Like, I'll be trying to jump the truck up some rocky terrain somewhere else and it will just work first try. And it didn't feel as inconsistent in the first one. In the first one, some things you just couldn't do with the truck, and that's fine. But in this one, stuff that I've done when I haven't got an order to deliver, it's been, you know, fine. You know, I can do whatever I want to do in the truck. It's barely ever let me down. But then suddenly when I have an order to get to somewhere, suddenly the truck struggles like mad in certain circumstances. I'm like, well, it wasn't struggling with this 20 minutes ago when I was on the way here. So yeah, I feel like sometimes it might be a little bit manufactured. Slow down. I feel as if there's a few invisible hitboxes that say, right, minimize traction at this particular point because they're trying to do something with the truck. Because to be honest, you know, people are saying, we're not supposed to do that with a truck. I shouldn't be able to get the truck up this fucking hill. Do you know what I mean? I shouldn't be able to drive the truck up a snowy hill, but I can. And there was a bunch of rocky terrain on the snowy hill all the way up here. And then it's just when I get to the rocky terrain, just before the delivery point, suddenly the truck struggles. I'm like, okay. It just feels a little bit kind of manufactured in places, which is silly because the first one never did. And that's something that I really liked about it. I never felt as if there was like an artificial limitation being put on me, you know, because you get that with some games that are big open world games and you can do stuff, but then you get to a mission and suddenly you just can't do something you were doing 5 minutes ago because it would spoil the mission. And it's like, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, it makes it feel inconsistent. And I think inconsistency is one of the biggest enemies to good game design, is when a player can't learn to trust a game to do something.
Must have been quite the ordeal hauling yourself up here.
Yeah, it was.
Dedication. You found the cargo I asked you to recover, I presume. I'll go ahead and take stock of what you brought.
Yeah, it's a bit damaged, mate, unfortunately, but you did ask for me to go and fucking collect something from a giant warehouse full of ghosts, so bear that in mind with the rating, yeah? You motherfucker. You motherfucker.
Your assistance has ensured that I... Go ahead and link me up with your Cupid. If the network's as amazing as everyone says it is, then I want in.
We have seen this like 20 times, so. Yeah, so there's 2 in the middle there that I've missed. He's just got down off of the sofa to my left, walked around the coffee table, got up here and walked across me to get back to where he was. He's being a silly boy. Right. Floating sentry gun, a thrown weapon that floats in midair, automatically attacking any enemies within range, fires MP bullets effective against any target, but cannot detect BTs and is therefore unable to attack them. Up to 4 sentry guns can be deployed at a time. Holy fuck, dudes. Cargo catapults improved.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
So this is what it's like to be on the network. The computational capabilities are far beyond what I anticipated. Amazing. Oh, and it's already yielded a useful result. Let me share this data with you.
Yeah, we just read that.
Bloody oath you can. It's an innovation made possible through the application of my research. The core launch mechanism hasn't changed though, so you can't steer the pods like traditional aircraft. But you can adjust your trajectory to hone in on a landing point once the parachute is opened. Traveling by air in this fashion is an efficient way to traverse uneven terrain with minimal effort. Of course, you want to make sure your flight path is clear of obstacles before you launch. It's entirely possible to fly smack bang into a wall if you're reckless, and that would hurt a lot. Yeah, some people should think twice about using catapults, but I'm pretty sure you'll be careful. Thanks again. You've given me a renewed hope for the future of my work. Come.
Right, do you have
Well done.
any deliveries for? Yes. Yes. And yes. Oh, hang on, that's pretty close. So that is just over there and then back. Let's do that. Whilst we're up here, let's do that.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so outside the building area, we need to put... Sam, stop moving forwards! Fuck's sake, game. So I'll tell you what, right? There's one thing they've changed in this one that is objectively worse, right? Sam will keep walking in a direction even though I've literally changed the stick. It's not like I've just dead sticked it or I've just adjusted left or right and he keeps going forward. I'm pulling back on the stick and he keeps fucking walking, and sometimes he's walking towards a fucking cliff and I can't stop him. I have to turn him to change direction. They've put this really heavy-handed, like, kinetic energy momentum behind him, and it's like it feels so manufactured. I'm just walking at a normal pace and then I go to stop and it's fine, but sometimes it's not fine. Sometimes I'll be walking and I hold back and you saw it just carried on going and he was going to fucking walk straight off of this edge here. You see, sometimes I can stop him. I'm holding back the entire time. I want it to stop there. Anyway, sorry, it's really irritating how the game takes control away from the player. That's a very bad addition. I don't know what they were aiming for, but it doesn't feel nice. It feels really jarring to suddenly feel like you're not in control of the character. Right, so I'll put one of these there. But yeah, the trucks and Sam just randomly just don't stop when you try and pull... If you try and pull back on the stick to slow them down. They just don't stop. They just keep walking. And even though you're about to walk off an edge, you're completely dead. You can't do anything. And it's like, well, game, what are you doing? Like, you know, why am I just suddenly carrying so much momentum? And if I'm carrying a shit ton of cargo, then fair enough. If I'm traveling downhill, like if I was walking down this hill with a shit ton of cargo, like in the first game, yeah, I won't stop immediately. I'll have to sort of slow down. That's fine. But yeah, when I'm just walking across reasonably level terrain, it might be a bit bumpy, but reasonably level terrain, and Sam just won't stop walking forwards. It's kind of like, what the fuck you do? Because now, if I was to hold forward and build up some momentum, but look, I could stop dead. Look, Okay, that he did it there. You guys saw that. So yeah, randomly. Yeah, I don't know, dudes, but yeah, the way Sam moves feels like worse. And it wasn't like it was too easy in the previous game. You could still fuck up if you weren't careful. But in this one, it feels like they're forcing it a little bit, which is a shame. Anyway. But yes, being able to get a truck with some fucking caterpillar tracks, that would be pretty fucking pog. Okay, there's something up there. Oh, is that one of them? You motherfucker, okay. But yeah, the movement feels like it's, because like I say, it's difficult to really sort of explain like how tangible it is, but I just feel as if the game is begging it sometimes and forcing me to make a mistake just for the sake of gameplay. And that's something the first game didn't do. Like, if you were careless and you were running down a hill and you sort of like stepped on a rock and then suddenly changed direction, yeah, you're going to lose your balance and fall over, of course. But in this one, you're just walking normally and just suddenly just lose balance. And it's like, but I haven't changed direction or anything. Like, if I had a big, massive backpack on with like 5 or 6 giant drums and I was walking with a skeleton that helps me carry more weight and I suddenly change direction, yeah, of course I'm going to lose my balance. But in this one, I'm just walking along with hardly any sort of, weight on me. And I'm just walking along flat ground and Sam's like, whoa! I'm like, what are you doing? like, what's your problem? I'm just walking along normal ground, my dude. Oh my goodness. There's no need for the dramatics. Like this is fairly flat. I'm going to walk without holding, without gripping. I'm going to walk down here. And I imagine at some point Sam will just randomly just lose their balance. Especially after I've picked up this cargo. But anyway, apologies, chat. It's just, yeah, I feel as if the game has added a bunch of stuff that gets in the way of like just enjoying the atmosphere and walking from A to B, which is crazy. It just seems like such a crazy choice that they had it so perfect in Death Stranding 1, where you've got a bunch of deliveries to make, you've got a bunch of terrain to work out, and they just leave you to it. Whereas in this one, it feels like it's trying to sort of, it's trying to manufacture gameplay out of nothing by making Sam randomly lose his balance, or, I imagine on the way back up here there'll be an avalanche just to spice things up. But, that kind of did happen in the first game, so I can't really hold this one. I can't hold it against this one. But yeah, on the way back up here, I reckon we'll probably get caught out by an avalanche of some sort. So I'm just going to see if I can do an auto shuffle to get myself all balanced. Because, yeah, I've got... Did it say there was 6? Yeah, 1. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think there's anything down there. I know there's one up here on the ridge. But yes, I found the same thing with Red Dead Redemption 2. Absolutely exquisitely brilliant video game. But it doesn't know when to leave the player alone. It's scared to let the player just soak in the atmosphere a little bit. And it's a shame, because I think it's kind of a blanket knee-jerk reaction to the TikTok generation. I think the TikTok generation of youth, when they're playing a video game, something has to happen like every couple of minutes, otherwise they lose interest. And therefore game developers get worried about how long the attention span of the average gamer is, and because of that, the keys are, the games are constantly jingling their keys in your face to keep you sort of engaged. And it's it's really overwhelming, because every time the atmosphere starts to feel good, which is, you know, the end result of good level design, good audio design, you know, good character animation, you know, there's all sorts of little things that feed together to create atmosphere in a game, right? As soon as the atmosphere starts to feel good, because something hasn't happened long enough and it's allowed you to notice the atmosphere, the game is like, ooh, we haven't done anything in like 45 seconds. We better, you know, make an NPC jump out in front of them, or, you know, make the character say something, or, you know, make an icon pop up on the screen, give them a notification or something, just to keep them engaged, keep them locked in. And it's like, yeah, you're sort of walking from one place to another in a game, and then suddenly like a notification comes out of nowhere and jump scares you. And it shatters the immersion, it shatters the atmosphere. And it's a real shame, because that was one of Death Stranding 1's real strong points. People criticised it, saying, oh, it's just a walking simulator, it's really long-winded and boring, but Christ, it was so peaceful, it was so nice. It's just walking around. And, the game hasn't done anything here now, actually. We've actually been all right. But this is what I mean, you know, this game is capable of it, but the first one, it was like, you know, that's how the game worked. You knew you had a nice, long, peaceful walk ahead of you. So that's for someone else. I think there's one of them up here. That's 6 of 6. Right, there's one more somewhere. But seeing as I'm up here, I may as well try and get up there and get a fucking zip line down. Right, this terrain should be okay because it's blue. But yes, it's an unfortunate development in, you know, modern gaming design. Is video games are scared to not do anything. They're constantly trying to do stuff. Oh, I think 5 and 6 are both here. Well, that's amazing. Okay.
Well done, Sam. That's the last of the cargo. Let's head to our destination and make the delivery.
Right, so this is gonna be dangerous. So we do a quick save to save ourselves the stress later on. That means we can try this as many times as we want without really worrying too much. Again, he wouldn't stop walking forwards. Sam, please stop walking forwards when I'm turning you to the left or the right. Like, I know there's a bit of a fucking cliff, but, you know, you can change direction. It is allowed. You know, we're only carrying like 50 or 60% of our carry limit, so we're not really overdoing it. Right, so we're doing quite well here. So let me just quick save there. Because that's the other thing I can do to avoid stress is as long as we're not in combat, I can just quick save almost anywhere. And I think with the way the game's being, like I say, because I can't trust the mechanics and the physics of the game to do the same thing sometimes, I need to lean more on the quick save, which is what I don't even know if there was a quick save function in Death Stranding 1. I think you had to save at terminals or something. Or maybe there was, I can't remember. But yeah, because you can't trust the game to not just suddenly do something for the sake of gameplay, I think I need to rely more on the quick save feature. So I want to climb up to the top here, where I've got a really good line of sight, so I can put a PC, so I can put a zip line down. I think that'll be in range. What's that? 206 meters. Okay, so let's go a bit further along. Because, yeah, there's a zip line there as well. We could do with picking up. Excuse me. Using more. But yeah, it's crazy this. Yeah, it's so easy to just walk up up rock faces and Sam just moves up, you know? So I think this is a pretty good exposed spot, and I think this is probably a pretty good place for a zip line. So I might chuck one down. Do we need to get... So we don't... Actually, to be honest, we don't really need to get to here, do we? Oh, no, there's the guy there. So, yeah, this might be a good place because the one I just saw is the one I actually built. So I could do this. And then I can probably build one over there. It goes back over there, doesn't it? So we've got a zip line there. If I can connect, I could build one here. Don't know whether that's 300 meters or not. Yeah, I kind of want to go to there. So I'll make the delivery first because we're carrying a bunch of gear. So I'll make the delivery first.
Feel that speed! Hey.
And then to make sure you don't bang the cargo on the roof, we activate the terminal like this. Right. This is quite a lot of cargo in quite horrible conditions, so hopefully. Hopefully they give us a decent amount of stars, likes.
Look at you, putting in the hard yakka even in this weather.
The hard yakka.
Better check your orders, I suppose.
500. Oh damn, this guy's got nothing.
Where did you find this cargo? You've actually inspired me to come up with a new idea. I'd love it if you could try it out. More materials on hand means more options.
Cool. Right. So, what have you done to the boomerang knife?
Almost forgot what I was going to say, but it's come back to me now. I've improved your blood boomerang. Both its damage and maximum range have increased. The chiral network is really coming clutch in that regard. It's enabled me to perform all sorts of simulations to test potential upgrades. Anyway,
So,
be sure to give your new and improved boomerang a try. As for my next project, I'm thinking of developing something with cosmetic appeal. You know?
More cosmetics?
I hope I can count on your support for that. Take care.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Yeah. But that's where we're going to try and get to anyway. They're both reasonably small amounts of cargo, I think. But yeah. Oh, I'm going to regret this. I'm going to regret this. Carrying this much stuff. Because obviously I could just wait until the zipline network's all finished. But where would be the fun in that, eh, chat? Where would be the fun in that? Right, so let's go up there and see if we can get a zipline up there. Because I might end up dismantling the one I've just put down, actually. Because it may actually not be necessary. So, ooh, how far up does this go? Yeah, it goes up reasonably far, okay. Problem is...
Wait, Sam, you've just dropped some of your cargo.
Oh my fucking god, dudes. That's a fucking piss take. Bending down to pick up the rope, fucking smashed a bunch of... Alright, okay, so we're not taking on the order just yet. So we're not taking on the order just yet. We're going to continue putting down zip lines. That rope can get fucked. I'm going to go up this way. We're going to put down a couple more zip lines to connect everything up, and then we're good to go. And then I might double check whether that one over there is actually needed or not. But yes, I remember back on the first game, making the effort to climb up to the very highest points to get zip lines, you know, 300 meters apart, but also on the highest peaks, so they had the most connection points. That was the trick, was, Sam, fucking, you can have, like, speed buffered, and, like, he'll just fucking launch. Sam, what are you fucking doing, my dude? There's a fucking bit of rock there that you can definitely climb. Or not. So... one other thing to mention, the detail of all the rocks and everything, they're much more detailed. Whether the collision boxes underneath represent all the extra detail, very, very doubtful. Because, yeah, sometimes there's definitely something Sam could climb on, but that actually isn't being rendered as a collision box. So, yeah, it makes it a bit misleading. And then you can randomly climb up a bit. But yeah, the extra geometric detail in the rocks and stuff is nice. It looks really nice, but it has made climbing not quite as intuitive. Gonna ignore that climbing rope over there. That would have been handy about 10 meters ago. So yeah, the terrain doesn't quite line up as well because there's more terrain detail. Somebody's taking a piss up here. Fuck's sake. The terrain has a lot more detail that isn't actually being rendered as, like, you know, it's not actually, you know, connected to anything. It's just like a... how do I explain it? So you've got, like, actual stuff that's, you know, it physically in the world. Okay, so this connects all three. That's pretty good.
Nice.
Then we need one.
Construction process now complete.
Where is that guy? The Magellan's down there. Okay, yeah, so we need to try and connect to this one. It's 383 meters away, unfortunately. So we need to connect to that one. Probably from... So... I think that's one I put down. No, this is the one I put down. Right, so... we need to head down. Yeah, annoyingly, There's one down in the valley. There's one down in the valley down there, I think. That we can't quite get to. Really annoying, but oh, careful. You see, because they knew that if they made this really difficult to get over, nobody would bother, and then nobody would do any climbing in the game. That's close. That's close. So I think just there will do it. Hopefully we can connect to that other one as well. And then we're connected. I can do a check on the map and see which ones need to be removed. That's 265. So hopefully that's 249. Okay, yeah, this will do. This will... Oh my god, look at the size of the damn moon, chat. Let's look at this game. Look at this fucking game, dude. It's ridiculous. Yep, 13 millimeter. Yeah. I mean, it's a shame that some twat went and built a fucking zip line at the top there. And that ramp as well. Yeah, I don't know whether we can... I don't, the thing is, it's the structures that kind of spoil it and get in the way. But yes, I could spend months, years in the photo mode. Cool, right. So now we are connected up. So let me from here, let me check. So that one we want to keep. This one, I think we might be able to purge, because I don't think it really does anything. I would presume. I mean, someone's going over there, which is just a giant, great big fucking cliff face. I don't see the point in that one. So I feel like this one and this one could be dismantled, because the one we've got over here should connect us to there. So if I was to go to this one, do you know what it is? These are really pretty, but they're way too prominent. They need to be much softer, like way softer and kind of bigger, because I feel like, yeah, they're just a little bit too obvious. But yeah, the moon being that, oh my god, look at this, chat. look at this. Holy fuck sticks, dudes. Oh, can I change my because, oh my goodness. Oh, camera, please stop clipping into things. You really fuck me over, you do. really fucks me over. Stop clipping into things. I just want to line Sam up. Oh, the photo mode is so annoying in this one, dudes. Because that's a photo right there. You just zoom out enough. That's a photo right there. But annoyingly, the fucking zip line thing can't be turned off. This game is a work of art, dudes. It's a work of art, but the photo mode can be so annoying. Like, it's just... For some reason, Decima, the photo mode, it has to be attached to the player character. You can't just fucking free float within a space. You can't like move the camera like independently, because I know that you have like a limit. Like what happens is you can generally you can figure out what the game's LOD is. Like the high quality LOD will be a dome around the player character, and usually if they're smart it'll also sort of cut off, but it's usually a dome, an invisible dome. Within that dome all objects are rendered at maximum resolution, right? But unfortunately the camera will, like it won't allow something to be in between you and the character because of the camera's fixation on the player character. I can't disconnect it, because what I really wanted to do was get Sam right in the middle of the two things, with the moon and everything. I kind of got what I wanted, but yeah, still limited. Bunny, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. Right, do I have a delivery for this motherfucker? Have I got a delivery for this motherfucker at all? What have I got? What have I got? Architect. Can entrust that. Cool. Okay, so truck. Where have I left my truck? Where did I jettison my truck? Because I need to go and find it now. There it is. It's up there. Okay, so what I need to do is actually... Oh, God. Look at this fucking game, dudes. Look at this. Okay, hang on. This has to be... See what I mean? Like, if I touch the ground, it just zooms it in. And, like, I know, as a photographer, I know the picture that I want. Whether I'm going to be able to get it or not, I don't know. That's the thing. Oh, that railing is in the way. Thank you for the bonk. It's finally cooled down now 71 degrees. That's not too bad. Not too bad. So yes, apologies, chat. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the thing is, in real life, when the moon does this, when you get like is it a super moon? When it's just like a fucking enormous, great big moon? Yeah, I'm the same. I'm out there with my fucking camera, pretending to be a photographer, just like I'm pretending to be a photographer in the game. But yeah, a game this beautiful, it would be kind of foolish to ignore the photo mode. So yeah, this one's really far away, but I think our truck's there. So we'll grab the truck. We'll head downhill to the Magellan. I think we've got some story to do. We've got an ad break coming up in about 10 minutes, but we should be all right. Or what I could do is I could run the ad a little bit early on the hour. If I run the ad bang on 3 o'clock in about 2 minutes' time, we'll get down to the Magellan and then I'll run an ad. That way it'll get it out of the way for the next hour. So when we do, if we click on anything, because I don't know what's going to happen. Sometimes when you go to the Magellan, there's a little bit of exposition and that's it. You're just free to go back to doing deliveries. Sometimes they're like, hey, there's an order. We need to go and do this. This is going to be dangerous. We need to go and, you know, reach this place. And there's this whole sequence that I don't want you guys to miss. And I don't want to have to do an ad break in the middle of it. So I think in the interest of pretending to be a professional streamer, I'll run an ad break a little bit earlier than needs to be. Because it says we've got 9 minutes, but if I run it at 3 o'clock in 2 minutes time, I can come back and then we can do the story uninterrupted. So just for you guys that aren't subbed, I want to make sure you guys don't miss anything because I don't think that's very fair, especially not if I can help it. You know, it's a small difference. I'm going to have to do the ad break anyway, so I may as well squeeze it out of the way before we click on anything, and then we click on something after the ad break. That way you guys don't miss anything.
Stay awake.
Because, yeah, you guys deserve to see everything as well. God damn, look at this fucking moon. Look at the fucking moon. Yeah, my star's looking pretty impressive. It's almost all gold. All the cargo we've got in the back of the truck. Fucking hell. Okay. But yes, now we've got a zip line going across this whole place. But yes, one thing to bear in mind as well is the cutscene. So I might go back and I might rest. If I can, I'll rest. Come on, truck, you piece of shit. I might try and rest before we activate anything, because if I can rest till daylight, although up in the mountains, nighttime is, you know. But yeah, what I should do is I need to find that daytime, nighttime, and I need to get the recording so you guys can type ! Nighttime, ! Daytime. And I'm going to create a clip there. I'm going to double check clips are being created correctly. Oh, that's why there's a fucking zip line down here, because the Magellan is here. Ah. Makes a bit more sense now, chat. That's beautiful, yeah. But I hope you've been well, Bunny. I'm glad to hear the temperature is more manageable. I was saying earlier, it's been very mild here in the UK. Very, very mild. So let's back her up. Let's give her a repair.
Nice repair job. She's practically sparkling.
And then can we entrust anything we don't? Not sure. Right, so let me check. So, they're 5-starred already. As are they. And them. And them. They aren't. And they aren't. So, all of that lot. I'm going to offload. On my back, we've got something for them. They're also 5-starred as well. So I can offload that. Meaning, I can now go to the terminal and anything that's offloaded on the floor, I can entrust to other people. All of this lot. Oh. We can entrust. Means we've got some stuff that we actually need to deliver to people we want a 5-star. In our private locker, we've got this stuff as well. So I might take this stuff out. No. Storage. Okay, we've got some stuff for people in this area. Okay. Right, when we store the vehicle, though, the cargo will go into our private locker, which is fine. Cool. So, cargo's in the private locker, vehicle's been repaired. That's what we're going to click on. But yes, as I say, what I'll do is I'll manually run the ad now about 4 minutes early. I apologise, but it'll get the ad out of the way and then we can do the story. So yes, I'll run a manual ad break and I'll come back. So we'll do a 3-minute ads. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. Like I say, you won't miss anything because I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So once we're over there, the bot will say, so if you want to follow from lurk and not be revealed or anything, if you want to follow in secret and stay lurking, that's perfectly valid. We appreciate that over here as well. So we have on the BRB screen, we have anonymous follows if you want to sneak in there. We won't call you out, but we still appreciate you, of course. But yes, I'll be back shortly and then we'll see what they're going to say when I click on this elevator. But yes, I'll be back shortly.
Aren't there more of you?
Buy one, get one free, chat. Right. Oh, no. Fuck's sake. Okay. That had to happen, didn't it? That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous, dude. I don't even want your loot. You can keep it. Fucking scum. Where it's based. Oh. It's fucking R2 Grill 2. Excuse me. Oi! Oh shit.
Take that.
Oh, I don't think she enjoyed that.
Yeah.
What you get for fucking with waifu. Piece of shit. But yeah, the guy, the soldier guy that throws grenades that don't hurt anybody apart from me. Excuse me. Yeah, yeah, hopefully he calms down in a sec, but yeah, ow, ow, please, please, ow, ah, that's the fucking inside of my thigh, please. Oh no, it doesn't work, does it? Oh, Okay. Okay then, Elden Ring, if you say so. If you say so. But I like the fact that we can walk around with the magnifying glass, because I want to try and like set fire to something. We played Mortal Kombat or Killer Instinct or Mario or whatever, and we were on the sofa together. We were drinking orange juice and eating snack food on our day off from school, playing video games. We were hanging out, and that's what this feels like to me. This is taking me back to being a kid again, and I fucking love it. So if people want to slap a number on it and compare, then that's fine. They can do that, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like, think about all the times when you've been in a stream and something amazing has happened. Do you know how many viewers there were at that point? Do you know how many follows there were at that point? Do you know any of the numerical metrics that were attached to that moment? The time on the stream, the time, you know, the amount of people that responded, the amount of GGs that happened in chat. You don't remember that shit, but you remember something else. You remember how that moment made you feel. That's the important bit. That's the important bit.
Ducky Fuzz.
Dick.
Does he fuck? Fuck, he does!
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right, so click on here. See what Guan. I've got some PCCs attached to me. I probably need to take off. I can't do that. I can't sleep with... It's comfortable, like, but if I sleep with one arm like that, my entire arm is dead in the morning. Like, I mean, like, dead weight, like, just flopping around. And I have to sort of, like, roll over really carefully. And one time I fell asleep on the right-hand side of the bed where I tend to sleep. This arm... So yeah, I sleep on the right-hand side of the bed, and my arm was dead, and I was like, that's a bit inconvenient. And like an idiot, I used my left arm to push, to try and turn myself over to get my arm to flop downwards, but I was on the right-hand side. I fell out of bed, and this arm just did nothing. It was completely dead, and I fucking hit the deck and like put my arm out, but ended up fucking just landing on my arm. And I was on the floor like, oh my god. I'm really glad nobody saw that. But yeah, like an idiot, I rolled over in the direction of my arm that was dead. So I just fucking hit the ground like a sack of fucking potatoes. Right, Sam. You gonna hit the three-pointer by getting the can in the bin? Hey. Right, have we got an apple to eat? He kind of looks at the camera after eating it. So they each do something slightly different, I think. Okay. I think we've had all of the dialogue from the books. Unless it's just that book.
It should be noted that the monster's name is not Frankenstein, nor was it ever given a proper name. Frankenstein is the name of its creator and the story's protagonist, Victor Frankenstein. Through its many movie adaptations, the image of the disturbing and unstable patchwork creature has grown ever more vivid. And in the process, the misconception that it was called Frankenstein was born. In the original novel, however, it was an intelligent, human-like being that craved acceptance. A clever, gentle giant cobbled together from others, not unlike our dead man, don't you think? And while he doesn't appear in Shelley's original work, in several movies, Frankenstein is joined by a rather memorable assistant named Igor. Igor and Victor. Now, where have I heard those two names before?
Right, so let's see if we can go and wash the frostbite off, because that's how that works. Nobody. Okay. Normally you see somebody in the hallway. Cold shower, even up here. And why you've got frostbite. Brave. Sam's frostbite and sunburn have healed. I feel bad. Oh yeah, look. So yeah, we haven't got a hell of a lot more connect. We haven't got a hell of a lot more to connect, have we? Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think there's 15. I can't quite count them, unfortunately. I think there's 15. So we're on 36. Okay. There's only 7 left. No, 8. Yeah, 8. Okay. Yeah, only 8 shelters left to connect. I think, apparently. I think we're okay for all that lot. So can we go to the bridge? No, okay. So let's sleep until morning. And then head out. Right, let me put these PCCs away. Cool. So, also, I just want to double check. So I just want to make sure the audio is in sync, which I think it is.
Oh. Huh.
Oh yeah, why is it snowing here? Yeah, why is it snowing here?
Remember to rest, Sam.
Fucking emu's still up there.
Close your eyes. It's okay. You can trust me. It's a healthy baby girl. She's beautiful. She certainly is. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. Someone needs to go home.
I mean, that was a lot easier than giving birth the normal way, right?
There's waves. Yes, they are. Your womb is connected to a beach. Now, open your eyes. Rainy, the child you're carrying is not dead. It's just that time is stopped in your womb. Your daughter and her mother are in perfect health.
But there's still no treatment, is there?
Not yet.
When the balance between
Sorry, chat. I'm not groping myself. The linkage.
Finally restored.
I was doing overhead press at the gym and also flies with the isolator machine. And I think I've overdone this bit here. It's not very happy. I might have to do some stretching later.
All in due time. So wait and have faith that you and your child will be fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What about you?
Someday I'll have a son, but until then I get to see him once a month. It'll all work out.
Yeah.
For all of us.
Sorry, but would it be all right if I took another look at your pod?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, I'll head back first.
The thing is, when I did my examination on your pod, I got the strangest feeling. The BB in that pod was there far longer than any typical BB. I'd like to check your pod's production number. If it's an official model, it'll have one inscribed on it.
I can tell you right now, there's no number written on it.
No, it wouldn't be on the outside. It would be inscribed on the inner wall. Now, you can't open a pod without endangering the BB's life, but there is a way that we can peek inside.
Oh shit, what are we going to see inside?
See? Right there. See, a pod's production number is a record of when the occupant was transferred from the still mother's womb. Sort of like a
1042052.
Possible. 11 years ago. On the very same day as the void out.
Lou's date of birth was 11 years ago.
And not just that, the serial number is BB00, which would make Lou one of the first test subjects.
Yeah, that would appear to be the case, yes.
If we scour the archives for any mention of BB00, there's a chance we might learn more about Lou's past.
You really should try and put this behind you. And digging up the past won't help.
I think it's time we return to the DHV Magellan.
Right. So, okay.
You know, Sam, seeing as you've come so very far, you should take a moment to see to any unfinished business before you commit to new obligations.
So, that's telling us we should be making deliveries that we have left over before we activate anything. So, it's time to do some deliveries, chat. It's snowing down here now, which is different. So, someone called Charlie has logged a score in the VR Training's Porter Mastery Program. Do you think this was Hartman's doing? Or is there someone else here apart from us? There's no way Charlie could have done training himself. Kind of eerie if you ask me. Yeah. Right, so what have we got in storage? And the silly thing is, we've got so many fucking guns in here. And all these fucking ceramics and chemicals. We've got all of this stuff in here. So, this lot needs to go into the into the truck. However, we are nowhere near where we were. We need to get back over there. And we can do so because we built the road over to East Fort Knott. And then from East Fort Knott, we can make our way back to the corner of the map where we were, do some deliveries. Oh, if we went to the... We just went to there. We just follow this and just... We could just use the monorail. But yes, I wonder if this snow is going to be significant in some way to the story. Because yeah, I wonder what would happen if you had snow and sand right next to each other. It'd be quite a strange terrain to move around on. Yeah, that's crazy that like this doctor can just take babies out of the womb, put them into a pod. And yeah, she's showing an interest in Lou, which is interesting. Yeah, the serial number being 00 means that Lou was one of the first. But they're 11 years ago. So anything that happened 11 years ago in the story is going to have some relevance, I presume. Or I would suspect. Same thing, I suppose, but yeah. Sure does rain a lot for a desert. All these metals. So we'll need the metals for the road at some point, but not just yet. Not just yet. Right. Oh. Yes. So it's literally just snowing over the Motherhood. Okay. And yeah, she does control time, so maybe there's some sort of time anomaly here. Well, she doesn't control time as such, but yeah, maybe there's something to do with the Motherhood's ability. The Doctor. Because I think the Motherhood is the name of the collective, right? See all of these notifications that come up, they're not actually for me. You know, they're talking about other people donating resources to other things that I haven't built, because I haven't built any chiral bridges. I don't think I have. So yeah, I have no idea what they're doing. But yeah, there's a lot of notifications coming up on the left, and I don't know whether that's, you know, supposed to, you know, make the player feel like something's happening, but it kind of, again, it's just a distraction, so to speak. But yeah, I remember seeing Sam on the monorail in the trailer, and I was like, oh shit, there's like a fucking train system now. But obviously they're predetermined routes, but I mean, so are the roads, I suppose. That makes sense. But yeah, imagine if you could build the monorail wherever you want, but you were only allowed to build a certain amount of monorail. Or imagine you could build as much as you want, but there was some other way to limit it. You're only allowed to build a certain amount per area, so you could make one monorail that goes all the way around the entire map, and you could ride it. That'd be kind of cool. You know, you could choose to go to the very end and just fucking ride it the whole way. That'd be kind of rad. Yeah, let's do that. I've got a sniper rifle, but I might make one more, and I might take a coffin board just to speed things up. Nah, actually, it's not. There's no point. So. Cool.
Order accepted. Thank you.
So I'll do a save here. Because yeah, I want to go over into that area. There's BTs in this area. And I want to go and shoot at them with the sniper rifle and see what happens. I would like to experiment and see what happens. Because yeah, that whole area is fucking crawling with them. Which is conveniently why we have to go, you know, we have to keep going and going and collecting items from that area. But yeah, it's crazy, dudes. Like the way Sam runs, it feels so much like Solid Snake, like Snake in Metal Gear Solid V. Like this environment and the way Sam's running and the way the camera vibrates slightly, shakes, I should say. Vibrates is a bit weird, but the way the camera shakes when Sam's running over, it feels so much like Phantom Pain. It's crazy. Which is weird because the previous game, Death Stranding 1, felt completely fucking different. I was like, damn, Kojima really did fucking put that behind them. But I wonder what Delta is going to feel like, because we've got Delta coming out end of this month, I believe. And then we've got a month to finish that, and then we've got Ghost of Yotai, which I'm umming and ahhing about buying that on PlayStation, because I'm sure it will look beautiful. But it will look beautifuler. It'll look beautifuler on PC. But I want to double check. I want to see when Ghost of Tsushima was released, because if it was like 5 or 6 years, because I think Ghost of Tsushima was a PlayStation 4 game. But yeah, if it was like 5 or 6 years, it's going to be a long time to wait. So, but yeah, I did sleep on the first one a little bit. So. We should have driven our truck over here because, oh, actually, no, we can go up there. Oh, no, the delivery's in the truck. Okay. Is this a oh, it's a tranquilizer one, that's why. They both tranquilizers. Oh, they're both tranquilizers. Okay, this is fucked, so excuse me. Excuse me one sec. That's almost fucked as well, to be honest. So I may as well recycle that and make another one. So, new skeleton, please. But yeah, the Bocker skeleton, the durability is kind of crap. They kept fucking rusting up on me. So I'm going to go with a boost level 3. Boots, kind of fucked. So we want... Oh, so they're all trank, that's why. So tranquilizers won't work against BTs. We've got a silenced assault rifle though. That's not very good against BTs. Yeah, the guns aren't super good against BTs, unfortunately. So the big bore handgun is good. It's probably incredibly loud. So Okay, so basically, all I wanted to do is figure out, you know, how the BTs responded to the. But yeah, it's only the big bore handgun, which probably fucking makes a huge amount of noise. Probably has a disgusting amount of recoil. So yeah, we won't be doing that. So we'll attach our boots. Oh, hang on, I didn't want to swap them, to be honest. So, those boots, we want to swap them, to be honest. Cool. Right, and then have we got anything for them? I think we have. Okay, so we're going to take the truck because the truck will get the job done. And if any BTs kick off, we can just fucking drive away from them. So yeah, I was going to do that on foot, but then I realized that the gun I had just does nothing, literally nothing to the BTs. So you can't shoot them. Well, I don't. Yeah, well, I could shoot them with that shotgun. So yeah, maybe we can make BT versions of the guns, but we've unlocked quite a few of them. But there isn't like a different bullet system. Like I could make blood bullets, and obviously it used my health, but you know. And those were good against BTs in the previous game, but this one you get multi-purpose bullets, and then the gun is either good against BTs or it isn't. But the problem is you end up in a situation where you've now got 2 or 3 different kinds of each gun, right? Whereas I think you should have, you know, one assault rifle, but you can make it lighter, and you can make it have a scope, and you can make it have a silencer, you know? And then you have a sniper rifle that starts off with an okay scope, but you can get a better one. Then you can unlock a a silencer for it, a suppressor for it. Because yeah, the fabrication menu is a bit of a mess with all these various different versions of the same thing. And yeah, it feels a bit cluttered, which is a shame. But again, not a deal breaker, just, you know, something that I think could have been thought about a bit more. But then again, the menus in the first one were also a bit of a handful, so maybe it's a necessary evil.
Recovered everything then. Great. Let's get it delivered.
No! They spawn out of nowhere, dudes. They do genuinely spawn out of nowhere. That one just suddenly appeared in front of me. Right, cool. Yeah, you can see how it's begging it a little bit. Like I was perfectly fine, and one of them just randomly spawns in front of my truck and causes me to slow down. So I can see what the game is doing, but I just don't understand the logic behind it. It just seems a bit desperate. And then once you're in the combat, it's like, yeah, fight off the enemies and then fucking shoot the thing where it's golden rather than where it's black, and then, you know, that's it, game over. You know, well, not game over, but you know. But yeah, like I say, I might sort of pivot a little bit, and I'll say to myself, okay, let's always have a weapon on us, and then, you know, as soon as the shit starts to hit the fan, just start fucking blasting everything and just see what the game does, you know? Because I don't know, maybe, you know, because you would get into combat in the first one, and like other players would like come out of the ground and throw you items and stuff, but in this one, I think it just randomly spawns items in the area, which means you have to fucking make your way to them. Whereas, as long as you were sort of moving around and not getting bogged down in the tar, you know, one of your Strand contract friends would throw you items. Not actually them, just an avatar with their name. And I think it would even give them likes for doing so, even though they didn't do anything, but just because you were strand contracted or whatever. But yeah, I've already shot a few things a few times and it didn't fucking get my nipples hard, so I'm not super interested in doing it more. But the game is like, no, you want to be in combat. I'm like, I don't think I do. You know, I'm kind of happy just delivering stuff and like making bridges and roads and monorails and, you know, just dealing with the terrain, usually by just fucking driving my truck everywhere. But yeah. And like I was saying earlier, on that snowy mountain, like the truck hasn't been nerfed. It still seems to be just as agile, apart from when the game doesn't want to let you. And then it suddenly becomes fucking useless. There's no sort of like drop off in between. It's not like you get to some terrain and like, fuck, this is really fucking difficult. You can normally just jump. You can just jump and like hop over basically everything with the truck. But then suddenly, because you're making a delivery to a difficult spot, the game's like, well, actually here, we're just going to turn the truck off for 7 seconds and let it roll backwards down a hill. And you can't gain control of it as a way of balancing it. But without the vehicles, the game would take like 3 times as long. So it's kind of, I shouldn't complain. Shouldn't complain. But you can see how much stuff we can deliver without even sweating, just because of the truck. So pros and cons, I suppose.
Appreciate the help. Just bringing up the orders now. Shouldn't take long. What have we here? This is so much more than we were expecting. Oh, dropping off someone else's stuff.
That was just that little bit there. Yeah, some of them are really hard to 5-star.
You've been a really big help. Anyway, I gotta go. Stay safe out there.
Order completed. Well done.
Cool. So we've got some stuff in the truck for our friend the chronobiologist. We'll pop that on our back. Drive on out to our zip line and use our zip line to get up there and back. Hopefully he might have some deliveries. Ooh. Now, do I want to leave my truck somewhere safe? Because it might be worth, because we've got a zip line. I think we've got a zip line from the chronobiologist up the hill. But everything's in the truck. So maybe rather than using the zip line, we use the truck and drive up there. Just to show you guys and prove that, you know, when there isn't like, you know, a specifically difficult delivery to make, the truck will go up almost anything. It will climb almost anything. But yeah, certain places where they know people are going to try and use the truck, they'll just create this invisible collision box where like the truck just goes, oh no, I've lost traction. It just rolls backwards with no control from the player. Because yeah, we've got some deliveries in here. So let me just check. Up here. We deliver to, oh yeah, it's pretty fucking awkward, isn't it? Deliver to this guy. So there's a zip line here. And then I don't know if we want to continue building zip lines up to this guy, because we've got a zip line here, which means one there. So there's one there. If we can bend one round here and then around here, and then put one outside, or connect to that one. Because it might be worth upgrading this one. Oh, it's fully upgraded. Okay, so 350 meters, it should connect. So yeah, that's actually something I'd like to test, because if I'm trying to connect to one, that's 350 meters away, but it's fully upgraded, does that mean that my one just makes the jump because the jump is, you know, connected to one that's fully upgraded, or do I need to fully upgrade both to get that 350? Because yeah, that would be savage. That would be savage. Right. Oh, fuck it, let's do it on foot. Because yeah, once we're up there, because the Magellan is down in one of these valleys. Oh no, the Magellan's near the Motherhood now, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So it doesn't really matter where the truck ends up. We have got a delivery for this guy. And we have got a delivery for... No, we haven't, okay. So yeah, I don't know whether it's worth extending the zipline network I've made up this valley. Pick up this one, because this one can go up to here, and then we're connected to the rest. So, okay, so yeah, we have to go this way, and it is kind of awkward. So let's do that on foot. Sorry, on zip. So, increased durability. Customizable, increased connection range, and then increased durability. Okay, so that's just chemicals and specialized. So we use those for monorails. So yeah, somebody else can upgrade it if they want. I went through the trouble of building it, so because I did all the legwork to build it, somebody else can do the legwork to upgrade it, you know. And I was thinking this on the break. Imagine, right, if Kojima wanted to be really evil, right? Imagine if, when I build a bridge, somebody else has to build the panels. One person has to build, and you're only allowed to build one bit. So I get to build the bridge, like the foundation, then somebody else builds the first section, then the next section. Less materials, of course, you know, divide the materials required up for the whole bridge. But imagine if each panel was required to be built by somebody else. So you'd need to get at least 6 or 7 people to collaborate. I think you'd see a lot less pointless bridges, and a lot more people sort of, you know, on Reddit saying, you know, if you're in South America, or if you're in, you know, wherever, help me build this bridge or whatever, which is exactly what Kojima wants. Kojima wants us to cooperate. And yeah, it's a really interesting gameplay mechanic, and I wonder if it will be used again, where the actions in one world, you know, one player's world, can affect the world in another. You can't directly, you know, interact with each other. Because yeah, it's crazy. People said, oh, you know, Konami are, you know, getting rid of Kojima because he's washed, and then they come up with this new game mechanic that, like, nobody's ever even heard of before. And it actually turns out to create like a really, really sort of rich community of people, because obviously each video game that's popular has like a community behind it. But the way the community is like, the way the game is like incentivizing supporting each other, it's really fucking clever. Because lots of other games, it's much more sort of transactional. Like if you help somebody, you get some currency. And I know you've got likes in this one, but you know, likes, you know, they don't mean anything. You know, I don't get you know special treatment in this game in terms of physics or difficulty because I've got more likes. I just have more likes. It doesn't actually mean anything. But it is a nice way to show your appreciation for each other and the structures you build to help each other out. But yeah, imagine if, like, you know, building a zip line, I could only build the base and somebody else had to build their arms, then somebody else had to build the fucking wire or whatever.
Hey there. Thanks for stopping by. I'll go ahead and review the orders in the system. How did you manage to handle so many orders at once? Now displaying your current porter grade. Thanks again. And be careful out there, okay?
Order completed. Well done.
Okay. So yes. So yes, there is. Okay, so those shadows are a bit weird. I think those are being calculated by a slightly different camera angle because we're on the take on orders screen instead. So yes, so we would probably want to build a zip line up on this ridge here within 300 meters, and then yeah, just along the ridge line until we can connect with that one down there, because that one down there connects to the one that's up here, and then we're good to go. So we're probably going to want about 4, so I'll make 5. This is just a there and back, so we'll do this one first.
Order accepted. Thank you.
And once again, we'll just be going into BT territory with the truck just to fucking grab everything. Then we'll come back and then we'll make some deliveries to and from up here. Where the fuck does that one go? But yes, annoyingly, people start building zip lines everywhere, and like I say, there's a logic to it. You want to start thinking about the journeys people are going to make, and where those journeys become kind of adjacent for prolonged, and then you want to have one zip line that serves both. And it gets a little bit complicated, but yeah, some people, they want like a zip line dedicated just to one journey from the bottom of one hill to the next. It's like, no, you need to think that if there's a ridge line that runs in between multiple different shelters, you want to build a zip line along that ridge line and then just junction off to go serve those other ones, because that uses less zip lines overall and makes it quicker. See, this one doesn't fucking connect to anything because there's a fucking obstacle there. So can I adjust? If I go into here, am I able to adjust its shape? Because all it needs is a bend. If it had a bend on it, it would go around there. But yeah, annoyingly, that one, which is, I think it might be the one that but no, somebody else's. Okay. Annoyingly, it just, there's a fucking slight obstruction, which is silly because this game allows you to. This game literally allows you to bend the zip lines, and they haven't. So this zip line is kind of fucking worthless, basically, which is stupid, you know, like it's really stupid. And the thing is, part of me wants to dismantle that zip line to get rid of it because it's confusing, but I also feel like maybe the other one might be worth dismantling because you could create another one to connect to it, because that one down there connects to this one. But yeah, because we do have a delivery to make down there. Well, a delivery to collect down there. Ah, there's something for the chronobiologist there as well. Okay. But yes, it is interesting that you can, when you put the zip lines down, they're at level 1. You can't level them up before you put them down, so you get an extra 50 meters connection-wise. But you don't know that until you upgrade it, so you've got to place another one that's 350 meters away, and then upgrade them to make them connect. Which, yeah, I feel like maybe you should be able to fabricate a PCC that's a little bit more expensive, but you get to place a level 3 zipline. Because then you could just work with level 3s, right? But, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Like, for instance, this zip line here, if it was up on top of that ridge up there, it would make a bit more sense, but it works, so. But yes, apologies, chat. Sorry that I'm just fucking moaning. I hope everybody's nice and cozy and having a good day so far. But yeah, giving us the ability to grab cargo with this arm just means that you don't have to get out of the truck. It's just, yeah, it's fucking crazy. It just makes the truck even more fucking overpowered. So how far are we going down? It's right in the water, okay. I suppose we could stop by the Ghost Hunter and see if they've got any missions for us, but yes. I've done this before. What we need to do is hug the coastline or hug the bank of the river. Because otherwise going through there you just get absolutely bombarded with BTs. You get BT'd up the arse and it just becomes a bit of a meme. So yeah, I think as long as I stay on this no, this is the small one, isn't it? If we go over here. Big one.
Gotta stretch my legs.
But yeah, it's fucking crazy to me that like the armor doesn't create a cabin that's protecting Sam. That's a fucking joke. You pay for this extra armor and all it does is just put something on the front. Because yeah, they haven't solved that problem. So the problem is when you're driving a truck in the first game, because it has a cab, you can't see where the Odra deck is pointing. So you can't tell where the BT is when you're in a vehicle, which is, I suppose, fair enough. It seems like a fairly sort of, you know, fair limitation to put on there. However, obviously in this one, they haven't addressed it. You still can't see which way the Odra deck is pointing. It's clicking away like mad. But I feel as if the truck should have one. And when you get in the car, it kind of, you know, Bluetooths to the U and sort of, you know, connects to whatever, so that you can still see where the Odra deck is pointing. Or the Odra deck should sort of like extend itself and sort of stick out of the cab a little bit. But, you know, what do I know? But it's kind of, you know, like I said earlier, that if they're just going to spawn a BT right in front of your truck at the last minute, just to force you into combat, it doesn't really matter, you know, where the Odra deck is pointing. If the game is going to force you to, you know, do combat, it's going to force you to do combat, right?
Snag.
You're mine.
There's a coffin board back there, which is absolutely pog because we need one to get across the water. So let me just check if this guy's got anything of interest for us. Nope. Nope. Right, I'll leave this motherfucker charging up because this for the chronobiologist. Okay, as long as you're not moving full speed, you can pick up items whilst on the hoverboard, coffin board. Oh, careful, Sam. Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Oh, yeah, it doesn't like that. Right, so grab this. Oh, slow down, Sam, slow down. And then we've got a couple of bits over there. Oh, we're fucking full up as well. Oh shit, do I have an auto save from a couple of seconds ago? Because yeah. No. Shit. Okay. Okay, so we've got to go back over here. Over there to get my truck. Dump all this stuff in the truck. Because we can't carry it. Ah, steer, please. Fucking hell, man. Got to dump a bunch of stuff in my truck.
Stretch my legs.
I love you just the way you are. It's crazy when you hear songs from like a completely different continent and you hear like a melody, like a chord progression. You're like, that's really similar. And then you look up the song and you look up the chord progression. You're like, damn, that is very similar. And then you find out that in the West, you know, America, UK and everything, some music was flat out fucking ripped off of like Asian artists and artists from all over like Eastern Europe. Like loads and loads of music. And sometimes it was obviously the starting point there. They evolved it, they took the melody, they did all sorts of other stuff. And it's just like 2 or 3 notes, right? So it's not that bad. Other times, it's the fucking song. They change the pitch and the speed, and they put like a soft bass thump every so often, and that's the same fucking song. And you look at the artist who wrote the song in Asia, and then you look at the person who covered it, you know, without telling anyone it was a cover. And it was at #1 in the UK for fucking God knows, and they made hundreds of millions of dollars from it. And you're like, do you know what? Like, over here in the West, we are fucking terrible. We are absolutely fucking shameless when it comes to taking things from the other side of the world. And it's fucking harsh that this artist just didn't have the distribution power that the mainline artist in the West did. So that song, everybody thinks it's by so and so, but it's not. It's by somebody else. Okay. Right. Apologies, chat. Once again, we do have an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raff and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you'd like to follow without any alerts going off once we're over there, the bot will say so. We don't have any alerts. We don't call them out on the BRB screen. We still appreciate them, but if you want to lurk and stay secret, I also appreciate that as well. I know that sometimes you're not interested in sort of, you know, being in the conversation. You just want to lurk, but you want to follow up for next time. So that's perfectly valid. Don't worry about it at all. I completely understand. So we're going to put this coffin board down here, dump all this stuff in the truck, and I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen, and I'll be back shortly. I can't run. I can, okay. The view from up here is pretty cool. And to be honest, it's pretty mad that there's collision boxes for... Oh. I was literally just about to say, it's pretty mad that there's collision boxes for a bunch of this stuff, because you're never supposed to be up there, but... No. Get out of the way, please. Thank you. Fuck's sake. Whenever I go to a new stream and I'm like, hey, how's it going? Are you enjoying the game? And it just gets completely overlooked. I'm like, I know it's kind of a generic greeting, but I don't know you, you know? What do you want me to say? If I say anything too specific, it's going to be called out as backseating or spoiling. So I'm like, hey, how's it going? Are you enjoying the game? And if they say like, yeah, I'm really enjoying this, I'm really enjoying this, I can say, yeah, I really enjoyed the gunplay and the movement as well, or I really enjoyed the story as well. Goated Quest, welcome in. How's it going? How are you enjoying the game? We got one. We got clean rotten night. This game, man. This game is funny in places. What you saying, game? What you saying? What you saying? What are you saying, game? We don't fucking listen to the rules. We don't obey the rules. We just fucking do what we want. Parkour. Fucking parkour. Oh shit, there's a big one. I never get ads. Brave browser. Oh, okay. Thanks for not contributing to my ad revenue. I'm just kidding. I am kidding. I'm kidding. Avoid ads as much as you can. Do you know the other way you could avoid it? I'm just kidding. I was about to go into a spiel, but no, I won't. I won't. You mean Twitch's ad revenue? Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's kind of true. That is kind of true.
Get out of this campus.
Oh, 15 mil.
I can do it.
Do you mind? Hang on. Can I? Is this a shortcut? See ya. Bye. Oh, shit. Shit. He teleported. He teleported. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, I won't chat shit anymore. I won't chat shit anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. Ha! I fucking bled him in the air. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. So, we've got everything we need. We now need to fuck off and make the delivery. And it does appear that people have tried to just go up here. So, I might follow their example. And see if we can drive to the chronobiologist. Because that's where we're going. So around about here, I think there's a path. Then we'll try and drive up there just for the fucking meme. But yeah, once you've got 6 batteries on the truck, it's just kind of game over. Because we haven't even started to use the actual battery yet. We're using the overcharge, which is the light blue bit on the left of the battery bar down the bottom left of the screen. That light blue bit in the middle of the big blue bit, the light blue bit is the bit we're actually using at the moment. So we're absolutely pinned, wheel spinning up the hill. We kind of need to be going this way, though. You see, there's just this invisible barrier. And the game will not allow you to move forward. Yeah, dudes, they've really fucking overdone it. When it comes to sort of like limiting the truck, like making the truck limited on purpose. Like, I get that it would be too overpowered, but it's insincere, right? It's fake how they've managed to stop you using the truck. And I feel like, you know, I shouldn't be able to drive up any fucking hills at all. Rather than, you know, just driving up the hill and saying, actually, you know, at this point, the truck will stop working. And just, you know, manually forcing that to happen. The truck should just lose traction at the bottom of the hill, because the current situation is you get 2/3 of the way up the hill, and then it's like, well, actually, suddenly you can't drive the truck. It's like, well, why did you let me get up here? You know, why did you let me get all the fucking way up here, and then stop me? Just stop me at the bottom of the hill, you know? Just explain to me that the truck is good, however, it struggles with being on uneven terrain, and therefore, if you try and drive it up hills, it will lose power, and then just do that everywhere. But then it would be fucking useless, so no one would use it. So, you know. Anyway. Ay. So we'll drive down here. I don't even know if I can carry all of the fucking stuff. So I might have to... yeah, I don't know if I can actually carry all of the things that we need to take up to the microbiologist. I don't know if I've actually got the capacity to carry all of it. But yeah, chat, this is the thing. I end up just driving past this because, yeah, Just isn't. No, don't do the rolling thing. Come on. Give me that shit. Nope. Because yeah, I can literally just drive down the coastline and it doesn't get me involved with all the BTs. Yeah, until I've got like a sniper rifle or something that can take them down. Because I might double check, I might have missed. Because there's definitely on the old like connection map, there's definitely like a few places that I've missed. But we seem to have connected like the majority of this area, and I believe this will probably be sort of, you know, a terminal point for this entire section of map, and then maybe, and because I saw a plate gate somewhere. There's also something over here, and also something here. Sorry, there's some weird high-pitched like buzzing noise that keeps coming and going at random intervals. I don't know what it is or who it is, or yeah, but I want it to fucking stop. But you know, oh shit, that road's not very healthy, is it? I might have to fix that. But yeah, I might change over once I've done a few deliveries here. I might change over to building roads and stuff for a little bit. Anyway, we are. Where are we? Down in this valley here. So we've got to go to the right and then see if I can put all of the material that the macrobiologist wants on my back, and I'll just use the zip line. Zip line supremacy. It's just the way. It's just the fucking way to make deliveries. You put the hard work in to make the zip line once, but then you get to fucking benefit from it for like the entire game. And other people get to benefit from it as well, which is really nice, actually. It is really nice knowing that me spending the time to work out the best places for bridges and zip lines and stuff means that the people that come after me can kind of benefit from them a little bit. Right, will all of this lot fit on my back? It will. Cool. Ah, there's two that I can't. Okay, so yeah, we do kind of need to drive up there, but what I could do is I could travel up there. I could offload and then just leave it there outside, and then I could travel down and then back up. But I'll want to save the game first because I don't know how the game's going to respond to that. So I'll do a quick save here. Once again, the game has decided to make it nighttime. And yeah, the game loves being at night. The day-night system, it goes hand in hand with the weather system of the first game. It's a logical evolution. But yeah, it's just the game is a lot less interesting visually at night, and it seems to spend a lot of its time at night. Which is, yeah, a shame. And I think there needs to be a patch where you can adjust the trajectory of a zip line after it's been placed. I think that's something that everybody should be able to do. I should be able to go into a zip line and say, right, now there's 2 or 3 other zip lines that are just out of sight, out of the line of sight. I want you to bend slightly and then you can connect more of them together. Yeah, it'll be fine. But yes, it seems a bit silly, but yeah, like making the journeys easier just makes the game more enjoyable overall. But obviously I feel like you're supposed to struggle with some of them, so I don't know. Obviously you have to make, you normally have to make the first delivery on foot because there's no chiral network coverage. But yeah, I feel like maybe, because yeah, that's one thing I've noticed as well, is that in this one, everybody is like, yeah, hook me up. You make one delivery, the first, they're like, yeah, fucking hook me up, go for it. And then you've immediately got chiral coverage, right? Chiral bandwidth in that area. Which means you can immediately start making the journey back even easier than the journey up there, right? So you only have to struggle on the way there. You only have to really overcome that many challenges on the way there. So what we do is, we go here, and then we go to cargo management. And then we take all of this stuff off. And then circle is and crouch breadcrumbs. Right, and then hopefully, oh, Sam. See, that was fine. I was running over some pipes in the dark. That's fine. Right. Hopefully, there isn't a proximity that automatically loses that cargo. I'm pretty sure I can just leave it there. I'll go and grab the other 2. Track is nearly ruined. What does that even mean? A track is almost ruined. Why do I care about a track? Is it a road or a monorail or a zip line? If they're broken, then I'll fix them. But just a track on the ground, whatever. Excuse me. A track on the ground can't get ruined because the track is ruined, you've ruined the surface by walking there. So the concept of it getting more ruined, excuse me, it's like vinegar. Vinegar doesn't go off because vinegar is something that's gone off already. That's how you make vinegar. So you can have vinegar for months and it's fine. Most vinegars. I'm sure there might be some vinegars that have, some organic material in them that's not supposed to be left for too long. But yeah, primarily. Because yes, I should still have some stuff up there. Because, yeah, I'm worried about the distance. Obviously, I've left 2 of them down here, so... Yeah, all of that's going to get... Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. Got some more stuff for them. Okay. Okay, cool. So that's all for this person. And then everything else is for someone else. Yeah. Cool. So, I think we were going to have to make 2 trips anyway, chat. So actually, I know this is not the most exciting thing in the world, but I think we were going to have to make 2 trips anyway. But yes, hopefully this should be enough to get a star or two out of this guy. But yes, the zipline network is the way to go. Now, when you upgrade a zipline, it says you can get more distance and more durability, but what about more speed? Like, I want to fucking zip. I want to fucking yeet myself along, like, super quick. Because obviously this is way quicker than traveling on land, but it still does feel a bit slow after a while. So how about we get some special alloys and some chiral crystals together and we make these a bit faster somehow? Because now that they bend, I feel like, yeah, now that they bend, you could sort of, you know, get a bit more speed out of them. But yeah, hopefully that stuff's all right. Because I know that if you go too far away from some cargo, I think it might change it so that other people can pick it up and then deliver it for you. Because I think I remember I was going to do a delivery in 2 trips, and then I got sidetracked by something halfway, and then I forgot to do the second half. And then I got a notification saying so-and-so has delivered your cargo. And I was like, what? I don't remember entrusting anything to anybody, but it's because I left some shit just on the floor next to a terminal, so someone just scooped it up and delivered it, and I was like, okay. Down my head. Right, so I should be able to make the whole lot in one go. Yeah. Nothing seems to be too damaged, so this should be a good little haul.
Welcome. I'm glad that you could make it. Let's see how those orders are looking. Wow, this is in flawless condition. I'm impressed. I mean it.
Damn right.
Oh, wow, you found this? What a relief. I was all... I want you to know how grateful I am. I've made great strides in my research, and I owe it all to you.
Ah, okay. So it says cryptobiote roulette, as in, like, you know, and the roulette has been, like, you know, co-opted as that game, Russian roulette, right? In the gambling roulette. But yeah, just something that makes things spin around it. Interesting. So yeah, I need to do some more with the porter. I need to do combat and stealth. But yeah, I need to do some more stealthing.
When you touch this sign, it'll send out a call, summoning cryptobiotes from...
Yeah,
let
cool.
me know how...
Right, what have you got delivery-wise? Yep, we can do that. We can do that. Yeah, and in the process of doing that, we will... so people just walk up there, okay. So... because I've got a zip line to here. Yeah, what if I just walked up this ridge line and put zip lines down? Yeah, let's take on the order first of all before we get confused. That'll go on my back, that's just fine. We want some level 2 PCCs and we want probably 5 of them. 6, 1. Auto arrange the cargo to space it out. So, we have a zip line outside this place. So. And does it go up there?
Why don't you stay here and rest for a
Oh.
while?
Is there not? What? When I get on the zip line, does it disappear? I swear, right there, there is a zip line. I promise you.
Commencing route creation.
Yeah, it's 300. Oh, that's a generator. Holy shit, dudes. The fucking icons need to be a bit more contrasting than this. Like, they're okay on, like, the rest of the map, but up here, they need to change. They need to change color. Because, yeah. I swear, there is a fucking zip line somewhere on this ridge here. For some reason, it won't fucking connect to it. Because I can see it there. I can fucking see it. So, I'm going to climb up here. And hopefully I can snag that one up there. And then connect to that one. And then from there, I think that one... Which I swear it's on this ridge here. But it doesn't seem to exist. There's a ladder there. But yeah, from here, it's got to be somewhere here. But who fucking knows with this game sometimes? Yeah, this looks manageable. Because yeah, I can fucking see it. It's right fucking there. It's right fucking there. Dennis, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. Did I say hello to you earlier? I'm trying to think. Because the thing is, sometimes I'm watching the clips and I see people in chat in the clip. And then I'm like, have I said hello to that person? But it's a clip. So it's from, you know, it's not actually happening right now. And I get confused. So, yes, so I know we can walk this because there's a footpath. And then I can try and climb up this. We can get a couple of zip lines down along this ridge line. And then connect to that one. And that connects up the microbiologist all the way down to here. Cool. Lurked, I streamed, had finished my game today. What game did you play today? What was on the old agenda? What is your gender? My gender. I am a mechanic. Indiana Jones. Oh yes, The Great Circle. That was really good, that game. Not quite Game of the Year, unfortunately, but yeah. I think, you know, if you like the Indiana Jones franchise, if you like the Indiana Jones franchise, fuck yeah, dude. It's so true to the films. It's such a love letter to the films. Color grading, the sense of humor, the writing, Troy Baker's voice work. It's fucking such a love letter to the films. Oh, Fate of Atlantis. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're playing an older one, aren't you? Sorry. I forgot. I done forgot. So how far are we away from that now? That's about 100. Oh, information. 125 meters. Okay, so yeah, we're almost. Yeah, we're about a third away. So I think we should be okay. 157. Okay, so yeah, we're going up quite a lot, but we're not traveling away too much. So yeah, this is what I was hoping, is that we can gain a lot of elevation without too much lateral distance, which is good for zipline logic, because it means that you can get nice and high and exposed to as many different potential angles as possible without really being out of range, because if we're only 300 meters away longitudinally, but we're fucking several hundred feet up because we've just gone up a fucking mountain. So yeah, that's 200, and we're basically almost there. I mean, I was going to go this way, but I've kind of straight lined it, so hopefully we can still climb. But yeah, if that's 200, then yeah, 300 should easily be on this ridge. And then once we're on the ridge, we can just walk up the ridge line, putting them down. We should probably only need 3 or 4, but you know, it's good to have them. And then obviously we can connect to the zip lines that go down to that guy, and then yeah, the mountain's much more connected. I think there's still going to be 1 or 2 people that we need to get to. There's probably a couple more shelters tucked away somewhere on the mountain, but we're doing a good job of connecting everybody. In the first game, in my first playthrough, obviously what I was doing was just fucking making them as I went. Well, I was sort of, you know, doing these difficult deliveries and then being like, oh, I've had enough, and I'd fucking spend some time making a zip line. But obviously in doing so, I spent a lot of time doing deliveries on foot, and I was like, yeah, it's not worth the risk. Actually, a zip line just makes life so much easier, and as a result, started making zip lines between what I considered the most difficult, but eventually was like, this is so fucking good. Sam, stop fucking moving. I'm not fucking moving forwards. Ooh, right, how far are we? 250. Cool. Okay, so yeah, we're nice and close. We're nice and close. But yeah, we just need to get up there, basically. Yeah, Sam loves walking towards edges. I fucking love walking towards edges. Sam. Sam, come on, man. Sam, can you get your shit together, please? We're literally taking tiny little steps, and you're fucking shitting your pants over it. There's like loads of things to climb on. Well, it looks like there should be loads of things to climb on, but you're being such a prick about it. This is the thing, dude. Yeah, the visual geometry is way more complex than the actual geometry you can climb on, and as a result, Sam is like not climbing the way you'd expect them to. Because there's definitely stuff to grab, but you can't see what there is to grab. See, like, it's, yeah, the geometry's been improved, but the underlying geometry that actually, you know, governs what you can climb on hasn't. You know, because, yeah, so there's obviously some geometry mesh modifier that's more advanced in this version than the previous one. Problem being that it means that there's, you know, geometry and like what looks like a mesh that you can climb on, but you can't actually climb that bit. Some bits that look pretty unassuming can be climbed. Oh. See, it's just, there's just shit floating in the air sometimes. It's you just spam square and hope for the best. And I'm going to do a fucking, we're fucking pushing it right now, so I'm going to do a quick save here because I have a horrible feeling the game is about to fucking bite us. Let me just do a quick check on our distance. 306 meters. Okay, so yeah, we do need to go this way a little bit, I think. So it looks like we can climb this, but we can't.
Way too steep.
You see? He says it's way too steep, then immediately climbs. Oh, let's go into this bit here. See? Container ruined? What do you mean? Oh, the container's ruined. Okay, the snow up here is obviously destroying... Oh my goodness. Do you know what? It wouldn't have taken me so long if I could actually see what was climbable, you know? See what I mean, chat? You can sometimes just fucking climb almost anything.
Cargo is nearly ruined, Sam. Proceed with the utmost caution.
Excuse me. Suddenly needed a cough. And I fucking took my fucking my thumb off the fucking joystick. And the game just fucking decided to fucking throw me down the mountain. Excuse me. This is why I did a quick save, because I knew it was going to try and fuck me at some point. So, we're getting too far away from the fucking zip line as well. Because that is 306. Okay, there's a bushfire, but whatever. So I think we kind of want to go this way. See how sometimes it's so easy, like it's comically easy to climb, but other times it's basically impossible. Right, so how far away are we from that now? So that's 324 meters. Shit. Sam, come on. Sam, please, just take a step. You need to start running straight away, my dude, please. 390. Oh, how are we... What I don't understand, right, is if I zoom out and show you guys, right, this is basically straight. And we were moving, we were like 220, 230, and then we had like literally another 10 meters, and now we're 350 meters away. I don't get that. This zip line here might be a better choice. So yeah, apologies, chat. It's just, yeah, sorry, the game has been pretty fucking awkward today. It has been pretty fucking awkward. We've been trying to do all sorts of stuff. So how far away was that? Delivered to the arc? That was ages ago. No, it wasn't. That was 16 minutes ago. You see, there are some directions it just doesn't resist him at all. The game's just like, yeah, go for it. You know, go rock climbing if you want. Cool, love it. But then other times,
Try not to fall now.
Other times, it's like, are you serious? Oh, fuck me. It's like, are you serious? Are you trying to climb this? Yeah, this is the thing. Like, that didn't look normal either. That didn't look right. So I don't think the geometry for that particular part of the map is particularly well optimized, unfortunately. I'm not losing my balance. Come on. So I didn't get any warning. I was just walking along. Sam, just stand up. I'm sorry, gang. I'm sorry. It takes control away from the player for like 10 seconds, and you're like, what are we doing here? Like, I can't fight it. I can't grip for balance. I can't slow down. Gripping for balance, all it does is just make the noise. It just makes the fucking, it just makes the stamina going down noise. You know, and I'm like, well, you know, like, what do you want me to do? You know, You've forced Sam to fall over because you felt like it, and now you're not giving me an option to fight or regain my balance or anything. You know. So I don't know why the game's like that, you know. I'm gripping for balance. I'm not walking too quickly. I just fall, you know. Just keep on keeping on, brother. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying. Welcome in, Emerald Sword. Good to see you, dude. But yeah, I feel like it just, you know, it artificially creates those moments rather than them being sort of more organic accidents on behalf of the player. In the first one, if you took the piss, you're going to fall over. So you learn to not take the piss. But in this one, I've been able to fucking run over some of the most uneven terrain, and it's been absolutely fine. But then walking down a hill slowly like this, my stamina is not draining. It's not making the warning sound. You know, I'm not particularly fatigued. You know, I seem to be mostly okay. But I just randomly fall over. And yeah, I don't know what the fucking deal with that is. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think they've pushed it a bit too far. I think they've taken it a little bit too far with trying to make the, you know. I think they've taken it too far. It's just, you know, the game is literally forcing me into making a mistake, and I'm not sure if I'm down with that. It feels pretty artificial. Anyway, so I'm going to recycle these fucking boots because these boots just got fucked. No. Recycle the thing I want to recycle, please. Now I'm going to fabricate some more. Cool. So, I'm going to do a save down here. And then, yeah, I'm going to walk up to that zip line and see what the fucking problem is, because there's a zip line right here. So you should be able to grab that one. But yeah, it just seems to me like the game is just, if you maneuver around on terrain where there's a risk and you navigate it carefully, after a certain amount of time the game is like, no, you're going to fall. And it's not organic, it's not an actual genuine loss of balance, it's just manufacturing it. And it's like, yes, I know that there are various different kinds of, you know, invisible status bars that you can't see that are representing my balance and equilibrium and sort of footing and everything. And obviously if those bars fill up too much, you fall over. Makes sense, fine. What I don't like is when I'm gripping for balance, I'm walking like this, and then suddenly he's like, whoa, just out of the blue. And I'm like, that's not fair, dude. That you didn't show me that what I was walking on was that uneven, you know. If I was walking along like this, perfectly fine, and then suddenly you decide to make it yellow rather than red or blue, without really communicating that by being able to see the damn ground because it's snowy. But it's the challenge of the area, I suppose. But yeah, it's just, it feels very artificial, and it didn't feel artificial in the first one. In the first one, it was like, okay, this is uneven, I need to be super careful, and I was only making micro adjustments with the joystick, and I would navigate, you know, uneven terrain. And then when I was on flat ground, I'd start running, you know. But yeah, in this one, doesn't seem to matter what terrain you're on, doesn't seem to matter what, you know, what kind of balance you've got, you just fucking randomly fall over. And yeah. But yes, when Indiana Jones came out, people were like, oh yeah, it's game of the year. And I was like, it's really good, but I don't know, it hasn't you know, it hasn't done anything new. It's just a very faithful recreation of something we already know about. So it's obviously tied to a very, very popular IP, which does give it a lot of popularity for free, right? But then, you know, Clair Obscur came out, and I was like, damn, this is Game of the Year. It's so fucking good in so many different ways. Yeah, I might end up disassembling that zip line and making a new one, because yeah, it's clearly not connecting to the macrobiologist, which means it's kind of dead to me, because I want to connect the macrobiologist to the network we've already built, which is why I really wanted to be on that fucking ridgeline. I mean, maybe it'll be easier to make one on the way back, and then we can disassemble the ones we make here. But yeah, getting up there and getting on the ridgeline was a pain in the fucking ass. Okay, so the terrain that we were walking on that was absolutely fine a couple of seconds ago is now suddenly going to drain my stamina. And then it's not. So this is yellow. This should be draining my stamina. Now it is. Even though it's still yellow. So yeah, what is the fucking deal with this zip line? I think it might be just out of range, or the person that made it didn't put a bend on it. It was very foolish of them. And I ain't taking any fucking risks. In fact, you can have a quick save right there. And again, I'm getting little notifications on the left telling me about people I don't know donating materials or, you know, repairing things built by people I don't know. And I'm just like, why are you bombarding me with all this information that ultimately isn't that important? And I don't know if there's a notification setting somewhere. I like to watch Indiana Jones game a bit more than Clair Obscur because the music and the beautiful game I got lost in fights. I don't like it really. Not my game style. Yeah, and you know, turn-based combat isn't for everybody. I completely understand that. But there are people out there genuinely trying to hate on it and say that, you know, it's bad because it's turn-based, and it's like, you are literally so fucking tone-deaf, and like, you're literally exposing how fucking, like, you know, narrow-minded you are about video games. So yeah. Why can this one not connect? Because, yeah, it can connect to that one. Out of range. It's 380 meters. It's out of range. But there's one over there that's 200 and... There's one there. This is the weird thing, chat, is that there's, like, a random assortment of fucking zip lines. So... Yeah, it's just out of range of this one. So if we were to make another one, that was a little bit better positioned, somewhere like here, it would connect. If we were to make one around about here, or maybe where that shelter is, just there, that would connect them up. So we only need to use one, and we need to put it about here. And we'll do that on the way back. Because right now, I just want to get up and get to fucking delivering this fucking stuff before I damage it. But never hate a game, only like it less, or and don't play it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this is the thing. Yeah, people see a game becoming popular, and you know, I think that they feel some pressure that they should be playing it. Yeah, we're above the clouds because it's daylight. Okay. There's that zip line that we placed all the way up on the top there, which means it's in line of sight all the way along here. But yeah, people are like, it's turn-based, so I played it for a little bit and then I just turned it off because it's bad. And I was like, dude, like, you know, like I don't play a lot of turn-based games at all, you know, like at all. But even I played it and was like, damn, this makes me want to play more turn-based games. Now, this one isn't in line of sight either. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, what I'm trying to do here, chat, is I'm trying to create those networks that link together, because so have we got one? I think we've got a zip line along here somewhere. So there's a bridge there that's kind of pointless. Climbing anchor there, which is kind of pointless. Where did we put? So there's a zip line there, and yeah, that zip line is part of a network we've already met. Oh yeah, there's one here. So there's one here on the other side of there, I think. So yeah, realistically, we want to be connecting to that. Do you know what, dudes? It's I really want to dismantle that because it is actually genuinely getting in the way. It is genuinely getting in the way of my photo, but also I want to put another one of these up here because I'm hoping that is... Oh, hang on. So I'm going to create a clip because my phone's going off now. I've just stopped it. So I'm going to create a clip there because I want to hear if this shock mount I got for my mic actually mutes that. So that 200, yeah. So we should be able to reach it. So yeah, we should be able to reach it. So yeah, this zip line kind of needs to go, I think, because it doesn't. Okay. Well, let's see if we can utilize it. Let's see if we can utilize it. So I want to get this picture though. This is this game, dudes. Absolute cinema, dudes. Right, so. Because, yeah, that one connects to that one down there. So it's literally just about, once we're back down there, it's about making one that connects these two. So we need to connect these two to the one that are over there, the ones that are over there. So we need to go this way, slowly. Oh, shit. And then down the ridgeline. There's a zip line down there for some reason. But yeah, you can see how, like, now, like, this is the sort of stuff I would be expecting the game to be like, whoa, don't run too quickly. But you can literally just hold forward and Sam will just fucking run over all this uneven stuff and occasionally drop off a ledge and do a little bit of damage to his boots. But other than that, it just doesn't really care. Controls. Yeah. Oh, that one's just out of range. I can just do this. Oh, this fucking chiral bridge is in the way. Oh, do you know what? I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this, but yeah, I know you mean well, but I'm sorry. Yeah. We can actually pick up that one, which is pretty close by. So yeah, I'm sorry, mate, but yeah. Apologies, but yeah. Oh, Sam, stop. Right, so we just change. That one's too far away. That one's too far away. That connects to that one over there. That's, yeah, so that's 3. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. That's 1, 2, 3. So that's 4 out of 5, and that one's just out of range. So there's just, yeah, I think that's a pretty good zip line, I think. That's pretty good. So, yeah. That connects to most of them that we want. Because we should now be able to zoom all the way along to here. Oh, look at this though, chat. Yes. Look at this fucking game, dudes. This then connects us to all of these people up here. We can make these deliveries and then head back, connect up that last one. I might delete one of them. I might delete a couple of them because there's a few of them that are a bit misleading. But we'll delete the ones that don't, you know, matter. I'll deliberately go to the ones that don't connect to anything and then I'll delete them because, yeah, I don't like deleting other people's structures, but also I need to have some sort of sense of order where I know where I'm going. For instance, the Magellan isn't there now, so I might delete that one, you know, and I might delete that bridge and just get rid of all the shit that kind of, because the thing is, in photo mode, the fact that you can't turn off structures, I think that, yeah, I think you should be able to turn off structures in photo mode. Is that not an obstruction? Okay. I think you should be able to turn off structures in photo mode because the amount of times I've had a really cool photo on the cards. Oh my god, look at the moon, dudes. Look at the moon. When you are the moon, the best for you can be is a full moon. The moon. Does anybody get that reference? But yeah, GG's Kojima. I must admit, the environment is not quite as compelling to start with, but yeah. Look at this. Take a fucking look at this.
Somebody lend me a hand.
Holy fuck, dudes, this is so awkward. This is so fucking awkward. I don't know how people do this. Right, excuse me, chat. Sorry, the game is so fucking beautiful. Never hate on a game only less than don't like. Yeah, exactly. You'd have to play it. But yeah, people see a game gaining traction and they don't like it. And it forces them to confront the notion that their taste is not quite as mainstream or as accepted as they'd like. And yeah, that bugs some people, which is a shame. Music and art is out of every level. Absolutely beautiful, but the fights just did not enjoy. Yeah, it's fair enough. I would play Death Stranding 4 times before I play Clear Obscure, to be fair. Fair enough. Played Final Fantasy when they came out here, but never touched it again. A lot of games, lots of real-time strategy games this time. Really much good thing. We all will fire games we like and enjoy. Put my soup up on the flame. BRB, I put my soup on the flame. Sorry, dudes, I'm trying to fucking read, but this long COVID stuff, it makes it so difficult to fucking read sometimes.
Try to be careful. Hope we can chat again some.
Potato soup is still cooking. I've got some fucking soup in the fridge. I had it yesterday and it was really fucking nice, so I got another one today. Right, so let's use our zip lines to damn it.
You're a lifesaver.
Excuse me. But yeah, the game is, like, visually, I think I'd have to say the one thing the visual variety that this one adds is that, yeah, you get scenes like this, you know, where you just it's just fucking art. But yes, is there a button to reset everything? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I need to remember that because I make slight adjustments on some photos because the camera needs to be rolled slightly. But cool. So let's clear my throat. So let's go and go back down this zip line back to the macrobiologist, figure out where we need to put that next zip line, and then that connects this place to this place, that place down there to this one. This one's connected to that one, so we can get all over this mountain. We can get all up in this motherfucker. See, some motherfucker's built a tower right where I need to fucking zip. Thankfully, it hasn't fucking stopped me from traveling, but yeah, if it did, it's getting deleted. But yeah, look at this, chap. I mean, there's absolutely no way the moon could be that big, you know. I know you get a super moon, but that's taking the fucking piss. But I mean, maybe it can. Maybe there are parts of the world where that's possible. Because yeah, that'll take us down to that guy down there, which is good. All we got to do is connect this one to the one down there, and then we're good to go. sorry, dudes. The photo mode is too good. It's got some limitations which are kind of annoying. But yeah, it is such a visually pleasing game. Although the moon does distort, it changes shape based on the perspective, because it's obviously a skybox, and as I angle the camera, it shouldn't do that. It should be a physical object. There's one way you could get around that. Rather than making the moon part of like the skybox, you make the skybox, but then you make the moon a floating object that always stays, you know, perspective correct no matter how you angle the camera, and that'll make it feel way more legitimate. So we can get down to this one. And then, yeah, we just need to build one about there. That one over there can fuck off, because that one's just out of range. So I don't know if there's a way, because that's only 158 meters. This is the silly thing, is I feel as if we should be able to build one somewhere on this rocky wall here that catches that one but still catches that one. So that's what we'll try and do. So I want to be put down this way, please. Because, yeah, between where we just came from, this one and this one, somewhere in the middle here, we should be able to build one, and that will completely remove the necessity for this one here. So I think if I get a marker there, if we build one there, it should reach to that one, and it should connect to that one. Then we go up here, and then we're basically on the ridgeline, which is what we wanted to do in the first place. So cool, that's what we'll do. So we'll head down. I've got no one way to get down, and then we head this way. So there's this random strip of yellow just in the middle of the fucking blue that'll make you trip over. Oh, actually it goes on quite a bit, excuse me. Oh, it's too steep. Oh, you motherfucker. You actual motherfucker. You actual motherfucker. Because this is all yellow, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, change your plan. We build one over there. It should basically achieve the same thing. And there's also some cargo there for the chronobiology, so we'll go and grab that. But yes, I got some soup. I don't know what the fuck it was called, but it's in Sainsbury's. It's like chicken in a jar or something. And it's got like some lentils, it's got some chickpeas in there, it's got some chicken in there. It's a nice tomatoey soup with a nice stone-baked baguette. Chopped it up into pieces. Just, yeah, I got some diced chorizo, and I chucked that in there. 2 of the little boxes you get, 2 of those. Chuck it into a saucepan and just, you know, just simmer it for about 5-10 minutes just to get all the flavors and to cook the chorizo a little bit. And then, yeah, just chucked it in a bowl and just scooped it out with the bread. It was absolutely fucking delicious. So I think I might start doing that more often, because it's probably a pretty healthy meal overall. Sausages, potatoes, carrots, roots, and some greens. That sounds fucking delicious as well. Because, yes, as long as you've got the right kind of sausages that don't fall apart, you get sausages that have got like a bit of spring. Like, because pork should really, you know, minced pork inside sausages and stuff it should really have a bit of a springiness to it with certain sausages. Oh my god, there's this game. I know it's just the moon, but it's so clever because the moon is almost always interesting to look at, right? So yeah. Right, we'll get these bits, build a zip line here, and then we're good. We've made significant progress. Cook myself, yes, glad to hear it, dude. Because one thing I've done is I've got cheap supermarket sausages because they have that kind of springiness to them. That's kind of nice. I've cooked them in the oven so that I haven't sort of blasted them too much from one side. I've just put them on like a grill thing, right? So I've kind of cooked them. I have like tin foil in the grill that helps bounce the heat back off, and also it stops the fat sticking to the pan. Not all of it, but some of it. But I digress again. But yeah, in the oven for the right amount of time, so they're perfectly brown and round all the way round. And then I cut them once they're cold and chuck them in some soup. And yeah, because they don't start to cook again, they just warm up, but they're still kind of firm from being in the fridge. Yeah, it's a good texture. But it's a lot of effort to make a soup. But the thing is, when I was trying to lose weight, which I'm trying to do again actually, which is one of the reasons why I'm looking at soups I can eat, because yeah, soup, it's warm, it fills me up to a certain degree. It's cheap, it's easy to make. So yeah, I did rely a lot on soup when I was trying to lose weight. So I'm looking for soups to try and lose weight again, because yeah, it doesn't seem like the doctors are going to figure out what's wrong with me. So my activity levels can't go back to normal, and it's been a year and a half now, so I'm not going to get my activity levels back to normal again, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to adjust my diet, basically, which is annoying because my diet was already kind of adjusted for working from home. I'd already kind of cut back on a lot of things because I was working from home. But, c'est la vie. Is that just out of range? Yeah. Oh, there's an obstacle. Okay, so that connects all three. Cool. So what is... Oh, yeah, that one's down there. Okay, cool. So...
Drink something, dumbass.
Yeah, all right. Just get this built.
Done and dusted.
Construction process now complete.
Right, so now we should be good to go. This should be good for me and everyone else that wants to come up here. This should take us almost all the way we want to go. Oh shit, I probably want to go the other way, to be honest, but never mind. And what this means is I might be able to place another zip line that's in a slightly better position, because it's nice to have the zip line right outside the prepper's door, shelter's door. So oh no, it's 330, but there's an obstacle. Okay, that's a shame. But we can go to that one and then go along the zip line. Cool. Okay, cool. So we can also go to that one if we want for some reason. We'll go there. But yeah, dudes. And the silly thing is, right, when I take screenshots in this game, they end up, right? They end up in the media place, right? They end up in my captures section, right? But they're all here. Holy fuck, I've taken a lot of pictures. But they're not shared, they don't get shared to the app. I have to, like, select them. I have to do, like, you know, select, and then I have to select, and you can only select 4 at once. I can't select, like, let's say, all of them and then share them to the app. I can only share when I've got 4 selected. If I select 5, it takes away the option. But I need to share them to the app. I don't even know if I could do... Yeah, there's something strange about them. The way that the picture that it takes, it doesn't share to the app automatically, which is kind of annoying, to be honest. I don't know how or why that limitation came about, but it's annoying because I take a bunch of pictures and then I want to share them on Instagram, but I have to turn my console on to share them to my fucking phone, to download them from the app on my phone to my picture to my photo section to then be able to share them. And it's, yeah, they're really good for go lives and they're good for sharing on Instagram, because apparently sharing one reel a day for the last year and a half, that's not enough. I have to share 2 posts as well as 1 reel a day, which is fucking bonkers. It's not as if I'm not giving them a bit of content every day and they're still asking for more, but you know, the algorithm is the algorithm, right? But yeah, I want to start posting screenshots. But I need to remember to put a tag on there, because if you put a tag on there, Sony and Kojima, they go through the tag and they look at all the things, and occasionally they like one. And if I got a like from Kojima on one of my photographs in the game, I'd be that much more complete. Soup is so hot now I can wait. Yes, well, yeah, this is yeah, it's like pizza. You know, pizza and soup, right? They're really quick to make, but you have to wait for them to cool down, otherwise you burn the fuck out of your mouth. And it's really annoying in restaurants. They don't serve food at a good temperature. The food comes out fucking roasting hot. And one time, the worst that's ever happened to me in that scenario was, it was a soup for a starter. The soup came out, and I swear to God, this soup was like probably about 90 degrees. It was almost boiling, right? It was fucking steaming hot. And I sort of stirred it about, and I got a spoonful, and I put a spoonful in my mouth and was like, And they were like, "You okay?" I was like, "That's just burnt the inside of my mouth, like really badly." And they were like, "I'm sorry, is it too hot?" And I was like, "I tell you what, I don't want that back. Put your finger in that." And the waiter was like, "My apologies, sir." And he got the towel, put the towel underneath it, went to the kitchen, and I heard a raised voice briefly. And they came out with some more soup, and I was like, "You know what? It's not just the temperature of the soup, because I've just burnt my mouth. I'm not going to be able to taste anything for this entire meal. I want to have the meal because I need to eat, and I'm here now, and I need to eat something, and I want to talk to my friends. But no matter what they've done with the food, I won't be able to taste it, and I won't be able to taste anything tomorrow morning, or the day after, or the day after." And I was like, "Please tell your kitchen staff, I know it's tempting to chuck the soup in the microwave, but you need to not fucking forget it's in there at 2000 watts for like 90 seconds, because it will come out like supernova hot and burn the living shit out of someone's tongue, and then they won't be able to taste anything. And if they can't taste anything, what's the fucking point in paying for restaurant food, you know?" It's just... Anyway, it'd be what it be, and it is what it is. But yeah, I was like, damn, dude, like that's, you know, that's really bad. You know, I'm sorry, but that's actually really terrible. Where is our truck? We've left our truck somewhere down the bottom of the macrobiotics, haven't we? We've left our truck. Yeah. Oh, our fucking durability's fucked. Is that mine? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. So we need to get back down so we can test out our network, because this one should connect us back down, but it should also connect us up there. So we need to go to our truck.
How you been holding up?
Oh, I almost couldn't take a picture. There's a monorail in the sky. Okay. I don't want to sit in the snow. I know Sam's fucking beat. But yes, what time is it? Do we get a time of day anywhere? Okay, so it's night time going into morning, I think. Sleeping on the job. I would do always the opposite. Would post less, so more they would ask for. Do you know what? I wish that was the case, Dennis. I wish that, you know, I could spend a bit of time putting together really nice photos of video games and share 1 or 2 a week. But nah. Unfortunately, the algorithms, they want 1 post a day. They want 1 reel a day plus 2 posts, it's suggested. Because at first I was like, do you know what? I'm never going to be able to share, like, you know, enough clips to sort of, because the algorithm, you want to post daily, right? And some people post twice daily. And I think that's a bit much. So I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I've just started clipping almost everything. Why can I not? Oh, it's this fucking, this one. Yeah. I might just say, I might disassemble that one because it's leading me on a fucking wild goose chase sometimes. But yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I've just started clipping everything, and you know, people have been very polite. They've said, you know, they said they enjoy the clips, you know, and I've created a command on the BRB screen. If you guys wanted to play words, you could play words on the BRB screen if you want, because words is quite popular, right? But people just seem to be happy just chilling out watching the clips, and so if people like the clips, then yeah. But I know I do clip a lot, but you know, that's how it works, you know. Yeah, this one, it's down to the ghost hunter, so I feel like, oh, maybe we should leave it. But yeah, this one, this one, which is in the fucking thick of it, that's a bit of a strange one. I like when I catch a pun from me. Well, yeah, you say that. I did actually make one the other day. I did make one the other day. Where is it? And I suppose I should give you the link, to be honest. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. For a second there, I thought it had just created like 50 clips. But no, these are all the ones I made before. Where was it? Grab the link for this. And then say hello to everybody on YouTube. Thank you for hanging out in the YouTube gang. I should be able to watch and then that. But yes, thank you for the clip. Thank you for the clip, Dennis. I appreciate that. Because yeah, oh my god, look at this, dudes. Goodness. You kidding me? Are you kidding me, game? Lama, welcome in, salam alot. Very Amblin entertainment. Yes, it's yeah. There's kind of like that when E.T. was like the most popular film in the entire world. Was it? Is that Amblin Entertainment? Is that Amblin? I can't fucking say those fucking vowels. Excuse me. Amblin Entertainment. Amblin Entertainment. Amblin Entertainment. Amblin Entertainment. Is that Amblin Entertainment? I think it sounds familiar, that name. But yeah, the ET pedaling across the moon, it's just, yeah. And I think maybe that's why they may have done that. The little ET motif. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Excuse me, sorry, I was having a bit of a moment there. Welcome in, dude. It's good to see you. Happy Saturday. What are you staring at, cat? I think you've had everything today. I think we've done all your different kinds of food that you get. So, let's jump down. Right, this truck is absolutely fucked. So, we're going to go and put this truck in for repairs because it's fucked. That's going to there. So, we'll put those in there. Means we've got those for that guy, which is good. Everything else in here is for... oh, hang on. That needs to go on our back as well. And then we've got some stuff to entrust. Cool. But yeah, dudes, look at this. I mean, the moon could never really be that big, but I'm not arguing. But yes, I think we'll go back. I'm going to repair our car and I'm going to rest as well because Sam has like doubled over a couple of times now. Really need to get back into Death Stranding. Yeah, it's a slow burn. It's a very slow burn, but I think that there are moments where you're just moving from A to B in the first game. You're moving from A to B and a little bit of music fades in and you know where you're going. You can see your destination in the distance. It's just very far away. And you're just making your way from A to B, and there's just this sense of calm and this kind of meditative, like just peacefulness around you. And yeah, it's just don't get me wrong, this game is fucking unbelievably beautiful. And I think that the environment in this one is more varied and has more beautiful scenery in places, but I do miss the art design, the art direction of the first game a little bit. But this is winning me over. It is incredibly pretty in places. What was ET short for? So he can fit into the spaceship. Yeah. What was ET short for? We didn't have any legs, did he? That was a fucking good one. But what's ET short for? Extraterrestrial? No, it's because he's got no fucking legs. Fucking hell. I love jokes like that. I've got a couple of them saved up. I need to send them to Krill. Where did he go home? He got the phone bill. Yeah.
Patched up and good to go.
Right, let's go rest in a private room. So, we haven't been to a private room that wasn't the Magellan for a little while, so I want to double check, because I think there's a trophy for changing the picture enough times. Oh, I need to do some chest stretches. Sleep till evening. The decision I make every day. No. Oh, that fucking, that's some pretty nasty, that's some pretty nasty frostbite. Can make bicycles, exactly, you can fly, right? So. Cook a big pot of chickpeas, always perfect to froze, and add soups and sauces. Yeah, by all means, yeah. One thing, this is a very middle-aged man purchase, but at some point in the future, I would like to own like a proper double fridge freezer, like a proper chest fridge freezer. And part of me wants to say, you know, I don't need a double chest, like a proper, like, you know, 1.2, 1.3 meter wide by, you know, 2/3 of a meter deep. I don't need like I don't need a 2.5 by 6 foot freezer, chest freezer. But being able to do one shop, like a carload's full of food that's frozen, and then just go and grab stuff, I feel like it would make life easier, because I've got electricity in my garage, so I could have it down there.
Apropos,
and then
no matter what misfortune may befall him, that adventurer is going to keep exploring the continent. I just know it. Is it the primal calling that compels him to make these journeys? Or perhaps he's become addicted to the thrills that come with experiencing the unknown. Regardless of his motivation, when I see how distressed his son is, I want to do what I can to get him home safe. Sam, about that ghost mech we saw carrying what appeared to be a coffin on its back. I wonder if that coffin was somehow connected to the beach. I distinctly felt the presence of the dead from within its armor. If you could deal a blow powerful enough to bypass its defenses, it might be enough to stop it in its tracks. Failing that, you could always concentrate your attacks on a single location on its body.
Hey, these are my pictures from Death Stranding 1. Think. Are these? No, these. I don't know, maybe these are everyone. Maybe these. Yeah, maybe these are included. But yeah, I did have some pictures from Death Stranding 1, but I think they're on a hard drive that's no longer functioning inside of a console somewhere. So yeah. But yeah, I don't think I can change it. I think. There's a picture of the cat. And there's the Junji Ito. Oh god. And the artist as well. The cat is just nibbling. Look at this. There's pictures of the cat. I think that's the one, dudes. Oh, come on, man. Why would you start me all the way down there, not on the one I just selected? Right, and we'll sleep till morning. Even though the moon is so fucking beautiful. But he still get upset if we stare straight at his groin. This is for science, chat. Please don't misunderstand me. I would never normally stare at somebody's groin, I promise. But no, I don't think he's going to do anything. Right, so... yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, we pull. Off we go. Must not goon. Yeah. You have to fucking age verify to stare at Sam's groin in the fucking game. Because I wonder if it's going to happen with Twitch, dude. I wonder if people accessing Twitch are going to fucking have to be, you know, asked to verify their age. But, you know, I'm fairly certain, based on the amount of information I had to provide as a streamer, you know, all my payment details and my address and everything, I think I had to submit something ID-wise to prove I'm a real person. So, yeah, I don't think I should have to prove my age on Twitch, but yeah. So we've got a couple deliveries for those people up there. So all of this lot, apart from these guys, I think. Because
I'm Sam.
hang on. I'm going to put the truck away because yeah. But yeah, the lighting is the lighting is subtly, but better. It is better in this one. And yeah, it's only really, I mean, I've managed to take some really nice photos, but yeah, the photo mode has some limitations that are kind of a heartbreaker. Because right, so let me go into the cargo management. Because, yeah, they're 5-starred already, as are they, and them. Don't know about this guy. This guy isn't. Pretty sure all of these I can entrust to somebody else. Cool. So that means I've now only got some stuff in here, which is for various different people. The thing is, it doesn't really tell me whereabouts. Is East Distribution Center, is that not right next to where we are? That's East Fort Knott. Okay, so this will be the East Distribution Center. No, it can't be because I should have fucking unlocked them. Yeah, here it is. So we need to get to there. And I think the best way to get to there, we might have to build a zipline network to get down to this guy. However, we did have zip lines from here that go up, up and away. So I think we might have an order for the adventurer anyway. But if not, I hope that that one and that one, because that's 3,565. Oh, that's like 500 meters, 40 something. So that would be, well, yeah, it's over 400 meters. Yeah, fuck it. So I think we're going up to the macrobiologist anyway. So we could put all that stuff on our back. And then we could do that. We could go over there and try and do most of that on foot. Because I don't want to leave the fucking... I don't want to leave my fucking truck somewhere. We could put another... Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, I know it sounds silly, but yeah. That way I don't have to... Yeah, okay, we'll do that. We've still only got... level 2. Device for boosting vehicles jump power and softening the impact. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to do one of them. Or two of them. So the armor is already on there. Yeah, okay, cool. So we'll do that. Black on black does look kind of sick, I'm not going to lie. Right, so inside the truck, I think we've just got materials, right? Yeah, okay. Pop those in there. Pop the truck away into the old garage. And then we'll do a couple of bits and pieces on foot, because I think that would be a nice way to soak up some atmosphere, I think. And we've got 13 minutes till the next ad, so plenty of time. Quick save, because I might regret this decision and want my truck back. But yeah, on we go. Our batteries stay fully charged, so we may as well run this. But yes, it's definitely got, again, I don't like criticizing video games as much as I do, dudes, but yeah. Like the moon coming out and looking all sort of pretty and everything, it does feel a bit, you know, deliberate. It's not like, you know, it's not just like, damn, this is just naturally kind of beautiful. It does feel a little bit manufactured. It's still really impactful and beautiful. But yeah, I feel as if it's kind of like, of course, you know, of course people are going to be blown away by that. But yeah, it feels, you know, feels a little bit inauthentic. Still beautiful, but obviously it feels a little bit kind of, you know, manufactured, which takes away a little bit. But I don't want to bitch and moan at all, really. But I just do because I'm a fucking miserable old English man. But yeah. The moon was like silly big, like silly big. But yeah, the monorail in the sky, that is kind of interesting. Watch Trivia Tricks game on stream. Not sure it's bad or good. Trivia Tricks. Okay, because, I mean, yeah, you can do quizzes on stream, right? Doing a quiz on stream is pretty... but at the moment, it's becoming apparent to me that my schedule might not line up with everyone else's, because lots of people don't seem to be able to make it to stream as much anymore. So getting things organised so that everyone can be there on the same day, it's just something I'm a little bit sort of tentative to think about at the moment. 8 players, yeah, trying to get 8 people to commit to a co-op game. Bad enough just getting 3 people for oh my god. The fuck is it called? Repo, that's the one. You know, I forgot what Repo was called for a second then. Excuse me. I need my controller to be plugged in. We've been streaming for so long, chat. Controller has had enough. Yes, I might need to put this controller charger somewhere else. No. Oh, I think you just fucking mugged me off and didn't. Come on. See, this is me, like, being all fucking anal retentive and fucking making sure I place the zip lines exactly 250 or more meters away so I don't waste them. But yeah, this is the way to do it, chat. It takes so long to walk up the mountains that, yeah, this is definitely the way to do it. Because, yeah, I know there'll be people making fucking ladders and climbing anchors and stuff, but yeah, I'm sorry, the technology exists. It's just, yeah. Here it is. What do you mean? So there was something down here for the aeronautical engineer. So we need to go and grab that. Yeah, there it is. Need to go and grab that real quick.
Wait, Sam, you've just dropped some of your cargo.
Sam, fuck's it just, yeah. So it was my fault that we started sliding. I definitely was running downhill. That was my fault. Fuck me, does it milk it, dudes. I was sliding down like, yeah. Oh, fuck off. I should have created an autosave. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, I was running downhill for ages, and then, yeah, I tripped up. It was my fault. But then you try and regain your balance, and the game's just like, yeah, all right then, mate. That's not how this works. So yeah, I feel like you get punished a lot more for losing your footing, which is, again, another reason why I end up using the truck and the zip lines and stuff so much, is because it's a known, better the devil you know than the one you don't. I can't seem to, I mean, maybe it was just as bad in the first game, but by the time I built zip lines and roads everywhere, it just didn't, I just didn't come across it. But yeah, I feel as if this one is, is trying to sort of force you into tripping over on purpose to sort of, make the game seem a bit more difficult, which is a bit funny, to be honest, but. Hydration recommended. You say so, buddy. But yes, I think also, because I'm streaming the game this time, this is one thing I need to admit to myself, is that I am pressuring myself to get everything right the first time, because I already tend to take my time with games, because as you guys know, I like to get a good grip and a good understanding of a game, because playing through a video game and not feeling anything is like, yeah, to me it's like, oh damn, did I miss the point? Was there something I wasn't understanding? Sometimes the game just doesn't have, sometimes the writing just isn't that deep, but yeah, I sometimes worry that I don't give games my full attention, so I tend to take my time a little bit. That means that I also feel like, because I'm taking my time, I shouldn't make mistakes and I shouldn't repeat gameplay, because I want to make sure I'm not wasting your guys' time, because yeah, you guys mean a lot to me and I don't want to waste your time. Time is fucking precious, and the fact that you guys are generous enough to give me some of it is very much appreciated, so the least I can do is try and not waste time repeating the same fucking things over and over again, even though I definitely do that. So yeah, there's one down there that I want to fucking, probably going to delete at some point. Yeah, I think maybe that one could be over there. Yeah, this is somebody else's, so maybe we could put a, one over there. You could not waste my time. Well, I'm sure I could, But like I say, I'm always trying to have one eye on the old, what can I start doing better? What can I improve on? Even though right now, it's super difficult to know what you need to improve on and what you should be working on, because at the moment, basically nothing will help your Twitch stream grow. And it's not all about growth, don't get me wrong, but obviously, the amount of growth you get is not worth worrying about as long as there's growth, but at the moment there's no growth whatsoever. And it's like, you begin to start asking yourself, how much do I want to cope and say the platform is just in a bad place? And how much is down to me and what can I do to improve? Because sometimes, I think to myself, when I look at old clips of the stream, I have improved, a lot of the production quality and, overall kind of, sort of quality and polish. But I think to myself, okay, if that's not working, I need to improve myself, which means I'm back to watching my own VODs again. And it's good for making clips, but it's also, you know, while I'm watching my own VOD, I could be watching somebody else, you know? And I could be giving somebody else my attention. So I feel kind of silly because I'll be watching my own VOD, but I'll have, obviously I'm watching the VOD on Twitch, and there's like 7 or 8 different people that I'd love to be watching, but I have to take a step back, watch my own VODs and try and see where I'm making mistakes, where I'm not engaging enough with chat, where I'm not focusing on the game enough, and you know, how to balance jumping between the two, and what other redeems can I make that are nice and easy to create that would add value for everyone. What sound effects are good, you know, popular, what emotes are popular. What can I do to make the stream more attractive to people? But again, I try to not take it too seriously because I know that, you know, there's a hell of a lot of luck involved, and I'm happy to admit that. I'm happy to admit that when I first started, I was lucky to get raided by somebody very early on, and I was lucky that I happened to get along with that community, and then because of that I got along with the other communities and that connected me to a bunch of people. I was very fortunate that the Souls games and some of the people that play them were very, very kind to me in the very beginning. That was my luck, you know. But obviously, you know, I need to keep working and figure out what I can do to make things better for you guys. Because yeah, for me, you know, I'm sat here on a sofa, I've got something to drink, my cat's happily asleep next to me. I'm sat on the sofa and playing a video game that I've been looking forward to for months. You know, there's not much more I need to do for myself. You know, I need to start focusing on what I can do for you guys. And I'm thinking, because somebody I know, they actually did a Google Doc asking people for feedback. And I thought that might be something I could do, is I could create a questionnaire asking you guys to fill it in anonymously, and then see what we need to improve. But I also know at the moment, like, even if we figured out exactly what we need to do, it wouldn't make much of a difference because it's just Twitch is just on its arse at the moment. And yeah, the recent statements made kind of show me that they're sort of, you know, they're going after smaller streamers.
Showed up at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl, do you?
Bobby Boucher turned up at halftime. Grill, welcome in, dude. How's it going? My first friend here had like 20k followers. I tell her not to raid me. It's too much pressure. Oh, bless. Yeah, because the thing is, I'm quite, you know, I'm fairly chill. I don't really mind, you know, if a bunch of people raid over. But I know it's quite overwhelming for some. But for me, it's like, you know, I'm sitting here talking to, you know, the chat, you know, and the chat could be 5 people. It could be 500 people. But because I don't really know, it doesn't really, you know, it's not like there's 500 different people that are all going to judge me differently. There's 500 people and a lot of them are going to have similar mindsets and views, and there's just more of them, right? It's the same amount of opinions and mindsets and views, there's just more people, you know? You've got maybe 50 people that agree with what you're saying and 20 that don't, rather than 5 people agreeing with what you say and 2 that don't, you know? The ratio of acceptance, you know, of who you are and your personality is probably fairly similar across the board. So whether there's 5 people or 500 people, as long as you're just being yourself, you're fine, you know? And that's all you should ever be doing, is just being yourself. There's so many YouTube copycat personalities out there. They all adopt the same personality because it's very palatable, it's very easily digestible, it's very sort of, you know, predictable. And as a result, you get a lot of people pretending to be the same thing. And it's nauseating for me. As soon as I hear somebody pretending to do it, it's just nauseating to me. 20k, damn. But yes, so the ad breaks just started, chat. I do need to do some stretches. So I'm going to pop you guys over on the BRB screen and I'll be back in about 3 minutes. We'll make some deliveries. We'll go back and see what the Magellan's saying. We've got the pizza chef's got something to deliver. But yes, I'll be back shortly and then we'll carry on. Yes, and also Sophie's hit the requirements to apply for partner as well. Like, Melania PhD submission and partner application in 1 month, all in 1 month. Like, amazing work, Sophie. So proud of you. Like, well done. Oh no, you got it! Oh my god, first try, GG's. Oh my god, Sophie. Amazing. Look at all the purple ticks in chat right now. Oh my god. Look, we need to find not just 1 but 5 beavers, and literally everywhere, everywhere, just doesn't have beavers at all. There's 0 beaver. It's just like me when I go on a night out. Fucking hell, what's going on here? What are you doing? Okay. Or? Oh shit. Oh, box. Oh, box. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. Oh, fucking hell, Rockstar! You guys can't see, but there's a left and a right T button. For fuck's sake, Rockstar. Fucking hell.
Almost got a pail full.
Stop it.
Oh, he's got Ciri's sword.
Is it done?
Yes.
It's her.
Did he believe you?
I have no idea.
How cursed does that look? Oh my god. I mean, I know Deadeye might have been a little bit better there, but...
We're leading them right back to camp. What do you think I'm doing?
Problem is, you kind of spunked a whole lot, sometimes by accident. I mean, the Deadeye, I mean. Get out of the way, please. Thank you. Fuck's sake. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. Fuck! Fuck, that was fucking good. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Excuse me. Cables. Cables. Right, there we go. But yes, 500,000 soon. Have you guys got 500,000 points almost? Redonkulous. So, we now need to go. Yeah, who the fuck have we got stuff for? What's this? Oh, yeah, that coffin board I left behind. And there's another coffin board I left behind. Can I, Cool. So, I think I've got a delivery for this guy. Don't gamble, I don't like the concept. Yeah, fair enough, you know. And this is kind of the thing, is that what's crazy to me is that these days, young people get addicted to gambling, but they don't do any genuine real life, you know, physical dice or roulette or whatever. They don't do genuine, they only ever gamble on like online websites and stuff, which could be easily, you know, manipulated. I mean, they promise they don't, but let's be honest, you know, gambling isn't exactly very honest to begin with. Why the fuck have I not got any fucking deliveries for anybody? What is going on? What the fuck am I carrying? So just East Distribution Center and that guy who's East Fort Knott. So I had a delivery for this guy apparently. And then I've got a delivery for this guy, so I don't even need to be up on this mountain, to be honest. So yeah, again, I apologize, chat. You don't half get fucking lost sometimes with what you're doing. That was a couple of minutes ago, wasn't it? So yeah, let me just load this one up. Because yeah, we could use this monorail. No, it goes the other way, doesn't it? We could use the road to get to there. Have we got something for I think we're going to need a truck anyway. But I might just take a coffin board because it'll be quicker and easier. I played the lottery to the point I won 666 all automats. 666 euros. Depends how much you spend, I suppose, but yeah. None at all. Google Spielhallen Deutschland. I'm weak for physical climbing and dopamine kicks is insane, so I don't touch it. It got swollen around the eye, by the way, Crumbs, but it's the corner, so it's just annoying. Ah, okay, so it's just like pinching there. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. It's fucking crazy. I've seen this before, like, you know, when I've worked in pubs and stuff, you know, there's like one guy, and they come in and they have 2 pints, and I'm like, okay. And they go for the third one, I'm like, listen, dude, I don't want to be rude, but I think you might want to wait, you know, just pace yourself before you have the third one. They're like, fuck off, man, just give me a beer. I'm like, okay. And then they start punching someone. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I think at one point, the owner of the pub was like, listen, I'm going to fucking ban you, but I'm also going to ask my friends to have a word with you, and you don't want either of those things. So just fucking, you know, have 2 beers and then stop. You know, but they just can't handle their drink. And like me, when I'm drunk, I'm like, hey, how's it going? And I want to have a laugh and I want to have a conversation. I talk a lot already, you know? So yeah. But yeah, some people, they get a couple of beers in them and they just turn into the most fucking physically aggressive twat you've ever seen. I don't get it. This was a junkie, yeah. And I feel bad for them because, you know, I'm somebody that had to break free from the cycle of addiction, so I know what it's like. I know when something makes you behave a certain way and you don't like it, you know? So I know that they must feel that something's making them behave a certain way that other people don't like. Because, you know, it could be 1, 2, or both. You know, you could be doing something and you could love it, but everyone else hates it. Or you could hate it and everyone else loves it. And towards the end, everyone else loved... They enjoyed being my friend when I was drunk. They liked the drunk version of me. Probably more than the sober version, which is why when I stopped, loads of people just disappeared from my life. Which is unfortunate, but, you know, that's just how it goes. But it goes to show that some people are only interested in the drunk version of me, not the actual version of me, which is why the friends I've made through this platform mean so much to me, because, you know, I kind of walked away from a large portion of my friend group, you know, and it wasn't me walking away. I just changed my lifestyle, and I either don't see them or they actively just don't fucking engage with me anymore. Which is, you know, up to them. They can live their life. I'm going to live mine. You know, there's no bad blood. Not from me anyway. But yeah, the fact that I was able to make a bunch of other friends through here is sweet, you know? It reminds me that actually, you know what? My personality isn't that bad, you know? Actually, without the drugs and the alcohol, I'm still capable of being social and making friends. You know, I never needed them to feel social or anything, so I'm probably better off for it. But yeah, it's kind of an eye-opener when there's a bunch of people, and I was talking to somebody who is not an actual psychologist, but they are studying psychology and some other stuff at uni, and they were saying some people need someone worse than them so that they can, you know, feel better about themselves. And when you were at your worst, I imagine a few people were like, well, they hang out with him, I'm not as bad as real name. And that's kind of subconsciously enabling them, which is why some of them might end up like you or worse than you in the end, you know. But as long as you're getting worse as well, and they always have somebody to sort of, you know, compare themselves to that they know is worse off.
Gotcha.
Yeah, when it comes to addiction, it's pretty scary, the things people do. So, but yeah, like I say, I made all those changes, and I was saying this to my friend the other day, it's such a fucking kick in the teeth that I made a bunch of changes to my lifestyle, you know, drugs and alcohol and all that sort of stuff. I stopped it all, and I started to feel genuinely like years younger. I felt so much younger than I was. And then yeah, I got long COVID, and now I feel just as bad. And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Go on. The fact that you can get 2 arms, I love it. Because it means that I might be able to pick up 2 things at once when there's a group of things on the floor. I wonder what it's going to look like when we get to like one of the mines where there's loads and loads of those like mined materials all stacked up. I wonder what that's going to look like. I'm not a gambler, no idea what they have special. This one are armed bandits and card games. And the thing is, when you're playing a card game with other people, the other people are the variables, so there are genuinely variables. And when you play games with dice or roulette or whatever, there are genuine variables that can't be quantified, so it is genuinely gambling. But yeah, I see kids like playing online slot machines on a computer, and I'm like, dude, like that's like the easiest way for them to scam you, right? They could legitimately just serve up whatever combination they want, and there's no genuine kind of chance that a random occurrence will happen and cause you to win. And that's what fucking baffles me, is that they'll only be paying out exactly what they want to. There will be no random, because every time you start playing, because the thing about like we call them fruit machines, but one-armed bandits, right? Where you push a button and the reels spin, right? The variable with those is that somebody before you either won or lost, and you don't know that. So when you play the machine, it could be in credit. It could have earned a bunch of money from somebody losing, and maybe their skill changes how much they lost, but your skill means that you only have to put a little bit of money in and you win back almost double your money because you understand the machine, and somebody else's money is being paid out to you, but the machine is keeping some of it from, because it needs to earn money, right? And that's the variable. But yeah, when you log onto a website and you just start playing a fucking machine, it's completely blank. There's no previous win or loss rate, involved. It's, and that's fucking scary to me. Because that's one of the limitations for the proprietor, the person that's actually running the gambling, right? Is that if somebody else has come in and lost a shit ton of money, they're not really supposed to, but unless they empty that machine and reset it, the machine will be like, right, well, I've made £150 in the last however many spins or whatever. And therefore I could pay out 50 of that and I've still earned £100. And that means that the payout rate is, because there's regulations, the machines have to pay out a certain amount. They have to pay out a certain amount. They can only take, you know, and keep a certain amount of the money that's been put into them. And they're very carefully programmed to make sure people win and lose, you know, in certain amounts. So that at the end of the month or the end of the week or whatever, when you empty the machine, you will have taken, you know, 30% of what's been put into it. You're only allowed to claim, I think it's about 30%. You know, the payout has to be 70, right? So if somebody puts 100 quid in, they should effectively, if they don't make any stupid mistakes, they should effectively walk away with 65, 70 quid, right? Give or take. But obviously if somebody loses 50 quid and the machine was just about to turn around and pay out, and they walk away because 50 quid's their limit in their head. And it's good to have limits, I'm not questioning that. But, and somebody else walks up and puts 20 quid in that machine, because it thinks it's had 70 off one person or 70 in general that day, it will pay out 70% and keep 30 as its profit for the day. So depending on, and that's the variable, like I mean, like when I say, like I say, when you open up a fucking virtual fruit machine or, you know, real one-armed bandit machine, on the internet, it's always completely reset to pay out the exact amount it has to per person. There's no opportunity for somebody else to have lost so you can win. And granted, that means that you're never gonna, you know, you're never gonna start playing a machine and because somebody else won, you're gonna lose over and over and over again. So that is obviously one fringe benefit, I suppose. But yeah, you know, I'd much rather fucking play a machine that somebody's just lost a bunch of money in, you know, because that's kind of how it works, you know. There were a few pubs I worked in where somebody put, I don't know, 130, 140 quid into a £25 jackpot machine and didn't start winning, and they were like, this is a piece of shit. So they went to the cash machine to go and get some more money, and the barman I was working with jumped on that machine, played it and took 40 quid out of it after spending like 5 quid. And then the person came back in and saw the barman playing it and was fucking absolutely fuming. They were like, this is a fucking scam. You kids watch me fucking put this money in there. You jump on the machine. As soon as I'm gone, you start jumping on the machine and everything. And I was like, yeah, dude, that was fucking stupid. Why aren't you picking this thing up? But yeah. The other side of that, the other fucking peculiarity was I went to a nightclub in Brighton and there was a fruit machine next to the dance floor. And I know a nightclub is a strange place to play a fruit machine, but people do. You know, when the pubs close at 11 and they want to keep gambling, you know, they'll pay to get into a nightclub just to keep gambling, which is kind of scary. But, so I walked up to this machine, I put a quid in, and nothing happened. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, of course, you know, middle of a fucking nightclub, you put a pound coin, nothing happens, right? And I was like, I wonder if it's jammed. And like I say, I used to work with the machine, so I knew how to push the the coin reject slot, and also how to just sort of agitate the machine to make it unjam without unlocking it, because I had to unjam the machines all the damn time. 17 pound coins fell out of this fucking machine. I didn't even play it. I put a pound in, it got stuck, and I pushed the reject button and shook the machine a little bit. 17 pounds came out. And I put it in my pocket, and the doorman was like, what were you doing? I was like, well, I was just getting my money back out of the machine. And he was like, how much did you get? And I was like, that's actually none of your business. And he was like, you know, you need to tell me. I was like, actually, legally, I don't. You know, I work in an arcade with fruit machines, and therefore I'm aware of the GamCare regulations, and actually you're in no position to ask me how much I've won or lost. If you'd like to know, you can check the machine if you have access to it. And if you don't have access to it, then you're not allowed to ask, because if you don't have access, you don't have access to, or the right to, you know, check the amounts. And he was like, yeah, it's about time you left this, isn't it? And I was like, well, yeah, I suppose, you know. Got 17, you know, I've got a fistful of pound coins in my pocket that I didn't have before, you know, so I guess it is time to leave. But yeah, he couldn't do anything, you know, but obviously they were like thinking I was trying to break into the machine. I was like, welcome to check the machine, it's perfectly fine, I haven't broken into it, you know. And they were like, we'll be checking the cameras. I was like, yeah, by all means, you know, go for it. But yeah, 17 quid for nothing. And obviously this was back when I was still drinking. I was fucking over the moon. I was like, fucking way, look at this. Because £17 is a fistful of pound coins, right? And when you're drunk, a fistful of pound coins, you feel like the richest person on the fucking planet. So, oh yeah, we want to go to where the monorail goes, to be honest. Because we're going to go make that delivery. House always wins, like Fallout New Vegas, yeah. Truth is, kid, the game was rigged from the start. Do you know what? I never played the Fallout games. I should probably play them. But they're fucking massive, right? They do go on, don't they? They do go on and on. But yeah, I think New Vegas and 4 are both fan favorites. So are we? Oh fuck! I think I've driven past the fucking. I fucking have, haven't I? Okay, fuck it. Well, chat, we're just gonna drive it. So hold on to your fucking butts. We're gonna fucking drive it. Tree. Got in a few relationships I don't like the next day. Well, yeah, this is the thing, you know. We've all woken up next to somebody and thought, oh, that's somebody's sister, or oh, that's somebody I work with, or oh, that's somebody I'm not actually attracted to. Why did I wake up next to them? And obviously, if you get as drunk as I used to, because I was an idiot, I'm not boasting, I was an idiot. Yeah. Somebody's like, hey, can I stay with you tonight because I don't want to get a taxi back home on my own? I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever, you know? And then once the lights are off and I'm still fucking just out of it, you know, then their intentions became apparent, you know. And it be what it be, you know. In the morning you wake up really hungover and you're like, oh, wow, okay. I'm friends with several people that are related to this person, or I work with this person, or this person is related to somebody who I'm good friends with. It's just sort of like, you know, it's going to be awkward. You're like, why did I do that? Why did I not just fucking go home on my own? But when you're young and insecure, you don't say no as much as you should, unfortunately. Learning to say no to drugs and to alcohol and everything, you know, unfortunately it takes a few years to, yeah, really gain the confidence to say, actually, you know what, I don't really enjoy doing this, you know. It was fun at first, but yeah, I just keep waking up and feeling like, oh, I've made a right fucking mess and everybody hates me and everything. And it's usually just the come down making you feel like that, but you know, still not a nice feeling. More romantic than catastrophic. Borrowed a friend €2. He won't. He paid the rest of the night's drink. Well, yeah, like there's a clip somewhere of like some lads that have been on like a holiday, right? And there's a gambling place where they're on holiday, and all of them are like from 6 or 7 grand. One of them's 10 grand in debt, like they're 10 grand down, and they're obviously on the, you know, the holiday's coming to an end. It's the last day. One guy wins like 97 grand or something and pays off, you know, all of the money that they've lost so they can get out of there, you know, and they're like, right, we're gone, we're fucking leaving. And everyone's like, oh. And in the comments, people were talking about, yeah, that guy owes 7 grand, that guy owes 9 grand, that guy owes 10 grand, you know. This guy just won like 90 grand and paid it all off. He's like, right, we're fucking leaving, we're going, we're gone. Don't fucking gamble anymore. You just got away with it on the last day. So yeah, it's silly. You know, the thing is, like I say, when you're like gambling on something that has a genuine, you know, random occurrence outcome, that's, you know, it's unequivocally random, right? So when you when they spin the ball on the roulette wheel in real life, I'm not talking about, because I've seen kids like that. There's a video of somebody spinning the roulette wheel. I was like, yeah, but it's the same video every fucking time, innit? If you get fucking 17 again, it'll be the exact same video, because it's not actually live, you know? They're just pretending it's live. You see how they walk off camera? They walk off camera, the human being walks off camera, and then somebody walks back on to spin the next ball, right? They always walk off camera to then go to like a table where they show the previous results. They say, here we go, look, it looks like red's hot, and then they walk off to the left and they cut back. Like, it's not actually live, it's pre-recorded. Each number is pre-recorded. And they play the video depending on what people bet. That's the trick. And they're like, oh, I don't think so. I'm like, oh, whatever, man, whatever. Waste all your money, it's fine. But yeah, if you go to an actual casino and they're doing it right in front of you, because I don't even trust decks of cards when they're dealing cards on blackjack and stuff. I don't even trust that, because they pull the cards out of like this contraption that's like on the table, and I just don't trust it. I want to see the thing, you know, floating off of the table where they take the cards out, or I want the 4 stacks of cards like on the table where I can see them. Because yeah, if there's 4 decks of cards, you know, and they've all been shuffled properly, but yeah, when they're just putting the card out of that little thing with the slip opening, I'm always like, well, you know, is somebody feeding different cards in from underneath, you know?
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Right, what do you got? See, look, they don't have any orders for me. But that's because I think we've got some outstanding story to do. So, we now use the monorail. Or actually, do you know what? We could just drive around. We could drive down here and see what... Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Because the monorail is going to take us back to where the pizza chef is, and then we've got a bunch of terrain to get across to get back on the road. So yeah, let's just carry on this way, following the old. So let me just check. Is that one? Yeah, it's locked. Well, I can climb onto it though. Can I put a sign down here? Oh, okay, fine. Oh yeah, the fireworks are like a distraction, aren't they? Isn't there a cross symbol somewhere? See, I don't know. I don't feel like the signs are as good in this one either. I can never find a sign that kind of sums up what I'm trying to say or what I'm trying to do or anything adjacent to that. But yeah. Get 100,000, pay 1,000 out. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's 70. I mean, the GAM care regulations may have changed since I was working in the industry, but I'm pretty sure it's 70%. So, am I going to clear that or I'm not? Oh. Okay. Oh, okay, careful. I'm pretty sure it was 70. It was 70% when I worked in the biz, when I worked in an arcade. And yeah, I think that meant that it had to pay out 70%, but it got to keep 30, which was enough. You know, if a machine was making £600-700 a day, obviously you're getting to keep, you know, a couple of hundred, which is obviously a lot cheaper than running the machine. The machine itself obviously costs money, but then you go, it earns money back pretty quickly, right? Depending on where you put it and how popular the machine is. Because I remember thinking like, okay, I know how to fix them, I know how to look after them. Maybe I should try and, you know, borrow some money and buy some, you know, and then just, you know, place them and, you know, put them places and figure out, you know, and then just drive around just emptying them, right? Because yeah, obviously it wouldn't be the most fun job in the world, constantly driving to all the different pubs all over the country, and getting the license would be a bit of a pain. But yeah, you know, I thought I could maintain like a fleet of these, and I'm pretty sure there are people that do. I've definitely been to pubs in more rural places and someone just shows up with a van, like a big fucking like heavy looking geezer who can look after himself, just empties the machine and walks out. And I'm like, he's like, yeah, don't worry, that's just Tim, he's all right, you know, it's his machine. I'm like, okay. Like, he looks kind of scary. It's like, you know what, I've never asked him about his past. I'm a bit worried too. I don't want to know, you know? Like, I don't need to know, so I don't want to. Truck, please, settle down. Like, I don't want to know what he's been up to. But yeah, shows up, empties the machine, you know, gives us a cut, and then he's off, you know? So he doesn't bother anybody, so we don't bother him. But I thought, you know what, maybe I could do that. But I was only fucking 20 years old. And I know, the thing is, I know what would have happened. I would have gone to the pub, emptied the machine, put the money in my car, got fucking shit-faced drunk, not been able to drive anywhere, and left the money in the car, and the car would have got broken into. So do I want to go? Yeah, not yet. Adventurers there. Okay, cool. Casino wins always. Well, the juice. There's always the juice. So whether it's the bookies, the casino, there's always the juice, right? So no matter what you're betting on, there will always be a little bit in there that's always going to go to the house, right? Because otherwise the house would eventually, because of the laws of averages, every bookies would break even at some point. They would get to a point where they've made as much money as they've spent, and they would be nullified, because over time the laws of average, the laws of chance and the rule of averages is that eventually, you know, every single outcome, good or bad, would have happened in various different denominations of bet and, you know, whatever. So that's why you have odds where you get 3 or 4 times your money back plus your original stake, but they'll always be keeping a bit of that. So the people that lost, you know, mathematically, out of the people that have lost, there's always a bit left over for the house, right? Otherwise the house would go bust, which you can't do, you know, because if you were to go bust on a particular, you know, gamble or a particular offer, and then somebody else won, you haven't got any money to pay them. So it gets pretty scary, because then you need more people to bet, and you need more people to bet and lose to be able to pay out again, which is not a situation any sort of bookkeeper wants to be in, right? So yeah, they'll be trying to avoid that mathematically at all costs. But they're getting a bit more creative, I must admit. It's been a long time since I worked anywhere near any kind of gambling, and the kind of things I see now, where, like, you know, if once you're up, if you're playing a football game, if you're betting on football or rugby or a sport where there's a set amount of time, they allow you to cash out early, and they must have calculated the likelihood that the thing will change, and they know that it probably won't, so they may as well just offer the cash out. But every now and again somebody will cash out, and then it will change massively, and they will have thrown away the opportunity to have won significantly more money, right? But I don't quite know how the logic works, because I know that when you go to a bookkeeper's, right, they offer you some odds, right? And it will be 5 to 1, 10 to 1, whatever. So you get 5 or 10 times your stake back, plus the original stake, what you actually bet in the first place, right? But when it comes to, like, you know, you've got a bet and you've got some odds, and then the game's playing out, and then at some point you say, right now, if you cashed out, you would take this. This is what we're willing to lose. as it currently stands. But the chance that could change and actually, you know, they could end up winning or losing a lot more is still there, I would presume, under the, you know, under the odds of the original bet. Is, you know, things could still change in the last 5-10 minutes. So they're kind of, you know, testing people to see how strong they are. Like, you know, you've got 70 here, you've spent 25 quid. Right now, as things stand, you've got 70 quid if you want to cash out. If they score one more goal, it becomes £312 or something, you know? And it's like, and they're testing people, and they know that people are going to, you know, cash out early and take less money. So I understand that obviously they're taking less money. That's, you know, they're cashing out early so they get less money. That makes sense to me. Oh, fuck off. If you're going to run away, fuck off. That makes sense to me. They're cashing out early so the bookies doesn't have to pay as much. But I suppose it works in the bookies' favour because the original stake that's been paid hasn't changed, right? It's only the amount that could be paid out. So maybe that's the logic behind it, is that because the bookie has taken the bet at the odds stated and the person has bet with the money they've got to bet at the time that they're willing to part with, because of that, as the game goes on, the person could be entitled to more, but it could all go wrong and they could lose their bet. Yeah, I'd have to double check. I might have to look into how that actually mathematically works out, because they can't have done that when it could be, you know, there must be a risk assessment behind it, governing that. Yeah, there's one there. Okay, so that's where it is. So I might just go over there and activate it and put some chiral crystals into it, just so I've got something contributed whilst I'm over here. But you see what I mean, chat? I can be absolutely abusing this fucking truck. Okay, yeah, I deserve that. I deserve that. I thought, you know what? If this doesn't, I'm going to lose my shit. Did that actually fuck anything up, or was it just the containers? Okay, 1%, 1%. Yeah, okay, we're fine. 1% is fine, you know. I think 5% is the S rank. So. Cool. So that one wants 1,500 of both, roughly. That's fine. We could probably get that from somewhere. However, I think once we activate that through the story, there'll be some materials there that we can take. I mean, unfortunately, there won't be many, because when you first unlock a new delivery point or shelter, whatever you want to call it, it's obviously not fully willing to part with. But I might just, you know, I might just drive over this bridge just to see what happens. I mean, I've got a horrible feeling something terrible is going to happen. Like a giant BT is going to come out of the water and fucking throw us away to punish us for trying to jump the gun. But yeah, obviously we haven't unlocked this, so it's not charging our battery, so we need to be a little bit careful. But yeah. Oh, I don't know, chat. This might be a bad idea. Sam, what are you doing? Why are we going here? Will the barriers go down? Yes. F8 delivery entrance, okay. Oh. Oh. This is a big distress sector. Yeah, it doesn't want to know anything yet. Okay, cool. Different odds to win compared to where you live too. Yes, the regulations change from place to place. So when you're gambling abroad, you don't know that actually they could be fucking absolutely fleecing you. Online European roulette on the super big sites is 97% return to the player percentage, and the lower the house edge. But in the USA, it's like 92%. The casino wins always. Remember when PokerStars was huge, even was on Facebook. like Fallout Vegas, and spend that win the same night. I have heard a few stories about people that have been to casinos and they've won, you know, 50, 60 grand, right? Off of like, you know, maybe $150, right? But then the casino gets super fucking like, they get super funny about you trying to cash out the actual money. What they want to do is say, well, because you've won this much money for only 2 grand, you can have a penthouse suite for the night, you get food and blah, blah. They want you to start spending that money back to try and minimize their losses, of course. But they get a bit funny about you actually saying, do you know what? I go home tomorrow, I've already got a hotel room for the night, I'd just like to cash out, please. But they get really restrictive about it. And I don't know what the regulations are like in America because I've never worked there. But in the UK, once somebody's done, they're done because of the GamCare Commission and also all the gambling issues that society can have. Once somebody says they're done, they're done. You have to facilitate them. You have to cash them out. No questions asked. My friend said in America, they only won a couple of $100 and they spent $100 saying they didn't win that much. And they said they cashed them out immediately. But apparently people that work there can get real fucking shirty. Like you go out, you say, cool, I'll get my little receipt and I'll go to the till and I'll, you know, go to cash it out. And then somebody will show up and say, hey, congratulations. You know, can we interest you in a drink or something to eat while we cash this out? And they're very sort of good at how they explain it. And before you know it, you've agreed to spend like 9 grand of the 50 you've just fucking won. And then once you spend the night in the hotel, there's, you know, you go to pay the bill and they say, yeah, because you won this, you get, you know, they've agreed that the room was only going to be, you know, 2 grand for the night when it should be 7. But obviously you've used the shower, you've used some toiletries, you've, you know, used the mini bar and you've had some food and blah, blah, blah. So it's going to be 11 grand and you've got it, right? You've got it. We can use the credit you've got with the casino because of what you won. But yeah, they don't want to let you go. But I don't know if the rules have changed because this was obviously a while ago, you know. But a lot of the casinos and stuff, they kind of operate because they built them out in the middle of fucking nowhere. The state they exist in is, I think, because Vegas is out in the middle of fucking nowhere, right? And I think because of that, the state laws on what is and isn't allowed are a little bit more gambling friendly. For obvious reasons, right? But yeah, obviously in the UK, once somebody's done, they're done. You know, you cash them out. But yeah, there's something here as well. So we're going to go up to the adventurer, which is to our left. But yes, they get a little bit funny about you cashing out. Waking up to your sister's best friend is the most awkward. Well, yeah, this is it. Any kind of, you know, 'cause it doesn't need to be somebody's sister, but, you know, anybody who, you know, because, you know, like I remember being 22 and I worked with a lady who was 38. She had like a 19-year-old. She had a kid really young. She might have been 48, maybe, I don't know. But she had a kid really young, but this kid was, I don't know, maybe 19, 20 years old, and I was 21, 22 years old. And I remember working at this restaurant, and she was like, oh, I've got a daughter roughly your age. And I never met them, you know, but obviously, you know, working there, occasionally I was, you know, outside when, you know, their daughter came to pick them up or whatever. Occasionally their daughter was, you know, in the car with them when they got dropped off by their husband or whatever, and I was there, and I never, you know, never spoke to them, never knew them. I never saw them or, you know, didn't know they existed. I just knew that this person had a daughter. Anyway, you know, we're in a nightclub, I'm shit-faced drunk, and this girl's like, oh, I know you. You work with my mum. And I was like, yeah, I think, yeah. I had no idea who she was. Yeah, cool. You know, just sort of out of it. She was like, you know, she said her real name. I won't say her real name because that'd be rude. And I was like, oh, yes, yeah, we do. We work in that restaurant. Yeah. Fucking went home with her. And, oh my God, I've never been more terrified to sneak out of somebody's room and out of a house, because I would have been recognized immediately. And I imagine the daughter would have told them at some point. But yeah, I didn't want to be fucking, you know, confronted there and then with the hangover. That was, yeah, somebody's daughter. But yeah, I can't remember them ever confronting me about it, so I don't think they ever found out, but maybe their daughter wanted to hide it as well. But yes, it's because I live in a small town, chat. This is what it is. I live in a small town, so it's people, so many people know so many other people. It's, you know, when you work or live in a city, you might never see somebody again. You'll notice that people that live and work in cities are a lot more forward and a lot more sort of forthcoming with asking for your number or whatever, because the chances are you'll never see that person again, because that's how cities are. But I live in a really small town, so the chances are you've already bumped into each other multiple times. You've just never said hello. It's weird like that, very weird. But yeah, I hope they're both well. I hope both of them are well. But yeah, it's just a small town. And you know what, like, I remember a female friend of mine had a friend, and we were in a nightclub dancing and everything, and she was like, well, I'm going home and I think you should come with me. And I was like, where do you live? Like, I live in town. And she was like, no, it's fine, we'll get a taxi. I was like, okay. Got a taxi, ended up back at her house, which turned out to be her parents' house, not her house. I'm already a little bit on edge because I'm in somebody else's house, you know, been brought home by their daughter. We sneak upstairs after taking our shoes off so we don't make too much noise. And we go to her bedroom. She turns the light on, and I swear to you dudes, there was like a photograph of her and her boyfriend in like 5 different countries. Like, you could tell one was really sunny, one was really rainy, one was really fucking icy. You know, they'd been on multiple holidays together. But there I am, already feeling a bit sketched out that I've gone home with some girl that is friends with one of my female friends. And not only is she taking me back to her fucking parents' house, she's taking me back to her parents' house where there are multiple photos on display in her room of clearly who is her boyfriend. Her and clearly her boyfriend. So I take off my jumper and I wrap my shoe up in my jumper to make a pillow while she's gone to the toilet to, you know, do whatever. And I pretend to be asleep when she comes back to the room. I just fucking, I nope out. I pretend to be asleep.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I'm not fucking, you know, in the morning, I wake up and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. Even though I did the right thing last night, leaving a girl's bedroom in the morning, still going to look bad. But fortunately, nobody was home. And, yeah, I've not spoken to her since, but I saw her and my female friend out and I said hello, and her boyfriend came over, the guy from the photos. He was like, hey, how's it going? And shook my hand, and he gripped my hand really firmly, and I was like, fuck's sake, dudes. And I didn't even do anything. You know, it was their parents' house, so I wasn't going to make any. Alex, welcome in, again. It's good to see you. No, I didn't. You know, it was their parents' house, so I was like, do you know what? This is way too sketchy. This is their parents' house. If we wake them up and they open the bedroom door and I'm like involved with this lady, nah, I'm not. You know, I'm not a fucking teenager. Well, I was 22, 23 or whatever. You know, I was in my mid-20s. It's a bit of a blur. But yeah, I was like, nah, this is already sketchy enough. But then I saw all the photographs and I was like, holy shit, dude, this is fucked. But yeah, so nothing happened. But when their boyfriend first, you know, when I saw them and their boyfriend came over, he fucking shook my hand. He crushed my hand as hard as he could. And I ride BMX, so I've got some grip strength. So I was okay, but I was like, fuck, man, he thinks I did, because her friends told them that we went home together in a taxi. And he hasn't said or done anything since. But you know when somebody's just unnaturally standoffish with you straight away? When they're polite in front of everyone else, but then they're really fucking standoffish with you. They're really sort of like on edge, and it's like, oh, okay, this person clearly doesn't like me. So can I get the Magellan to come here so I can get rid of my truck, please? And I want to get rid of my truck. But I think there might be a bit of story. So actually, we've got some deliveries to make, but I think it's time we did some story anyway. So we can drive in forwards because we're going to store the truck anyway. Always got into fist fights and lose. I felt like Indy didn't fight back or blocked. In Indiana Jones, yes, the fighting was a bit strange. I'm trying to 100% the first Death Stranding. It's so boring. Nah, dude, you've got to just enjoy the atmosphere, dude. It's not going to jingle its keys in your face. You've just got to take it in and enjoy the walk, enjoy the journey. It's yeah, I'm not sure boring is the right word. So yeah, what have I got in here that I can entrust? I don't know if I have or not. It's almost done. Story is done. Grind is 60% done. It's just a slog. Yeah, I mean, the thing. I don't know, man. If you want to push yourself to do it, then go for it. But I don't know, dude. Like, I wouldn't pressure yourself to play through something you don't enjoy. Like, I 100%ed it because I fucking absolutely adored it. I was so enamored with the atmosphere and everything else. It was so. I just really enjoyed it. Can recycle all this business. Cool. Yeah, I just really enjoyed the gameplay, Luke, and just making deliveries from A to B. Once I had a zipline network set up, it was, you know, I pretty much trivialized getting 5 stars with everyone. A zipline network made all the difference. So let's store this puppy so it can be repaired. Right, and then let's go into here. See if anything happens.
Thank you.
In the place where I came from, no one gave birth to babies. They just stayed inside their mother's bellies.
Well, in our world, babies are born and grow up to be adults. Or at least they're supposed to.
It's only natural that Tamara wouldn't understand. After all, she was living in a realm of the dead. I wouldn't expect children to be born into such a place.
But Rainey's baby will be born, right?
Mm-hmm.
In due time, of course. Isn't that so?
At the new BB, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, well, the new old, I don't want to spoil anything. But you have a BB in this one as well. Bill Road from the top of the second map to the bottom of it. Yes, the roads. The roads are definitely worth it as well.
Like the guy who's Peter too big for his bed. Nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head. They keep falling.
So I just did me some talking to the sun.
Sam moving him
I
around.
thought it was pretty good, actually.
So you'll be a mother who gives birth to her baby.
Mm-hmm. And I just can't wait.
Talk about terrible, Sam. I've heard dogs with better tones.
Okay. hear those stories. I've heard a lot from Las Vegas. Casinos are very weird tax-wise too, because the money is always moving, so it's very easy to make it. Yes, this is the thing. There's so many ways in which you can continue to reinvest the money you've earned in one aspect of your business into another, so that you never really end up paying tax, which is a bit fucking sketchy. But you know, people are going to find loopholes if loopholes are there. When I was 19, I went to bed with my boss's daughter, who lived at home. I was out the house so fast, fucking hell. Have a doppelganger. His girlfriend kissed my head from behind when I sit in the beer garden. I turned around and said hi, and she got red like a tomato. After that, I got yeah, and like I remember I was standing there waiting at the bar, and some girl came up to me and was like, "So I spoke to Shelley, and oh, sorry, you're not my boyfriend." It's like, no, not yet, but I'm just kidding. But she's like, yeah. So I spoke to Shelley. She was like on the phone. So I spoke to who the fuck he is. Sorry, my boyfriend was standing exactly here. I was like, okay, well, I don't think he's here anymore. Sorry, I don't know where he's gone. Sorry. But yeah, story is done. But already, give me BB. But yeah, I get 5 stars in the second area. I got a few of them already. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the 5 stars is obviously just grinding out deliveries. And trophy wise with this one, we are 33 out of 55. Not bad. Not bad. I thought we were only going to have like 15 of them. But trophy wise for Death Stranding 1. Oh, for goodness sake. Why do I have to do this every single time? Oh, fuck off, Sony. You've gone and moved everything around, so now I don't know where the fuck anything is. Excuse me. But yes, I've platinumed Death Stranding, and then I platinumed the Death Stranding Director's Cut content as well.
Tarman here. I'm pleased Rainey's feeling better. And now that that's settled, we're all set to continue linking up the continent. Your next main order requires you to retrieve some intriguing cargo. And for convenience's sake, we've decided to transport you to the mission area in the Magellan. Speaking of the Magellan, I think it's high time this old girl's weaponry got a bit of an upgrade. I've gotten in touch with a researcher based in South Fort Knott for this very purpose. I'll need your help, of course, but the details can wait until we get there. I'm sure you're eager to get underway, but the tar currents nearby have grown unstable. It's going to be a bumpy ride. As a safety precaution, I'd like everyone to assemble on the bridge before departure. Come and join us as soon as you're ready.
Okay. So. I don't know if this is actually sort of like increasing my stats at all. And yeah, there's that thing over there. There was an apple that we could eat, but we can't anymore. Right, but we do have an ad break coming up, chat. So I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raff and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, so I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going off once we're over there, please feel free. There's no alerts over there once the bot says so. You don't have to worry. If you want to lurk and follow in secret, that's perfectly valid. And we don't call them out. We still appreciate them, but we don't call them out on the BRB screen. But yes, we'll do a 3-minute ad break. Gets rid of pre-rolls, so people don't immediately have to watch an ad first thing when they come to the stream. I think that's a bit unfair. Cool. Sleep till morning just to make sure I've reset the clock. Cool. Right, I'll pop you guys over there and I'll be back shortly. And then, yes, we'll see what's going on when we go to the bridge. There's some intriguing cargo for us to collect, which is pretty interesting. Trey Parker apologised for the newest episode on stage last week. He said it was so sarcastic. We are so sorry. What a fucking hero. 18 years ago, I saw a couple fighting with words. The dude went to the toilet, I think, to use it. Tell her to kick this idiot and she could get me. She replied, yes, my stupid brother. Okay. But yes, I'll be back shortly. He's a pupper. Look at a little woofer. Look at this. I fucking bled him in the air. Fucking bled him out of the air. That was kind of cool. I like the fact that that still triggers. That's quite cool. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? What? Am I stuck inside a box? Am I stuck inside a box? Rockstar, come on. Seriously. Look at that bridge there. Look at this fucking rock formation. And then, oh, fucking clouds. Really? Really, clouds? I was just talking about how good the game... Fucking weather, eh? Imagine a British person complaining about the weather. The game is over here, but look. Look at this little boy. Look at him. Look at him all curled up. Look at him. Curled up in a little ball, bless him. Little ball of floof, indeed. Indeed. Bless him. Able to do anything. So yeah, I think I might just oh, yeah, I want to jump off. What? Ah. Okay then, game. But yeah, I thought of a terrible French joke the other day. I thought of a really terrible French joke. Hey Siri. What's 70 in French?
70.
How about you 70 nuts? I'm going to go to hell for that one. Right. That Erdtree avatar, that, yeah, he is. Oh. And there's one of them down there as well. Again? It's because it works. So yeah, we need to find a way in. Oh, look. Do we drop down to there? Oh, there's a little... Oh, here's a hole. Okay. Oh, shit. No. Fuck, that wasn't... I should have jumped. Fuck. Yes, I do hope that... Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. They have moved Ghislaine Maxwell from a high-security prison in Florida to a minimum security prison in Texas 2 days after having a private meeting with Trump's lawyer, sus as fuck. Yeah, and the thing is, you know, there's the public has been saying, excuse me, the public's been saying, you know, excuse me, come on, boys. Come on. The public's been saying release the Epstein file, release the Epstein files, and the government's like, but there are no Epstein files, and everyone's like, I don't know, and everyone's saying, well, you know, the only reason they wouldn't release them is if Trump is on that list, you know, and that's why they won't release them. All of a sudden, there is no list, there is no flight manifesto, there is no, you know, yeah, it's sussy to say the least. But you know, it's just a long line of rich people, you know, refusing to follow the same rules as everyone else, and then, you know, like I say, because of my interests on Instagram, I also, as well as all the engineering and science and all that sort of stuff, I also get all kinds of fucking finance, fintech bro fucking losers. And the fucking shit they say, the fucking things they say on their podcast to try and drum up some controversy, they make completely, like ridiculously incorrect statements about the financial markets. They're like, why would you want to own a house? Why would you want to be tied up in a house? You know, I can rent every 10 months. I can get out of that rent if I want to. And I'm like, so what you're saying is everyone should rent rather than buying a house? And I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Oh, they own 9,752 properties. Oh, okay. I'm like, for fuck's sake, man. Like, right here, right now, I would like to make it very apparent to the rest of the world that makes podcasts. Every single time a motherfucker is on the screen, every single fucking time there is some motherfucker on the screen talking about something, I want their fucking credentials and name on the screen. I want their name and their credentials, not they're not that, you know, they're a leading expert in blah blah. I want their fucking credentials. I want their educational credentials that prove what they're talking about is worth listening to. Because my fucking god, the amount of fucking people with fucking bullshit qualifications talking about things they have absolutely no expertise or experience in. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they don't even fucking have any sort of, you know, involvement in that market and or industry. But they're saying things with confidence, and then before you know it, guess what? You know, studies show that this is how to fix this, and you know, I've started using this product, blah 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 blah. I'm like, for fuck's sake, man! Podcasts have basically turned into 45-minute advertisements, rather than saying, you know, do you have problems with your back or whatever, or your breathing or whatever? You know, here's a solution to that. It costs this much, and you can get it from blah blah blah. You know, open and shut, job done, right? But no, now because it's more effective, they convince you. They convince you that there's a problem that they have the solution to, and yeah, it's just insufferable, because podcasts used to be like a bastion of true information, where people who are experts in things would agree to sit down with somebody who wasn't a fucking know-it-all, who wasn't going to just make a bunch of controversial statements because, you know, the podcaster wants clips, you know, much like I want clips, but, you know, I'm not deliberately saying, controversial bait shit every fucking 5 minutes like that. But yeah, they want clips of their podcast to share on social media, so they've got to make statements. They've got to rile this person up. They've got to get them to fucking explain things, you know? That's their entire motive, right? Is to speak to the person and either, you know, get them to fucking lose their temper somehow, or get them to fervently defend something, because that'll make a good clip. But they're not really interested about what they're defending as long as they're angry, or saying something controversial which they know everybody in the comments will jump in and argue with. And that's just it. I swear to God, dudes, I watched so many YouTube videos over the course of, you know, all my spare time. Over the course of a month, I might watch, and God knows how many. And I swear to God, these motherfuckers are mispronouncing words on purpose. They deliberately pronounce words like wrong. You know, there will be a word which is said by somebody, you know, in a fucking piece of media. You know, it's spoken out loud by somebody in the media they're referring to. And these motherfuckers will still say it wrong, and I'm like, man, you're the fucking worst person in the world. Like, I fucking hate you so much. You know, like the character you're talking about says their name in the series, or says their name, you know, and they describe something, and they're talking like a scientist or somebody's talking about something, and then, you know, they'll mispronounce their name on purpose. I'm like, man, you're such fucking clowns. Like, I've never heard anybody, like, honestly pronounce niche as niche. But I heard a YouTuber say it's very niche. And I was like, don't you mean niche? You know, it's a niche. Because the pronunciation of that word is governed by the fact that I'm pretty sure it comes from another language. Because it's N-I-C-H-E at the end. You know, it's got an E on the end. So if it's got an E on the end, you know, it's probably from a different language, and therefore it's probably pronounced niche. But anything they can get to trigger people into the comments is traction for them, right? And that's all they want. All they want is traction. People arguing in the comments is all they want. They don't care what they're arguing about. They don't care how they argue. They don't care, you know, how respectful they are. All they want is to start an argument with people in the comments. And that's something that, okay, now this is a complete whiteout, mate. That's something that these YouTubers worked out, is that when they make a video that's non-committal and also a very, very hotly contested subject, they basically create a little platform for everyone to start arguing about it. And that arguing counts as traction, and that traction counts as pushing their video up the algorithm. So guess what they all started doing? Every single fucking video has to be about something controversial. Everything has to be an argument. So guess what all the people that watch YouTube turned into? Argumentative fuckers, right? Not to mention some people only came to the, you know, some people were already argumentative fuckers that just obviously found themselves on YouTube because that's where arguments were happening, right? You get those kind of people, right? They're looking for the drama. They want to feel alive, and they've got nothing else to do, so they love getting involved in drama that has no fucking bearing over them or their life, because they love arguing over something with somebody. Because they're fucking weird, in my opinion. But anyway. But yeah, you know, when people talk to me about making YouTube videos, I can't play that game. I can't sit here and talk about a video game and deliberately be saying controversial things. I can't just play a video game and take all of the things that I know are very, very 50-50, very, very, you know, controversial, and I can't decide which side is going to get more triggered and then blatantly just lean towards the other side so that people get triggered and jump in the comments. And that's how you get your video up the list, you know, where people are going to see it. And people getting up, you know, people seeing your video is how your video starts to, you know, gain you subscribers, and that's the game, you know. And funnily enough, you know, they started doing it on Twitch. And this is, I think, one of Twitch's biggest problems, is that Twitch isn't designed for streamers, right? It's designed for people that are from social media and or YouTube, right? And the problem with that is that although, yes, I swear to God, I had a fucking delivery for this guy. I left it in the fucking truck. I swear I had a delivery for this guy. Right, let's go to the aeronautical engineer. So, as Twitch started to lose users, they obviously spent a bunch of time advertising, you know, streaming on social media, because they saw people that have got a social media following and they wanted them to start streaming. And these people that have a social media following, they want to start streaming because it allows them to monetize their audience in a different way. And I'm sorry, but that is sadly how some people view it, right? But the problem you have is when you start attracting all of these people from social media platforms, not only are they not particularly good at streaming because they're not streamers, they're social media influencers. Social media has long been a battle between the people that use the platform and the people that run the platform of how to figure out how to manipulate the algorithm, right? That's a big part of social media. So unfortunately, what happened over the last 10 years, 5 years, is Twitch made it attractive for a bunch of people who are very good at figuring out and reverse engineering algorithms to come over to the platform. And they brought all of those kind of behaviors with them, right? And the fact that Twitch is now saying, oh, loads of people are viewbotting's a massive problem, because you fucking got a bunch of people from social media who viewbot and fucking fake, they pay for fake engagement the platforms sell fake engagement. That's how that game works. The platform will sell you views and sell you likes, you know, or you can go to a third party, a click farm. You know, that stuff happens in social media. So I'm not fucking surprised. I'm really genuinely not surprised that viewbotting has suddenly become a big issue, because you invited a bunch of people over that do that on social media. You know, that's what they do on social media, is they pay for views, they pay for clicks and likes, and the platforms realize they were never going to beat it, so now they offer it. You know, as soon as you post something on Instagram or TikTok, it's like, hey, do you want to boost this post? You know, so more people see it. I was like, well, no, you should just show it to people because it's got the right hashtags. But it's a different game now. You know, you have to pay for your stuff to be seen by people, because the platforms have been around long enough. They're well established now. They don't need to lean on our content drawing people in anymore. They've already got all the people. Now they're trying to earn money from the creators by asking us to boost our post. But with that being the culture on social media, when you get a bunch of social media influencers moving over to Twitch and starting their streaming career, they're going to bring all of those bad behaviors with them. And yeah, now the platform is like, oh, there's too many viewbotters. What do you expect? I have no doubt in my mind that some of the people out there that are running these view bots for Twitch, they're probably the same people that are doing the engagement farming, you know, the click farming for Instagram and TikTok, you know, behind closed doors. So, like I say, because Twitch seems to want to be a social media platform rather than a streaming platform, it invites a certain kind of person, and that kind of person behaves a certain kind of way. And they're going to reverse engineer any algorithmic kind of, you know, pushing of content. And those are kind of over the top, yeah.
Goggles designed for mountaineers.
Oh, they're just designed for something,
With all
okay.
the time you've been spending up here, I figured you could use them. Sunburns from direct or reflected light are a real danger, so wear them for extra protection. But more importantly, perhaps, I just think they'll look good on you. Trust me, they'll bring out your inner beauty. So go ahead and try them on as soon as you can.
But yeah, because somebody with 50,000, 60,000, 500,000 followers on TikTok or Instagram, when they start streaming and they announce that they've started streaming, yeah, a bunch of people from TikTok will jump over onto Twitch and watch, right? They don't create an account, they don't subscribe, you know, some of them do. But anyway, but like I say, you've got someone that doesn't really have, you know, much experience as a streamer, but they have this enormous following that they've brought with them. But in doing so, you've got this huge community of people, and the people in the community don't really watch live streams. The person that's streaming doesn't really stream. And you wonder why it all goes so fucking wrong all the time. But yeah, all these people that are social media influencers that have come over to become... Can I not auto... Excuse me? Can I really not just auto... Okay, I guess not. But yeah, because the platform is so desperate for these big communities to come over from other platforms, they're doing all kinds of stuff which is to suit that particular audience. So they're kind of alienating the audience of actual streamers and people that actually watch actual streamers. And yeah, I think viewbotting is going to become one of the least of their worries. I think there's going to be all kinds of like fake engagement going on with, you know, the way social media influencers work. They'll be paying for all kinds of fucking crazy shit to boost their stream above somebody else's, because they're used to doing it with their Instagram posts and their TikTok posts and stuff. So yeah, but the problem is, you know, us small guys that are desperately trying to grow just can't, you know, there's just no discoverability. So everyone that raids me, you have my undying thanks, my unwavering thanks, because raids are the only way I get discovered. The platform does absolutely nothing for smaller streamers to get them discovered, and yeah, and then they wonder why everyone kind of resents the platform. It's just, I mean, it's not a nice feeling. Like, I don't want to resent the platform that I stream. I don't want to. I'm not doing it because I get a kick out of it. It's just, it wears you down, and I know I'm not alone in that because of how many people I know have said I need to take a break. How many people that stream regularly and actually stream have to take a break every so often. They just have to fucking stop streaming for a week, a month, or whatever, because it just burns people out, you know? So I'm not alone. And yeah, it's crazy to me because it happens with other platforms as well. People on Instagram and TikTok, they get so much hate that they have to take a break, you know? They get so much hate from people on their posts that it wears them down. They have to give up. They have to stop for a month or something. And you begin to realize, you know what, like being successful, being successful on an internet-based platform, there's a certain amount of, just switching off your feelings that's required. And I don't think I've got that. Like, I take this shit seriously because you guys mean the world to me, right? So I'm always going to try and take this shit seriously as much as I can. I try to not let it get to me because it is pretty fucking heartbreaking sometimes. But I love hanging out with you guys, and I'll always try to do it. But yeah, trying to get as many social media influencers as possible to become streamers. And then they bring all the habits they've got from social media over with them. And it's not even just, because the people that do well at social media, right? Instagram, TikTok, and that sort of thing, the people that do well, they're good at reverse engineering systems. They don't necessarily talk about it because they gatekeep it because, they want to stay on top, right? But they're good at reverse engineering how a platform works. It's, just their bread and butter, right? This is why I need to get rid of some of these fucking, zip lines that don't fucking go anywhere. They're doing my fucking ending, so it's to our right slightly. Because, yeah, I can't see shit right now, dudes. Yeah. But yeah, they work out, because people have mentioned it, the like old meta, right? The old meta with Instagram used to be that when you post something, you then don't touch your phone. You don't open Instagram for a certain amount of time. And then when you do, you jump straight into the comments. This is why I need to fucking delete some of these unnecessary zip lines, dude, because I get so fucking lost when I figure out. There's one there. Is there not one on here somewhere? There's one here. Yeah, it's there. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Give me one sec. What I need to do is I need to remove all markers, and I need to figure out. So we're going to this one, this one, this one, and then this one, I think. You just have to put a marker down to figure out which one you're going to when it gets complicated. Niche is French, yeah, so it would be pronounced niche, I would presume. Fintech Bros are the funniest ones, yeah. They'll say anything on their podcast to fucking, get some clicks. It's so sad. Need to watch the BBC documentary about Maxwell's and dad, Robert Maxwell. He was an interesting dude, being KGB, Mossad, and being MI6. Getting MI6 to pay for the start of his publishing empire too somehow. Well, yeah, this is kind of the thing, is that, you hear about the history of these people that are wealthy, and this is one of the things that really fucking, boils my piss a little bit, is the way so many people will just sit there and lie, bald-faced lie, and just say, you need to get out there, you got to start a business, you got to hustle, blah, blah, blah. And these motherfuckers started off with a fucking trust fund of like $5 million. And it's like, you didn't fucking, and they burn through $1.5 million of it, failing, before they have a business that succeeds, and then they might earn a couple of million and pay back what they borrowed from the trust. But these motherfuckers aren't good business people. They just had a lot more money to fail with than most people. This idea that you can start a business from nothing and do well is fucking deluded. There are so many industries that will fucking eat you up and spit you back out again before you even make any profit. And it's just so fucking expensive and difficult, without knowing everything about the business. which you can't know until you've run the business, which you can't do until you've got the money to run the business, which you can't get until you've had a successful business. But the way they fucking talk about people, like, if you just grind really hard, you'll be a millionaire. It's so fucking disingenuous. It's like, you're lucky, all right? Talk to other people about how they can sort of, you know, but the way they act like they're rags to riches, and you find out almost every single fucking one of these cunts started off with an incredibly rich family. Like, they started life, they went into their first business as a 19-year-old. Yes, that's true, but they used fucking 600 grand of their dad's money to start that business. And guess what happened to that business within 4 years? Gone. Absolutely gone. Excuse me.
Take care.
Damn it, I shouldn't have been fucking ranting.
Thank you for your help, my friend. I've just finished preparations for my next journey. Would you like to come along? But you're a terribly busy man, I'm sure. Let us both do our very best. Until we meet again.
But I have to save your ass again. But yeah, these motherfuckers will start off by fucking just driving several businesses into the ground before they start being successful at something. And the amount of money they've spent to get to where they are, to then tell people like, oh yeah, I started when I was 19, I started this business, and, you know, I eventually sold that for blah, blah, blah. So you didn't sell it, it got repossessed. You didn't sell that business, it was worth $600,000 when I sold it. You didn't sell it, it was fucking repossessed because you didn't fucking have enough money to keep it going, so someone else took it over. But yeah, they fucking lie. And yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't work hard, but I'm saying you should be realistic about the fact that the bottom line is these people had significantly more money to fail with than you ever will. And that's just unfortunately how it is. I'll not disassemble that because it's right next to that fucking... Okay. So, what have we got cargo-wise? That's for the West Environment, Eastern... So I do have something for that guy. I swear we went there. Okay. Nimbus, welcome in. Not going to be able to stay, unfortunately, but I wanted to drop in and say my hellos. Hope you're well and fun. If not, fine. Hope things can pick up for you. Thank you for stopping by, Nimbus. It's very kind of you, dude. I appreciate that. Have a lovely rest of your day, dude. Don't feel bad at all. If you've got stuff to do, you've got stuff to do. It's just lovely to see you. Quite crazy being a triple agent, especially during the Cold War. Yeah, I mean, some people have interesting lives because, you know, they've led interesting lives, but yeah, when people just fucking suck the dick of these fucking entrepreneurs, when they fucking, you know, it's like Trump. Trump's been bankrupt like multiple times. He's fucking driven multiple businesses into the ground. Like, the guy cannot run businesses. And what's fucking crazy to me, right? In the UK, if you declare bankruptcy, right, that is it. You are legally prohibited from being the CEO of a business, right? If you file for bankruptcy, you are then legally not allowed to ever be a CEO of any business again, as far as I'm aware. And what's crazy to me is how Trump has filed for bankruptcy so many times, and yet they still ended up running the, well, you know, pretending to run the fucking country. It's absolutely fucking bonkers to me how in the UK being bankrupt once is enough to get you blacklisted from ever being the CEO of a business, because you clearly just can't run one, right? But yeah, I suppose it's slightly different over there. Filing for bankruptcy isn't quite as severe. But yeah, there's like a wake of, like, you know, multiple failed ventures behind that guy. And the way they talk about how their friends made so much money when the market crashed. They're like, yeah, he made 14 million, he made 7 million, he made 5 million. I'm like, people probably died because of this. I know that sounds extreme, but, you know, when unemployment and the markets fucking, you know, fall over, people lose their jobs and they're unable to feed themselves. And America doesn't fucking care, you know. It just lets them fucking die. Because the healthcare system over there is fucking archaic and really capitalist. I'm sorry, but it is. But yeah, unemployment goes up and thousands of people die. And it's like, Yeah, they're just standing around bragging about how they fucking cashed in on on what was quite likely a tragedy in many different places of the country. And yeah, I don't know how they get away with it, dudes. It's fucking crazy to me. Then you have very, very, very few really started with normal funds because they're very rare. Yeah, occasionally you'll get. Occasionally you'll get someone that, yeah, they started off with, you know, a modest loan from the bank for like $3,000, and they built themselves up from there. But yeah, they're few and far between these days. Unfortunately, there's so many cutthroat, awful people out there that as soon as you start manufacturing something, somebody starts making something almost exactly like it, but obviously legally distinct enough to not get sued. But they undercut you on price because they know if they can bury your business and become the main supplier, the money they lose on selling at a loss will be recuperated in the future, and they can eat that cost. And this is the thing. This is what I'm saying, is that you've got people talking about how you need to be entrepreneurial. There's nothing entrepreneurial about having $40 million and being able to eat a fucking 600 grand loss 7 years in a row until somebody else goes out of business and you become the main supplier of something. That's not entrepreneurial. That's just fucking unfair. Entrepreneurial is spotting, you know, shortcomings of the current system and finding a supply that, you know, nobody else can find, or a demand that nobody else knew was there, and creating the supply for that, you know, creating something new. But just strong-arming somebody and just pricing somebody out by undercutting them and eating the loss because you know you're going to make money in the future, that's not entrepreneurial at all. That's fucking pathetic. Like, I think it should be against the law for a company to operate at a loss for a certain amount of time. I think that the value of the business and how much they lose each year, there should be a threshold where you could stop this shit happening. Because yeah, you'll get these fucking BlackRock fucking financial conglomerates where they'll be like, right, well, we want to get into this market. So they buy everything. They just buy every business, every industry, every infrastructure. They just buy it. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. They buy everything so they can vertically integrate the entire supply chain. And then anybody who refuses to sell their business to, you know, to this fucking conglomerate, they just say, cool. And they just undercut them on price. They open up a store literally across the street and they undercut them on price until that business goes out of, you know, until that other person goes out of business. And it's like, damn, that's incredibly fucking disgusting, you know? There'll be a family business, like you say, some genuine family business that's been going for decades. And yeah, some financial conglomerate will say, right, we're going to get into the jewelry business. We're going to get into the jewelry business. We're going to get into the fashion industry. We're going to get into the makeup industry. And they just fucking buy everything. That's how much money they have. And there's no entrepreneurialism about it at all. It's not entrepreneurial at all, you know? Having a bunch of money to fuck up but stay in business is not entrepreneurial, you know? But they love to go on a podcast and talk about how entrepreneurial they were. And I shit you not, I remember seeing an interview with some guy who's supposed to be some really famous entrepreneur. And he said Starbucks was for sale. I think it was Starbucks. But I didn't have the money for it. So I went to a few friends and I said to them, do you guys want to go in on this with me?
How do you tickle a rich TikTok girl? Say Gucci, Gucci, Gucci.
Fucking hell, Dennis. But yeah, this guy said I didn't have the money. So I approached a few people and I asked them if they wanted to go in on this, you know, on this with me, you know, put in some money and we could all get rich. And I found out one of them tried to go around me, or they went behind my back and they went around me. They tried to buy the whole thing themselves. And I was like, what part of that do you not see is perfectly valid? You didn't have the money. You didn't have the money. You could have asked them for a finder's fee. You could have said, hey, do you want to buy Starbucks? I can arrange the meeting for 2%, you know? You could have had a finder's fee, but no. You approached them to say, I've got a proposition for you, like you have any right to stop the person that wants to sell the business and the person that wants to buy the business. This guy was trying to force himself in as this middleman without having any of the money to put up. Because, let's be honest, right? if Starbucks is for sale for, hypothetically, I don't know what the number was, I don't know what, but let's say it was $900 million, right? Maybe it's more, maybe it's less, whatever, just for the sake of argument. Let's say it's $900 million. If you had $450 million and you wanted somebody else to put in 550 or 450 as well, if you wanted someone to go halvesies, 20%, 30%, whatever, if you wanted some help buying it, but you were putting in a sizable chunk, okay. This guy didn't have any money, and everyone was like, this guy's a fucking genius. I'm like, he's not a fucking genius. He's a fucking con man. The motherfucker didn't have any money. Why the fuck was he even talking to the people that were trying to sell a business? This guy had no money, and he was trying to fucking trick his rich friends into all collectively putting in some money into a deal that he came up with. I came up with a deal. He didn't come up with shit. Something was for sale, and somebody wanted to buy it. It's got nothing to do with you, my dude. If you don't have the money, you're not involved. That's not how commerce works. And I was like, these people are fucking insane. The shit they will try and get away with is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe how fucking ridiculously insane some of the fucking like mental gymnastics they must go through to fucking worm their way into somebody else's business deal. It's fucking ridiculous. Right. So we've got this, which is, I think, is it a supply request? No. So we're all the way up here, though, and this is where I'd really love if this game had a fucking glider. I'd love it if this game had a glider, but it doesn't. So we're going to go down the hill. We're going to go down the hill. Then we can use the monorail. Yeah, do you know what? Which way are we facing? Because yes, I need to go make a lem sip in a moment. But yeah, the way people sort of say like, oh yeah, I set up this deal, when it's like it's somebody that wants to sell something and somebody who wants to buy it, it's like that's somebody else with their own money. The fact that you know them and they don't, it's fucking wild to me. It's like if you stop somebody in the street and said, hey, do you know where I could buy a cigarette lighter, or where can I buy some beers from? And they were like, yeah, there's a shop down there, but now you owe me £1. It's just like, fuck off, you know, just don't tell me, you know? But yeah, it fucking baffles me. The finance world, the fucking arrogance and the fucking mental gymnastics people are willing to pull off to try and pretend like they're some really clever entrepreneur when they just have more money than somebody else. That's it. That's what it comes down to. You know. And yeah, there are no good CEOs anymore. There's just companies that have so much money. Because let's be honest, Apple hasn't come up with, well, they've barely come up with any good ideas for probably 7, maybe 10 years, right? They've barely come up with any really good ideas for a while, right? Pretty clear that Jobs was the idea guy, and without Jobs, they're struggling to find somebody to fill that role. That like ruthlessly product experience focused, you know, person that comes up with the ideas and is just so good at coming up with good products that from there, you know, as long as you make the product like he says, it's probably going to do well. And I hate to say it, but the guy came up with some pretty fucking groundbreaking products. Complete cunt to work for. I'm not arguing that. He was a complete cunt to work for or with. Some of the stories I've heard about how he treated people were fucking disgusting. But in terms of, product, not design, but coming up with product ideas, whatever that's called, basically unmatched. But they're probably they're probably barely making any money compared to what they could be making. You know, they could be making more money if they had more good products, but they've only got their faithful crew of people that always buy Apple products, and they just charge more for them now. So money-wise, they're probably making, you know, not quite as little as they, or not as much less as they could do, because they've jacked the price of everything, right? Which again, I don't think Jobs would have been too fucking pleased about that either. Because don't get me wrong, Apple stuff has always been expensive, but it used to be like the build quality was just far and above anything else. If you look at like an old Apple laptop or an old Apple desktop computer, and you sort of like interact with it, you can feel the build quality. It's just better. Everything was incredibly over-engineered, but it made the products bulletproof, right? And yes, you could get a cheaper Windows machine, but it was made of plastic, it was riveted together. But you know, Apple's kind of done a bit of a U-turn on that as well, actually. They now use rivets and glue and shit, but they've obviously fucking fallen off a bit there as well. But they can do that, you know, they can do that and lose the die-hard customers that appreciate the build quality, because their popularity is carrying them and they're allowed to fucking charge whatever the fuck they want. Fuck is this? Why is this out here? And just put that out of this timeful, out of the snow. So yeah, let me just see what this does. I'm pretty sure this is just going to fucking teleport me somewhere, right? Oh, it's got to load the map. Can I just teleport to like a fucking? Because we 5-starred everybody here, right? We must have done. But can we just fucking fast travel to any shelter? Oh yeah, my bridge is probably fucked as well. I'm supposed to go back and fix that, but oh okay, so not all shelters, just like the major ones. So the ones that are kind of substantial. Okay. Because yeah, that's wild to me. The fact that I can just go to the Pizza Chef. Oh, there's one outside. Okay, that would take us there. Beach chum. No, they're all currently carrying cargo were placed in this facility's private locker. I don't think I'm carrying any cargo. Oh yeah, I've got a fucking repair spray, whatever it's called. Sorry, my fucking brain is giving up on me. I need to fucking make a fucking drink. I need to fucking nibble on something. Apple subsidiary Braham Capital is the world's largest hedge fund too, and that's all their profit outside the USA, which is 1.8% tax on. I think it was $240 billion US, and they're paying what, 1.8% tax. It's just, yeah, like I'm sorry that the way the working class gets taxed, I wouldn't mind it if, like, you know, if these people could pay for accountants and they paid like a few percent less than us, you know. But it's fucking, it's just outright insulting how people like me are paying 20 to 30, maybe even 40%. So let's say around about 27%, roughly 30% tax across the board on my car, on my fucking earnings, on what I spend. It's just, there's like a 20 to 30% on everything, right? But then somebody who has more money than I could ever spend in 10 lifetimes is paying like 1% or 2% tax. It's just the way people manipulate the financial systems of this world. It's so infuriating, because it's not even like they're paying. So they're paying 12% of their salary to only pay 20% in tax rather than 30% tax for personal reasons. Because if obviously that's 32% rather than 30, it's not worth it. But you know how the maths works out. I don't. But you know what I'm trying to say is that, you know, they're paying somebody 7% of their income, so they pay 10% tax, so 17% loss overall rather than 27%, right? They're paying 17% to save 10%, right? So they still save something in the end, right? But yeah, like the rest of us, it's just, you just pay what they ask, and if you don't, you know. Can I fit another one there? I can. Okay, cool. Yeah, the rest of us are just stuck paying the standard tax rate, which just keeps going up and up and up and up. It's fucking disgusting. Scotch, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. How was stream? What were you playing today? But yeah, the Junji Ito. I mean, the black camo was nice. That was kind of nice. But yeah, the Junji Ito is just so fucking cool. Oh my goodness. Thing is, I want to wear some glasses as well, you know? But I suppose with the backwards hat, actually, it should look pretty cool. Right, let's get some sleep. Let's go have a quick shower first of all. One and all, Knip as always. How goes this weekend? The game's weird, yeah. It's been a little bit awkward in places, but yeah, we're getting through it. But yes, one of these and one of these non-raiders. Please feel free to swing by and say hello to our lovely friend Scotch. Playing Date Everything. And they found some eldritch horror. But yeah, this mask looks kind of strange. I'm not going to lie. Everything is weird. Yes, very weird from what I can tell. Right. I feel like I should go and test some weapons at some point, but I'm kind of. I mean, I think I don't want to use the weapons to be honest. But yes. Anyway, sorry. Apologies. Welcome in, Raiders. Sorry for those of you that haven't met me. My name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently on my first playthrough of Death Stranding 2, and for the most part, absolutely loving it. Not quite as much as the first one, but yeah, still fucking really fun. Not a game for everybody. I know I can see why some people don't like them, but yeah, I just, you know, there's a gameplay loop to them that I just appreciate. I just really enjoy the gameplay loop. So where are we supposed to be getting deliveries from, dude? Because I've been to 3 or 4 places now, and there's just, you know, because yeah, I'm supposed to be delivering this. I don't even know where the cargo is. See, where's the fucking cargo, dude? Okay, well, I'm going to use the transponder to go to the data scientist to see if she's got the order. Can I go to the data scientist? Is that allowed? Oof. But yeah, it seems crazy to me that you can do this. Like, you can just fucking teleport. It kind of goes against everything that the game stands for, really, which is kind of crazy. I don't know how I'm delivering this because I haven't got it on me. Suge.
Order completed. Well.
So yeah, I don't know how that works. I really don't know how that works. But we'll run along the road and see if we can do that one as well. I mean, so where's this zip line go? Does it go anywhere? No, not connected to anything. Very silly. Oh. That something clicking its jaws at me. Or is it me standing on a twig? I think it's me standing on a twig. There's a bit of a slowdown after the jump. It would be kind of cool if you could bunny up a little bit, but yeah, it's probably a bit too much to ask for. Dude, to go make some food, we'll be lurking. Thank you for the lurk, dude. Enjoy the food. Yeah, please take care of your post-stream routine. Completely understandable, my dude. Let me just make sure that's all up to date so I can see what's going on with all the various different bits of a stream that I need to keep an eye on because my internet connection loves to disconnect me for no fuck. Well, actually, no, I'm not with Sky anymore, so BT's been really good. And it was crazy. The other day, dude, I'm still really fucking weirded out by that. The fact that I lost my downward internet connection, so I couldn't access my chat, I couldn't access the dashboard, I couldn't open up Google. Like, I couldn't download any information on a browser, I couldn't, you know, navigate to websites. But the stream was still live, both Twitch and YouTube, right? And I'm like, how am I still uploading a stream if my internet is down? But yeah, it managed to fucking just handle it. You know, the internet went down in terms of me accessing the internet, but uploading my stream was still going. And I don't think I had a split VOD or anything. I couldn't see or hear anyone's chat. I couldn't read the chat or anything, so I had to get the chat out on my phone. But even then, it wasn't allowing me to access the chat. But then it came back and I was still live. And I was like, but for a good minute or two, I was just refreshing Google, trying to get the web page to load and make sure my internet was still fucking working. And it wasn't loading. And I was like, what's going on, dudes? So there are guys over there. So, I mean, seeing as we're over here, let's see if I can tie some people up. Oh, no, fucking hell. Yes, I'm sorry, Leo, I'm sorry. But yeah. Oh, you see, it's just... Yeah, never mind. Never mind, I thought I could do some stealth just to fucking improve my stealth stat, but nah, once again, line of sight and awkward fucking enemy placement has kind of spoiled that. And I know it sounds like I'm coping, but please, I've played through Metal Gear Solid 1 through 5. Each game at least 3 times, some games like 10 times, so like, yeah. I should have been able to fucking tie that guy up as soon as he fucking got up there. But, right. I got a delivery for this guy. No. And got no deliveries for anybody that I need to 5-star. Yeah, I've already 5-starred the architect, so yeah. But we're going there anyway, so we may as well take it for the, what did that say? This order involves a very large amount of ammo, cargo. Oh, yeah, nah, fuck. Like, carry your own fucking cargo. Not the pizza guy, but the fucking architect. Carry your own fucking cargo, my dude. But yeah, I have a feeling I've got some cargo if I just go there and then just deliver it. But yeah, you can see there I was trying to sneak up, tie that guy up, and then I got spotted in the tower, which is, yeah, unfortunate. Then the guy did a really weird, like, round arc around me and then started climbing the ladder, and I was like, okay, all I got to do is hide. Maybe I should have hidden behind the pillar or something and then walked the opposite way that he went and got up behind him. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the stealth is a little bit less generous in this one. It's kind of just, it crosses that threshold where it's like, it becomes a bit awkward rather than just, okay, as long as I keep out of sight, stay crouched, you know, I can probably sneak around these guys. But yeah, instead they're perceptive, like really, really perceptive. And there's, I can't remember the name of the fucking YouTuber, it was ages ago, but they were talking about how stealth in games works. And obviously as someone that's watched lots of Metal Gear content, I was obviously sort of suggested it. And yeah, I remember sort of, you know, watching this video and they were talking about how, like, when they were making a game, it's actually really easy to create enemies that are basically impossible to sneak past, right? You can make them, like, hear and see quite well, fairly easily, and it's just an absolute nightmare. You can't fucking win. Like, you'd think it would be a really nice challenge, but it's actually fucking infuriating how they can see your foot sticking out from behind something, and they can see, like, your elbow next to a wall, next to the corner of a wall when you're behind it or something. And it just makes it... And so you have to create this much more simplified system. And this simplified system will have a set of rules, and those rules are easy to... They're reasonably easy to reverse engineer and understand. And then once you understand what the rules are, you can then create puzzles that force them to implement those rules and find ways to circumvent the rules, right? And that's the real sort of joy of a stealth game, is when the rules are reasonably explicit. They're pretty clear, right? But then you get to a situation where, like, well, the guy's going to see me if I do this, and they're going to see me if I do that, and then you have to find something in the environment, or you have to learn the timing of their movements and everything, and yeah. You end up in a situation where you learn all of the various different approaches you can take that result in you being undetected. Yeah, that's super fun. And that's why the Metal Gear Solid games are so fun for some of us. But yeah, in this, I just can't seem to fucking sneak at all, you know, whereas, you know, Sniper Elite 4, 5, whatever you want to call it, all the DLCs, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, come on, Sam.
Oh boy, that must hurt.
What's it called? Oh, my brain, I can't remember the name of the fucking game. What's it fucking called? It's first person and there's really good stealth in it. Where's the fucking architect? I think that's the pizza place. Check. Dishonored? Is it Dishonored? It might be Dishonored. But yeah, I've played a bunch of stealth games that have various different approaches to stealth. And oh yeah, fuck, oh brain, fucking brain. And yeah, I've slowly but surely worked out, what the parameters are. Dishonored, Bambi, welcome in. Lovely to see you. It is Dishonored, yeah. You fucking for real. So yes, I've played a fucking shitload of stealth games. So when I find a game that's really difficult to stealth in, I'm always a little bit like, well, why did I not struggle with other games, So yeah, I think that there needs to be a set of rules and parameters to how stealth works. And there needs to be perceptions. The enemies need to have perceptions, but also limitations, right?
This is nice.
And if you do it right, it's super compelling, and someone like me will play your game like 5 times over and love it. Gonjus makes me laugh every time. The Gonjus. Love stealthing Far Cry. Yeah, exactly. Once I get the bow and arrow in Far Cry, I'm away. I'm fucking in the zone. I'm away. A silenced pistol and or a bow and arrow, and I'm away. I'm good to go. Even if the bow and arrow has like a realistic fall on it, so you have to sort of aim, I don't mind. I'll get used to it. But yeah, Dishonored, once you get the blink ability and you can like literally teleport from one side of the room to the other, it's pretty interesting. How long I need to refresh you? But yes, yeah, unfortunately there is a bit of a delay. I mean, everything seems to be okay here, but I know that Twitch is just Twitch, right? The delay do be the delay. The disconnect. Did it disconnect? Oh, blimey. Thank you to everyone hanging out in the YouTube. I appreciate you, gang. YouTube crew. We're double barreling these days. So. Yeah, we just keep going this way. But yes, in this one, my stealth stat isn't very high, and that bothers me. I mean, maybe Kojima, being the fucking mastermind that they are, will like make the stealth awkward, and make the fucking and make the stealth kind of awkward to deal with, and make the stealth stat lag behind everything else, to make them feel bad about their stealth. Yes, when they've got like an elephant or a fucking bear in a cage, and you shoot the lock on the cage, and then the fucking bear takes care of like, 7 of the 12 enemies. You're like, cool, that's nice and easy. But yeah, and again, Far Cry. We played through 6 the other day, a few months back, and yeah, I knew what I was getting into. I knew what to expect. It's repetitive, but it has these systems. It has these systems and these rules and these mechanics, and they work a certain way. And even though I've done that over and over and over again, I still enjoyed it. I still liberated almost every outpost. Still did the whole story. We didn't do every single side mission, but we did a reasonable chunk. I think we're on the sort of 80% plus for almost everything, which is pretty good for a Far Cry game, because there's usually so much stuff to do. I mean, there's a bunch of crafting probably, which I'm not super interested in going back to, but yeah. Hey, the MDK, welcome in. How's it going? More of an AR-15 kind of guy, Far Cry with a silencer going in like SAS. And that's one of the sort of strengths of a Far Cry game, is it can support both kinds of gameplay. And Metal Gear Solid V supports both kinds of gameplay. The other games, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, they're much more, stealth is the way. And if you don't do it the way you're supposed to, you're probably going to have a fucking bad time. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid V kind of made it a bit more action if you wanted to. But yeah, stealthing and figuring out patterns and routes and timings, it's a nice little puzzle for my brain to chew on. How's it going? I'm very well. I apologise. Any second an ad's going to start. I know I've just said hello to you, and I'm really sorry about that, but it is obviously on an hourly schedule. So in a moment, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a wrap and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack you won't miss if you think someone take a break as well. I'm going to do a quick stretch, and then I'll be back shortly. So, activate terminal. Can I make a delivery? No. This is weird, dudes. This is weird. I need to figure out why I've got a fucking order for this person. but I can't complete it. Anyway, right. I'll pause the game there. I'll pop you guys over there and I'll be back shortly. Oh. Dedicate this monument to the memory of the souls lost in the calamity. Okay. But yeah, I understand the concept. They won't de-aggro. So the more I run, the more enemies I'm collecting. But you know what? I think if I get to a ladder, it won't be a problem anymore. Will I go this way? No, I didn't. Will they come this way? Yes, they will. Okay. Oh shit. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. There's a grace right here, right? I think there's a grace right there. Fucking did it! Orphan of Kos. Done. Get fucking stun locked, bozo. Spend ages making something or getting all the materials to make something, and then one loading screen just disappears. It's so annoying because it kind of makes it pointless. Shut the fuck up. It kind of makes it pointless to build things because you know they're just going to get taken from you at some point. Fuck's sake. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Oh, I forgot to make a fucking lemon sip. Fuck. So yeah, why the fuck in my orders do I have something for the architect? I was just at the data scientist, and do you know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm going to fucking cancel it. Fuck off. I want to clear my orders because, yeah, we're done. Right, so there's a monorail over there. And said monorail will take us over here. And I think there's a transponder somewhere. But yes, the fisherman. I don't know if the fisherman's got any orders, so... Cool, so no outstanding orders. I think our truck is in the Magellan, I think. So... Okay, so I need to get to the Magellan, and then I need to go to the bridge, and then there'll be some story. Sorry, I was just trying to remember where the fuck we were. But yeah, I need to get to the Magellan. Using a transponder. Oh, there's a cannon there. Can I cannon myself towards the pizza guy? Because that'd be kind of funny. We can go back and play 5 again. Yeah, so I need to play 5. I think I played 4. I need to play 5. I played 6 instead. Jump the gun. Launching thrown weapons. Thrown weapons such as grenades can be launched. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, hang on. Oh, I can't fucking... Oh, is that direction the pizza? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Fine.
Don't you dare drop me, Sam!
Okay, well, it kind of just threw me right into the middle of the BT area, but not to worry. Hey, look, there's butterflies here. Okay. So. So, I think there's a transponder outside. If not, it doesn't matter. Because we can use the transponder near the pizza chef. See, it's fine sometimes. When you got no cargo. You can double extreme. You can single extreme, or you can fucking double extreme. Right. Teleport me where the Magellan is. And the map has a fucking aneurysm. It's like, whoa, where are you going? Big Papa Franco only got one pickup arm. Rookie. I can't believe you can have two of them. Hello, Baba. You're still the bestest boy, all right? Sam slows down because the game is like, holy shit, load the cutscene, load the cutscene. He's like walking really slowly and then walking really slowly again. He's like, shit, load the cutscene. Get it into the RAM quickly. Because, yeah, I think I'm going to go straight into the cutscene from here. No. Okay. Right, what's this cargo they've got for me?
Just a little more work, and we'll have linked up the whole continent.
Allow me to reestablish our connection with the network.
And we're off.
Can Higgs see us? Has Higgs got a lock on us? Oh.
The currents just went crazy. I've lost track of my hand. It's gone.
Are we caught in a surge?
I don't know. There shouldn't be any other currents in our vicinity.
Unidentified object approaching.
Everyone brace for impact. What's wrong?
The rudder's unresponsive.
I think something's dragging us.
The connection to my hand has been severed somehow. Right now, I'm flying blind.
Roman, do you sense anything?
No, it's not a BT.
Well, something's still pulling us down.
Much deeper, and the ship's hull won't be able to handle the pressure.
Evasive action.
Out of the way, Kitty!
It's no good. Can't break free.
Discharge tar ballast. Rapid ascent. Now!
Too risky. We have no idea where we're going to surface.
We have no choice. Open blast shields.
If we don't do something, it'll crush us.
Giant mech. Oh, it's a fucking squid, okay. Excuse me.
Hold it. Yeah, I'm hardly a repatriate, but I'm immortal enough. Damn. When'd you start rolling with such a big crew, Sam? Settle. Settle. Unless you want me to blow her head off.
Fuck's sake.
Well. You roll back the clock and that old time fall soaked hide of yours, huh? You know I'm only here to get revenge on you and Sam. The rest of y'all really have no quarrel with, so, you know, you let me keep the two of them and y'all can fuck off. No? All wanna die together? Except for the fact that Sam's a repatriate, so can't really share in your sad fate. But before I pop him, he gets to watch me kill all y'all.
It's not really him.
So he's what? Mecha Higgs?
Mecha Higgs.
Sir, disappointed. But I don't break that easy. So be it. It's gonna be that way. Y'all could all go down with the ship.
It's all up to you, Sam.
No time to waste. Let's head out, Sam.
Right, so after me complaining about the fucking game,
It looks like that thing coiled around the Magellan is
all
some
the combat,
sort of giant ghost mech. You're our only hope of freeing the ship from its grasp. Gear up and get ready to head out. If you can get it to let go and draw it away from us, we should be able to provide fire support. We're counting on you, Sam.
right, so oh, fucking hell, game. Oh, excuse me. Welcome back, Babs. We climb it indeed.
Sam, the Magellan is a sitting duck right now. Head out and engage the enemy so we can get some breathing room here. Bloody hell!
Opening fire now.
Oh yeah, you get that second one for free, yeah? Cool. That's cool.
Leave him alone. Hold on, I got your back. Sam, I can't cover you right now. The gun's overheated.
Can we get... Where's my gun?
Fueling unit's burned out. I'll need a moment to get it up and running.
Fuck is...
Can you hear me? Wake up!
No. No. Pretend I won. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I got fucking cornered and I couldn't do anything. That wasn't my fault. I was absolutely crushing it. I'm sorry. I was fucking taking out legs one after the other. But we've already done this boss fight, you know. We've already done it. So...
Leave him alone.
Sam, you need to fight off that ghost mech. The Magellan can't take much more. The Magellan's taking damage.
Mr. Ready, a win is a win. Nah.
Get that thing distracted.
Engaging.
Game, what do you want me to do about that? How am I supposed to dodge
Oh boy, that must
something that fucking big and then he fucking won't get the gun out? Dude, this is the thing, dude. They've created this system where, like, I can't move, but it's asking me to dodge when I'm fucking knee deep in tar. Like, what do you want? Like, do you want to be a Souls game? Then give me Souls movement, you know? Like, it's weird, dude. You know, because we had a lot more space and there was a lot less tar the first time we fought them, so it wasn't as bad, but yeah, this just feels fucking ridiculous.
Get moving, Sam. You need to get rid of that thing. That's it, Sam.
Engaging. Leave him alone.
The Magellan's taking damage. Sam, I need you to keep that thing distracted.
Oh, mate, I'm trying, but there's an invisible wall here, which is fucking kind of stupid. Oh, come on, game. Don't block me like that. Come on.
Leave him alone.
Oh, my machine gun's empty, I think.
Opening fire now.
I'll be right with you. Welcome in a creative name. Very creative name. I love it. 10 out of 10. Where the fuck are you going?
Leave him alone.
Ah, I couldn't get underneath it quick enough. I mean, as cool as it looks, it's kind of dull as fuck to fight. But like I say, maybe FromSoft bosses have spoiled me, but yeah. Crack Higgs. Oh, we get an S from... Okay, we got S. Okay. Damage taken to the Magellan 50% or less. We'll take it. Damage taken Sam 100% or less. Okay. Cool. We'll take it. But yeah, just fucking shooting at the red dots. You know, just shooting at the glowing red stuff.
The only reason we're still alive is because you were here to save us. Come back to the ship. You've earned yourself a rest.
Look at all of this stuff the game is trying to give me. Right, there we go. There's a bit of story for you, chat. But yeah, sorry, it just doesn't it doesn't make my nipples hard. It's not blowing my hair back, you know. It's just I'm just shooting like a red glowing thing, and then it goes into slow motion, which means that the next red glowing thing, if it's there, is just a given. Oh shit, excuse me. So yeah, it doesn't really have like a puzzle to it. It's just shoot the red glowing things, and we've already fought that octopus thing once. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think the boss fights are that great, to be honest. I'm just going to be honest. Right, all of these weapons the game tried to give me, I'm going to recycle them. Excusez-moi. We'll keep that one just in case. Cool. Excuse me. Ferocia, welcome back. Just pulled a tree stump out of the ground with a Jeep. How's it going here? Fucking, that's some masculine behaviour, Ferocia. GG's. Did you use a chain and a tyre? Like, because my friend told me you're supposed to dig around the root, get a chain, and then you put a tyre and you put the chain over the tyre, and that somehow makes it work better. Because it makes the chain do that, and then it's pulling up rather than pulling away from it.
Unfortunately, the rest of the D-Trim Magellan wasn't so lucky. The ship is unable to travel in its current state, but Tarman's doing his best to get us back in action.
What have I walked in on? Shit.
I'm about to leave to pick up some supplies for repairs.
Sam can jump in a puddle dodge, or even shoot the sky. Shoot the sky.
Afterwards, check the ship's delivery terminal to find out which part of the continent you'll need to link up next. The show must go on, after all.
The show must go on. But yeah, do you know what? I'm going to sleep it off. Always the fucking way. Cool. Right, shower. Oh, hang on. Who are we going to see in the hallway? Oh, look, it's all damaged and everything. Okay. That's a neat touch. Excuse me. That sounds way smarter. Yeah, I mean, this is what we were told to do. We were told to, to tire this. Because it pulls up on the stump as you pull it out. I don't know why it's mega cropped. But yeah, apparently that's the trick. That's what we did. Because apparently most of the trouble is you're pulling the stump like directly against the ground. You want to put it up, and a tire helps do that. But you've got to be fucking careful, because if the chain snaps, it fucking obliterates everything in its path. It's fucking terrifying. And I've seen people like pulling, and like the truck is like bouncing on the clutch, like it's going, just keep going, and then the rope snaps and it coils up under tension and just fucking barrels through the rear window of the car. Oh yeah. Right, so yeah, to the I have to go to the bridge. Okay, fair enough. Just wrapped straps around it and pulled it with a winch, worked like a chump. Yeah, I mean, if you've got a stronger tree to attach the other winch to, then yeah. If it works, it works. You know, the thing is, if the stump is out of the ground, you know, when you're struggling and then a better idea comes along, okay, better idea. But if you get the stump out of the ground, you get the stump out of the ground, you know.
Repair the plating and the propulsion system using chiral printed parts. Fragile.
Pick up a ton of splintered pieces. Yeah, I thought you end up breaking the roots off, don't you?
The nav console I use to read the tar currents isn't broken. I just need a little more time to restore the connection with my hand. Won't be much longer now.
Tarman.
He came to visit me in my room.
Thank you.
Watched Source Code for the first time, kind of knew the story, but yeah, it was pretty.
Oh,
Source Code.
Hands now, eh?
Which one is?
Hands allow us to connect. form bonds.
You think you'll ever find your missing hand?
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Now that's a bond I doubt will ever be broken.
Is that? No.
Looks like we're good to go.
Because it was the social network, wasn't it?
Stay safe out there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Are you excited to head out? So excited.
Is there a second one?
Here. Oh,
Okay.
it's fragile.
Okay. I like that one. Is it on? I can watch it on Amazon Prime, I think. But yeah.
Okay. Let's get going.
Hey, be safe out there.
Thank you.
What if you run into trouble on the way?
We'll be fine. Remember, you're talking to the former head of Fragile Express.
You two be all right?
We all have dooms. No need to worry about us.
And we're tougher than you too.
Right. So watch yourself out there.
Take care of each other.
Okay.
Sam, although everyone's hard at work repairing the DHV Magellan, it will unfortunately be some time before we can travel again. Nevertheless,
Tom is on the train.
putting our plans on hold is out of the question. We must continue to press
Because what's the
Extending the chiral network
what's the film with Adrian Brody and Brad Pitt and a couple of other people, and they're on a train, and one of them almost misses the train, but they run and jump on the back, and they use knuckle dusters to punch through the fucking window. Bullet Train, okay. But yeah, it's just Brad Pitt's character is on his laptop, and he's like, "Eat a bag of dicks, lady," and she's just this old lady says, "Fuck you sideways," and he can't keep a straight face. I haven't seen that one, but I've seen it. Anyway, sorry, I should be paying attention to this.
Precautionary measure. And bringing South Fort Knot into the chiral network will be necessary to do that.
Okay.
I say this to reassure you that the whole team is committed to getting the ship back up and running, and that we mean to join you as soon as we can. It's just going to take us a little while, that's all. For now, head to the Phantom Smith shelter and put him on the grid. The associated main order can be accessed via this delivery terminal.
Okay. Oh, fucking hell, man. Okay, so yeah, I think this is going to be a coffin board affair until we can get a zipline network down to this motherfucker. So yeah, I will take this. I will take coffin board. Cool. That should be enough. We've got 225 to spare. Nothing to spend it on. Right. Up on this motherfucker. Right, so we're going this way first? No. Back up the hill. Or is it going to be easier to... Oh, hang on. This won't work outside the chiral network, will it? Oh, this is spicy. Okay, this is a bit spicy. So, what we can do is we can use the coffin board to go up here afterwards, and then we'll end up above them, and then we can just walk downhill, so that'll be fine. So as long as we can get over this fucking cliff without dying, we're okay. We just got to go uphill. Excellent film. Yeah, it's another one that I need to watch. But yeah, I'm thinking of doing a movie night on Fridays in the Discord. Maybe just the first Friday of the month or the last Friday of the month. I'm not sure. But Friday's a day when I'm usually sitting here just chilling out, and I normally want to watch a film, but I may as well watch a film with you guys. Because it'd be nice to do some more stuff with the Discord. Because yeah, I appreciate that. Obviously, being part of lots of different Discords, you want to kind of make sure you're in ones where stuff happens. But as long as the person who runs the Discord, i.e. me, doesn't fucking ping like 3 times a day, excuse me, 3 times a day, it doesn't get too much. How was that not? Oh, okay. Right, so we're going up here. Yes, pull down and pick a bunch of splintered pieces. Yeah, like I say, if you can get the thing out of the ground, then you've won. Because, yeah, some of them are fucking so deeply fucking entrenched in the ground, you know. Because people don't realise that, you know, some trees, when someone's like, oh, there's a tree there, I want to take that tree out. I'm like, well, the house is how many 100 years old? They're like, apparently it's 450 years old. I'm like, okay, how many 100 years has that tree been there? They're like, no idea. And I'm like, okay, let's find out what kind of tree it is. And let's look up the average size per 50 years, right? And I'm like, that's a fucking 300-year-old tree. That thing has roots that go below... Sam, please. Now, that thing has roots that probably go below the foundations of the house. We ain't fucking pulling that thing out of the ground. What is going on with this fucking vehicle, man? Getting completely turned around. So, yeah, let's see if we can get... Oh, chat, it's beautiful. Oh, chat, if you just hold back, you just lean back and jump, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Right, and then when we get to the top, we need to slow down because, chat, we laced it. We fucking laced it. We didn't get yeeted off the other side. Cool. So, this is hopefully the other side of that ridge. We can go down to get that material there, and then we can all the way up here, and then we can rely on the zip lines to get us up to there. So, down and to the right very slowly. That's what she said. Fucking pulled it. Fucking pulled it. Right. There's a fucking avalanche behind me, dudes. Come on. No, move. Fuck off. Right, so where's this fucking... Oh shit. Excuse me. Oh shit. Excuse me. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. But what I mean, what am I going to use as a weapon? Like, I don't have a weapon. What is this?
Something just emerged from the tar? Heads up, Sam!
fuck is it? Oh, that was fucking dirty, mate. It fucking swooped down and shot them straight down at me, so I could barely avoid them. Okay, you can't shoot them. That's just great. That's just great. Really big, slow-moving projectiles that hone in on me and I can't shoot them. Sam, can you please aim the gun, dude? Seriously. Fuck is it? Oh, what are you fucking doing over there, mate? Where is it? This is a bit of fucking debris. Will they fly into the rock? Oh, they will. Okay. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. That's pretty cool. But the debris will stop projectiles, so I can use airborne debris as cover. That's pretty cool. Got to give it that. Woof. For fuck's sake. Fuck off, game. What are you doing? Okay. Oh, game, you need to stop giving me metals and other shit and give me some fucking ammunition because, yeah, I need to... Blood grenades. What am I going to do with blood grenades, my dude? Please, assault rifle. Thank you. Thank you. Where the fuck did they come from? He's over there. How can he shoot?
Oh boy, that must hurt.
It does. Right. What the fuck that was about, but yeah. Music could have been louder. Yeah, the music could have been louder. There was some classical music going on in the background with some like choir vocals. If that was pumping, that would have added to it. Unfortunately, it was a bit quiet. But yeah, and you see, it's all right. You know, the combat's all right, but I don't know why the game is constantly trying to force me into it, because it's like, it's not that good. Like, it's okay, but yeah, you just fucking hold R2 and shoot at things, you know? You don't really do much beyond that, and it's not like super compelling gameplay. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to why the game seems to have such a fucking hard-on for the combat, when actually it isn't that exciting, to be honest. I'm sure people that love Call of Duty and, you know, action games in general are like, oh my god, it's an action game now, you know? We can't rest here, Sam. It's too cold. Fuck is this enemy? Demon Souls ass boss. Exactly, it's just a giant flying manta ray. Basically, Storm Caller? No. What's the fucking giant manta ray in Demon Souls called? Is it Storm Caller? I think it's Storm Caller. But yeah, you just shoot at the glowing bit until it dies, you know? And yeah, there's attacks that look like you need to dodge them, but like the dodge... Yeah, I need to double check the corpus about dodging to see how that really works, because yeah, I feel like I should be able to jump out of the way at the last second to avoid damage sometimes, but you know, it be what it be. But yeah, you just shoot at the thing until it dies. You just shoot at the glowing thing until it dies. And it's okay, it's not like bad, but it's not like, you know, really interesting, compelling gameplay in my opinion. It's kind of like, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's a bit of combat in there for people that like to shoot things, but it never felt like the, you know, it never felt like the focus in the first game. And the game even philosophically says, you know, you shouldn't kill people, you should take people down non-lethally, you should use, you know, tranquilizer bullets and everything. But there was kind of an emphasis on not killing things and not shooting everything that moves. So the fact that this one seems to be like so eager to get into combat kind of feels like it's going and, you know, flying in the face of the previous game's philosophy, which is strange because Kojima loves, you know, the philosophy of their games, right? They love characters being philosophical and the game having a point to make, you know, that you shouldn't let revenge consume you, and you shouldn't, you know, mindlessly kill everything that moves. You know, you shouldn't, you know, judge a book by its cover. And when we're talking about characters, you know, there's sort of a philosophical point they're trying to make underneath. And that's the good stuff, in my opinion. That's the stuff that gets me to come back and play the game over and over again and look for the subtle foreshadowing that I missed the first time, because I now have more context about the motives of the character that I'm looking at, you know? That shit. But yeah, this one's like, oh yeah, by the way, just get into an enormous gunfight with a giant flying tar alien every so often. Because, yeah. So, was it just this one item that I needed? Or is it these items up here? Not sure. What am I actually looking? Breakable cargo. Oh yeah, there's still some more. Shit, is it still further down? And yeah, where's my fucking coffin board? Ah. Resins. Yeah, okay, fuck it. But yeah, you know, I mean, I first try a lot of the combat encounters, right? Apart from that one where it tells you can just say you won, which is probably why it's a bit more difficult. But even then, I was able to get it in like the second try or the third try, right? Once I'd learned that there was actually a giant invisible barrier behind somewhere where I thought I had space to move, once I knew that, then I just didn't get cornered and it was fine. But yeah, I don't feel as if I'm being challenged by the combat encounters, so I'm not really super compelled by them. I'm just sort of like, okay, we shoot something for a little bit, but, you know, in the process, I'm kind of like, okay, whatever. Whereas when it came to sneaking past enemies and stuff, I was, yeah, in my element. I fucking loved it. You know, even just normal enemies, just normal guards, I was reveling in the process of figuring out their routines and their movements and sneaking past them, finding gaps in their lines, you know? Finding where their line of sight is just a little bit compromised and using that as my window, right? because I love that shit. But yeah, so far, stealthing in this one has been quite painful. But maybe I can improve. Maybe there's some stuff I'm missing. Maybe I genuinely have to have the stealth boots on for it to count or to work. Maybe these boots are just too noisy. But anyway.
Recovered everything then. Great. Let's get it delivered.
But yeah, everything else is fucking great. It's just the game has a fucking hard-on for combat that's, you know, not super exciting to do. It's like, if the enemy had like weaknesses and every time you destroyed a weakness, it sort of, you know, mutated and tried to do something else, you know, like a genuine kind of like, you know, structured puzzle boss, I'd be into that. You know, if I have to shoot one arm and then it changes to the other arm, and once it loses its arm, it moves differently and stuff, and you've got to figure out where it's going to be, you know, exposed, and you've got to reposition yourself to the other side, and, you know, stuff like that. Whereas this one was just, you know, just walk up and down and try not to get hit by these really slow-moving projectiles and just shoot the glowing bit on its face, right? That was it. That was everything we needed to do. Unfortunately, like the previous game, a phantom will come out of the ground and throw ammunition at you. So, you know, just as I was starting to run out of ammunition, we got some more, which is, yeah, pretty handy. But anyway, it's done, you know, and this is the thing. I said this like a couple of streams ago. Maybe we just always have to have a weapon on us, just always have a gun on us at all times. Because, yeah, the game has a massive, massive hard-on for combat, and it will throw you into combat at the drop of a fucking hat. Right, so we continue up, I believe. Oh, I need someone to fucking put me on a fucking massage table and fucking roll me out like dough and stretch me. I'm so fucking old and stiff. Fucking. Oh. Fucking hell. You seen those things? It's like a V-shaped like thing with like rollers on it, and you can roll your own neck. I'm tempted, dudes. I'm fucking tempted. I'm not gonna lie. I can't lie. So it's funny to me that... oh, fuck off. Not gonna lie has morphed into I can't lie. Like every roadman, rather than saying I'm not gonna lie. Can't lie, you know? It's funny how that's evolved. Oh shit, I just fucking destroyed all of this fucking cargo. Can we stop, please? Have I just absolutely fucked all of this cargo I have, haven't it? Oh, okay, hang on. Did it do an auto-save after we beat the oh, you did an auto-save there? Okay, that's close. That's not too far back. Because we're on the coffin board, so it's fucking quick. So, I think we've got everything. Let's check my cargo. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Right, so we make our way up the hill, and then as we get to the top, we do a sneaky little save. So we can try and get over the edge without dying and destroying our cargo. Charge me up, baby. Right, we're heading up the valley. Up the valley. I mean, there is a zip line we can rely on if we really need to, but yeah, I think we'll be all right. But yes, instead of putting stumps out, you can also hire what's called a stump grinder. And I remember talking to the person at the tool hire place about, you know, I was like, what the fuck is that death machine over there? They're like, that's a stump grinder. You put that on top of the stump after you've anchored it properly, and it grinds the stump. It just cuts the stump into like shavings. And I was like, damn. He was like, yeah, it's incredibly powerful, and we had to get a special license to be able to fucking keep one, and you're not allowed to rent it and use it yourself. When you rent it, somebody will come and take it to the way you, and they'll do it properly, because if this thing breaks loose, it will literally kill people. It won't just maim them, it won't just end their career as a joiner, it will fucking kill them. If they get pulled underneath this thing, It's got enough torque to cut a tree into fucking shavings. It's fucking terrifying. It's almost safer to just fucking pull the trunk out of the ground, even though we all know how that can go. But yeah, this thing was like this giant red fucking drum thing with like fucking bladed jaws. It's fucking difficult to explain. Hang on. Mouse, where are you? Yeah, imagine getting caught underneath one of these things, but it was an industrial one. It was a fucking monstrous great big thing, and you fucking basically drive it over the top and then anchor it, and it just fucking just chews it to get rid of it. It's fucking terrifying. And they were like, yeah, the torque on that thing would fucking pull a leg out of its socket. This is it. This is it. Got this fucking giant, great big fucking horrible ass fucking like cutting wheel thing, and like a little fucking like plastic, like rubber fucking like protection thing to stop people's clothes and stuff getting caught underneath it. Terrifying thing. Absolutely fucking terrifying thing. I'd rather just struggle to fucking pull the thing out of the ground, to be honest. Stump Grinder was my nickname back in college. Just wearing him down to the nub. Wearing him down to the base. Ooh. Stump Grinder. Right, so I think... should be able to keep going this way. Yeah. But we need to do a quick save. Because this could go massively wrong. Right, chat, once again, I do apologise. We have got an ad break coming up. So as per usual, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around. Grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything because I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without the alerts going off, you can do so over there. The bot will say so once we're over there. Then there's no follow alerts over there. So feel free if you're lurking. We won't call you out, but we still appreciate you, of course. But yes, I'll do a quick 3-minute break. I'm going to stand up a little bit. I'm going to move around, and then I'm going to try and nibble on something. Make myself a fucking lem sip because my throat's getting a bit dry. And then we'll go down to the Phantom Smith and see what they're all about. But yes, I'll be back shortly.
Do you know what? I don't know why I just stuffed literally the most crisps in my mouth as I could. I sometimes forget I need to eat like a normal human being. Oh, I love when I bleed her out of fucking waterfowl though. That's fucking satisfying. Can we not attach this one? Ow! That's what I get for fucking around. Fuck around and you find out, chat. Excuse me. Excuse me. Fuck. Fucking cunt.
Oh. No. Okay, we're gonna need a lot more. We're gonna need a lot. Ah, Elden Ring. Elden Ring. You fucking bastards. You fucking bastards. Oh, Elden Ring. Elden Ring. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. Nice poise, bozo. Wah, 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 wah. Right, excuse me. I mean, these motherfuckers are so blind. Fuck's sake. Oh, I knew it as soon as I said it. I knew it as soon as I said it. Is this the K? Is this the KKK? Supremacy.
Our numbers are waning, thanks to the fools in Congress and their ludicrous ideas.
Fucking master race my ass, you fucking scum. Zombie head here. Who's a good boy? Oh, can I? Who's a good boy? Who's a good little zombie? Oh. He doesn't like it. I made the jump, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. We have a visitor. Somebody has blessed us with his presence. Hold your tail. I don't want to crush your tail, little man. I'm going to scoop you up. I've got to hold your tail out of the way. But the bubba has come to say hello. No mouse, only purrs. He's the bestest little boy, isn't he? He's a little feral goblin, but he is the bestest boy. Whoa. Scratch that belly as well. Oh, off you go. And this tail, please. Right, so down the hill to the Phantom Smith. The coffin board will stop working. It's fine.
Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. Hope. Hope. Hey. Good morning. Hey.
What do you reckon, Baba? You're not looking at me because you're grumpy. I can see that you're not really grumpy because I can see your tail moving. I don't know if the music suits it, you know? I don't know if the music suits, you know? It's kind of too upbeat and too bubbly. I want some nice, forlorn, soft, ambient, sad music. But yeah, this is way too upbeat. Hopefully you guys didn't hear the dishwasher just then. I'll make a marker just in case. I pop the dishwasher on, so tomorrow morning I don't have to worry about anything. All I got to do is wake up and feed little man over here. Make myself a coffee and a croissant, whack a stream on, and then just enjoy the day. Speaking of which, is anyone in the chat streaming tomorrow during the daytime? Because I'm not sure who's on Sunday mornings. Who do I normally watch on Sunday morning? Problem is, a bunch of people have started playing the Lies of P DLC, and I'm going to have to fucking get to that when I get to it. But yeah, until then, I can't really watch them. Yeah, I'm not sure. Need to remember. But yes, I've got some clips to make after this stream. And then what else am I going to do tomorrow? Should I plan my day out, or should I just fucking be lazy and just see what happens? Give the bathroom a clean. Fucking scaly water in my area makes it fucking way worse than it should be. Right. I need to have a drink. Sorry. I was nibbling on something during the break. Managed to get stuck between my teeth. Phantom Smith. I wonder who this is going to be. Hey, they've got fucking RGB chat. Check it out. They've got the RGB. Yeah, because one of the cases I've got is red, not yellow, which is strange. I don't know if that's because it's been destroyed or something.
Hey, thanks. Risking your life to cross snowy mountains is a lot to ask of anyone. And rubbing shoulders with BTs to recover someone else's stuff, that's going above and beyond. You're one hell of a guy, seriously. Sit tight. I'll confirm the contents of your cargo right away.
Damn straight. Ow! What happened when you fucking twist one of these and the fucking this bit, it bunches up into like a fucking sharp bit and it fucking scratches the inside of your finger. Fuck off, man. Sorry. Fucking drinks bottles these days too. Nothing works anymore. Everything is always shit. Right, excuse me. Right, let me connect that out. Excuse me. But yeah, it's just the last thing you need, right? When you're unscrewing a bottle to suddenly fucking scrape the inside of your thumb. Can't wait for that to turn bright red tomorrow. Who's this? Oh, we got a bunch more. Okay. Doesn't really unlock very much, does it? Chiral shock cannon. Okay.
And now I'm finally online. Accordingly, I was able to analyze the cargo you just dropped off. Seems it was developed with the aid of an unknown technology, which I've taken to calling ghost tech. From what I can tell, it reacts to chiral radiation on a specific wavelength. The reason I mention it is because the chiral shock cannon data I shared with you is the product of research that leverages this principle. The chiral radiation it generates can pass through objects without destroying them. Practically speaking, this means you can incapacitate enemies hiding behind walls.
What?
It should also deal damage to BTs and mechs as well. It's pretty powerful as far as ranged weapons go. You can't use it without anchoring it to the ground first, though. Makes a lot of noise, too.
Okay.
Gotta think before you fire. You know, even I've heard stories about Higgs and his plans. So if the chiral shock cannon helps you stop him, that'll make my day. And if you can deliver my research data to South Fort Knott, you should be able to get some new and improved tech to help you out.
Okay.
There's a lot of other folks on this mountain doing specialized research. If you bring them onto the chiral network too, I'm sure they'll hook you up with all kinds of goodies. I came here with the advance expedition, actually. Tagged along with this one researcher. I guess you could say we were like mentor and student. Can't go anywhere without tripping over stranded cargo in these parts, you see. The stuff we found was like nothing we'd ever seen before. Invaluable materials for our scientific pursuits. So, when my mentor was about to leave for South Fort Knott, I realized that I wanted to stay put. I thought that if I got this place on the chiral network, I'd be able to share future discoveries made here much more easily. Moving forward, I expect that my efficiency will increase substantially, allowing me to be of greater use to you and others. Well, I'm familiar with the tar therapist, at least. He's researching potential applications of the stuff as a healing agent. While his specialty is medicine, he's also well-versed in various tar phenomena. If all that sounds interesting, it might be worth seeking him out. However, it doesn't seem like he's posted any urgent orders recently. So I'd say your best bet is to find cargo that didn't make it to him and try to deliver it to his shelter yourself.
Okay.
It's entirely possible he might be able to offer you things neither one of us can possibly imagine. It fires a focused bolt of
Okay. Yeah, we.
Anyway, I'm prepping some cargo I'd like taken to South.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So,
Sam, apologies for the sudden call. Once again, I'm contacting you via our dedicated private line. No one else will be able to listen in on our conversation. I'll get to the point. Has Charlie ever behaved in a manner you felt was suspicious? I ask because his credibility, as routinely calculated by APAS, appears to have dropped sharply. Despite attempting to confirm his credentials via the UCA's National ID Registry, it does not appear anyone has ever actually met the man. It may well be the case that he does not even exist.
It's Higgs.
A ghost.
Don't tell me.
I can only hope that my suspicions are unfounded.
It's Higgs.
For now, Sam, proceed to South Fort Knott and put it on the chiral network as planned. It is imperative that we improve the DHV Magellan's capabilities to better contend with Higgs and his forces. And the sooner we connect all of Australia to the network, the better. When you are ready to proceed, you can pick up your next main order from the delivery terminal at this facility.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Oh, it's not that? Okay, cool. Okay, so we could deliver that on the way. Delivering that. Yeah, we may as well take both.
Unable to obtain additional data from the DHV Magellan. Updating information with data from within chiral network
Hazardous would explode. Oh, here we go. Here we go, chat. I didn't want fucking both of them. Fuck's sake. Yes. Can I not put these on my backpack? Oh, I've already got a bunch of stuff. Oh, game, come on. So what have I got? What's all this stuff? Right, so before I can do this, what I need to do is I need to figure out how we're gonna.
Should stay focused on our primary mission. To that end,
Yes.
main order from the
Yeah. What I need to do first is fucking make space so I can carry the damn stuff. So don't get on my fucking case, bruv. Seriously. So there's a zip line there that doesn't connect to anything because people are fucking stupid. Oh, hang on, it connects to that one. Okay, it connects to that one. And then where does this one connect?
Smith's delivery terminal.
Right, so I need some fucking PCCs. I need some PCCs, and I need to probably offload some of this cargo that I don't fucking need, to be honest. But yeah, let me fabricate. Let's get 4 of them. Pop them on the old backpack. And then build a zip line right outside. That's 274 meters. That's 316 meters. And there's that one there. So I put this here.
Right.
I might dismantle this one because it's gonna get in the way, I think. Because it's not. Oh, what the fuck! It is literally right outside. So what was? Oh shit! I didn't need to fucking do. Oh, Death Stranding. Why are you so awkward sometimes? Excuse me. One sec. Let me just fucking get my head out my ass for a moment because that wasn't there. When I checked on the map, there was one much further up the hill, way over here somewhere, that didn't connect to anything. There's one there that connects. So I might be able to just zipline my way out of here. If people have been sensible and connected the zip lines up correctly, I should hopefully be able to use this to fucking zip where I need to get to.
Yeah, sure thing.
Disengaging weapons restriction.
Right, where do I want to go? Up to this guy. So I want to go. Oh yeah, yeah. Up to this one.
Feel that speed!
Yeah. Okay, so we need to build one more to connect to that one. That one isn't connected to anything, so we can just dismantle that. So I would like to go up this way, and then we'll go across there, and we'll try and pin one up there.
Feels good.
Doom, 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 bam, bam. Mate, it's so hilarious watching somebody, Zane, I can't remember their fucking name, some DJ. They meet, yeah, they finally found out who the gorillas are, right? And he's showing him this fucking synthesizer, and he's like, "It's the Rock One preset," and they're like, "What?" And a really famous Gorillaz song. It's like, it's a Rock One preset, you know. It's like exactly the same. And he plays it for him, and it's like this. It's the song, right? Oh shit. And it's just off of a fucking cheap little fucking synthesizer, like wholesale synthesizer. And it's like, it's crazy. That song was so fucking popular, and it's just it's just copied off of some fucking keyboard that somebody else wrote the melodies for years ago. It's fucking crazy, dude. We were talking about this earlier, how, like, you know, you'll hear a song and it's fucking brilliant, and then you realize the melody is completely ripped off from some Asian artist you've never heard of from like the 60s. And it's like, damn, dude, like, if you dig, like, if you're a proper record collector and you dig on a regular basis, you come across some good melodies that, you know, nobody's heard of and, you know, haven't been used by someone else. Like, yeah, you can fucking steal a song and become like a #1 artist. Oh shit. Sam, fucking get your shit together. Been making the best protein healthy dessert. Greek yogurt, lots of strawberries, blueberries, and then 2 crushed up chocolate digestives. Basically a cheesecake. Yeah, it sounds fucking delicious, dude. I got this soup. Try and remember to take a picture and share it in the Discord later. I got this fucking soup and got some diced chorizo and just chucked it all in a saucepan and just boiled it. Just simmered it for a while. Fucking gorgeous, dude. Right, so... we've got a zip line. Where was it? Here? No. Oh my goodness, dudes. The fucking icons are so difficult to see in the snow. And we spent a fairly large amount of time in the snow. We've got a zip line there, and we're trying to connect it to there. So I think we're going to have to put one around about here. I don't know if we're going to be able to climb all the way up there, but it's probably the right thing to do. But yeah, it's pretty far. But yeah, if we can get up there and get a fucking zip line all the way up on the top of that peak, that'll then be useful to absolutely everybody, because they'll be able to connect to it from all over the place. So it might be the play. Little bit of honey in the lemsip takes it to a whole nother level. Sam, come on. We're barely moving, Sam. Come on, get your shit together. Couple of teaspoons of high quality honey in your lemsip fucking elevates it, my dudes. Oh my god. So yeah, the thing about Decima in this one, they've clearly upgraded the geometry, sort of, you know the geometry variation, but the collision boxes for what you can climb on underneath haven't really changed. So you can see a lot more geometric detail. However, you can't climb it. And then it's a problem. It is a problem. It really genuinely is a problem, because in the previous game there was a reasonable amount of geometric detail, but the geometry you saw was pretty close to what you could actually climb. But in this one, there's so much extra detail in the rocks and everything, which looks nice, but then you can't see where your climbing routes are. So you kind of can't climb like you did in the previous game, which is a real shame, because it was part of the traversal, you know, arsenal that you had. Oh, shit. Chiral bridge over nothing. Right, I have a feeling that if I turn around, the moon will be absurdly large. Okay, no. Earlier, it was absurdly large, like borderline. I'm worried about the gravitational field of the planet we're on, because if the moon is a massive, you know, planet that big, a moon that big, you know, this close, it would probably disrupt gravity. A mass of that size, being as close as it was. But you do get the supermoon, which is obviously quite a bit bigger, but this was like comically large. Yeah, chat, you see, you can kind of climb. You see, it's because this geometry doesn't quite exist the way it looks like it does. I'm sort of walking into gaps that aren't actually there. It's just the geometry being generated by the new plugin that Decima's got.
Shouldn't be too tough.
Try not to fall now.
Shh, do not jinx it. Do not jinx it, because yeah, that would be fucking terrible. Yeah, because that's not that far away, is it? That is 250. Oh shit, that is pretty far. Okay. See, what we really need is a fucking grappling hook we can fire up to fucking grab. Oh, no, that's bad, Come on. We need to be a bit higher up than that.
Come on, eyes open. Stay away.
Death Stranding, why can't I climb if you're going to push me off immediately? Death Stranding, come on. Don't be a fucking cunt. Come on. Oh, this is the fucking problem, chat, is you can climb and then it just stops working. And it's just like, yeah, have fun. Have fun. Yeah, whatever. I'll just make some new boots, whatever. Fuck off. You're climbing, and then just suddenly you can't climb any further, because they've definitely put in some terrain which is unclimbable, but they don't put it in at the very beginning. They let you climb for like 5 minutes, which means you can't really climb the mountains like you did in the first. And don't get me wrong, it was kind of sketchy how you did it in the first game, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that somebody might have to climb a mountain or two to traverse some of these fucking environments, right? So yeah, the fact that in this one you can climb a certain amount and then it's just like, no, it's all right. We've put in sort of invisible collision boxes that refuse to allow you to climb any further, but now you can't get back down safely. It's like, all right, I won't do any climbing at all. So that's an entire section of gameplay that just doesn't happen. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you make it like that? Right, so can I get an angle? Oh, I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Sam, that's not the way I wanted you to go, Ben. Because, yeah, sometimes you can just climb, you know? The game and the geometry and the engine, it knows what it's doing, you can just climb. Other times, you'll just stop dead and you won't be able to fucking go any further. But you're now stuck because you can't get back down safely. But yeah, other parts of the map, you can just literally just traverse almost straight up. Yeah, bit of a strange one, but yeah, I'm hoping we can get high enough over there, while still remaining not too far away from that. So that's only 266. So yeah, I'm hoping if we can get over there. Oh, Sam, do you want a fucking cryptobite? Is that what you want? Little snack?
That's tasty.
Oh, fucking hell.
Walked up worse.
Sam, what are you doing? Don't punch the wall and then fall over, you fucking clown. For sake. There's always a bit more, isn't there? Excuse me. So, where are we? 291? So I think we're kind of at the limit of what we can get away with. I think. So. Yes, Sam, I know. I know, Sam, come on. Oh, there you go. That'll do it. So unfortunately, that one there's too much of an obstacle. This one is 280 meters away. That would serve all three of them. But if I go up this, if I climb up a bit, another 10 meters. Right. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to quick save the game there because I'm going to climb a little bit higher to see if I can connect that last bit if I get up there. Oh my God, Sam is so fucked. I get it. I know, Sam, I know. But what do you really want? Realistically, what do you want me to do about it, you know? Eat one of them. Eat one of them. If that makes a difference. Right, so we've saved. So yeah, let me just see if I can get a little bit higher without losing connection to the one behind me. And see if I can still pick it up, but still try and pick this one up over here. Sam, stop fucking running forwards. I'm not pushing the forward button. So yeah, that's 300 bang on. There we go, chat. This is what we aim for. This connects to every single one. So yeah, this is what we aim for. You see, you make a little bit of effort, and suddenly you've created like a network that allows people to travel around these mountainous conditions much easier. This is Death Stranding. Anyway. Like farming, shaking my head. Cool. But yes, a little bit of effort here and there, and we can connect so many zip lines together. And then we should be able to get to every single shelter back to back. And then once we 5-star one of them, we can rest up here. I'm going to have to rest, I reckon, because I'm fucked. Yeah, unfortunately, this guy only has one thing. I know 2 things on my back to deliver. But any materials I can get rid of as well. And then obviously I can grab those things. And obviously it would be good to do both. But because we've got a zip line now, actually I can take one, go and deliver it, come back and take the other one. It shouldn't be a problem. But yes, apologies for the stress. But yeah, the climbing in this one, there's lots and lots of, you know, artificial sort of, you know, restrictions that come in. Whereas the first one seemed to be a bit sort of like, they made the game, they made the physics, and that's it. And that means you could get used to it. You could learn how it ticks. And in the process, you could kind of get used to what you could get away with. But I think they've tried to stop us doing that in this one. And yeah, the music is a bit of a mixed bag, if I'm honest.
Look at you, handling all these jobs. Really went above and beyond.
Oh. There we go.
I really can't thank you enough.
Stabilizer level 2. Balanced recovery unit fitted with the posture correcting veneer thrusters. Functionality is identical to the level 1 version, but the unit now takes up less space. We'd like to see. You know, by the end of the game, chat, we'll be able to 5-star everybody with ease, but we're going to have to 5-star everybody to get the fucking items to make it easier.
I present the new
Anyway.
and improved stabilizer.
Yeah, I know what a stabilizer is, so I have played Death Stranding before. Right, have I got any materials I can fucking get rid of? Yep. That's almost empty. No, it's got 120 bullets left. Okay. Cool. So these PCCs, we've just made most of the zip lines we're going to need to make, so I can recycle this. And because we've got zip lines, we can get up here and back fairly easy. So that's, you know, pretty good. So, did this refill our canteen? No. Cool, so we should now have a zipline network that pretty much covers the entire mountain, unless we need to connect anybody else up. But yes, that is fucking pog. Would have been really nice to build that at the very top, and I know people will see that and think, oh, lazy motherfucker didn't go all the way to the top, but realistically, I needed to connect it to as many things as possible, so hopefully when they climb aboard and they see how many choices they've got, or they get up there and realize how many it connects to anyway, they'll be like, oh, okay. But if I wasn't streaming, if it was just me on my own, I would be going full fucking... I'd be getting a JPEG of the map, and I'd be figuring out how many meters everything is apart, and I'd be working out all the peaks of the mountains, and like this one to this one to all the highest points, and you work out like one line of 300 chunks that you need to do. Yeah, we're going there. You figure out one line of chunks, and you feed off of it to feed all the other sort of shelters. Then before you know it, you've got like the most ridiculous zipline network. And I may install Death Stranding 1 at some point just to fucking get a clip of the zipline network I built. It was so fucking ridiculous. Basically, there's like a mountain in that game as well, and then there's a valley with a timefall farm. Then there's a great big fucking desert of nothing and a distribution center, and I could get all the way from one to the other without touching the ground. It took me a few days of like planning out where I was going to put them all, but we got there. We got her done, chat. Right, so hopefully I should be able to put both of these on my back. I can't. Overloaded. And can I... Okay, I think for this one, we're going downhill, down to here. Oh, chat, do you know what we might need to do? We might need to walk it with some carriers, but I it's kind of a boring way of doing it, but if I was to fabricate a couple of carriers, are you going to want me to fucking recycle something just to fucking make one? Do you want me to recycle? Or you want me to recycle all of that? No, fucking no. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I need to get up here with... Okay. Right, what we're going to have to do, we'll take on the second order to go to the adventurer. I swear to God, if we get down there and they say, oh, he's gone off again, can you go and get it? Fuck off. I'm not. So we'll take on this order, because this order will go on our back. Once we're down there, we'll make a couple of carriers. Or potentially a coffin board probably wouldn't do it.
Unable to obtain additional data from...
So, hang on. Oh, fuck me. This is complicated. So, will you let me have a coffin board? You will. Cool. So, if I've got a coffin board, I have an idea. I have an idea. So, we offload that. So, now, we take on said order. We sling it all on our back. Put it all on our back. And then we put this stuff. Oh, I need to take this with me, don't I? Okay, right, so. Oh, Sam, I know, Sam, I know. Please, please don't panic. Don't panic. We're not walking. We're not walking.
Order accepted. Thank you.
We're not walking. What we're going to do... what we're going to do is we're going to get a save down there because this is going to be a bit of a meme. Quick save as well, just for the fucking memes. So we're carrying a lot of heavy explosives and we've got to head down the hill to our destination, and we need to avoid getting fucked too hard. So I'm going to try and plan. They must have known this is what people were going to do. They must have known this is what people were going to do. Okay. Dudes, I wish it was daytime. I wish it was daytime. Ooh. Oh, the car. Sorry, hang on. Did we just fucking destroy all that? Oh, they're only 1% damaged. Okay. So that's not too bad, but unfortunately, this thing won't work off the chiral network, so we're gonna have to... Oh my goodness. No, this is a joke. This is a fucking joke. The Magellan's right there. We can get the pickup off-roader, you know, we're gonna take the truck because this is a joke. As I say, chat, this is why we created a save, because I presumed this would try and fuck us. So, that was checkpoint. Let me load that up and check. Excuse me. So, hover the cargo carrier might. Well, yes, I can't fabricate one. This outpost deliberately doesn't have enough. And the Magellan can't move at the moment, can it? So I can't even go and get my fucking truck. So I won't be able to fabricate. Yeah, surprise, surprise. This motherfucker doesn't have enough of stuff to fabricate what we need. So with that in mind, that was just before we took on the order, I presume. I think that's just before we took on the order. Yeah, so from here, that's so fucking cuntish, dude. That's so fucking cuntish. Right. So what we're going to have to do, even though I think it's kind of fucking stupid, is I'm going to have to fucking zip to some other fucking... I'm going to have to... Oh, there's a fucking truck right here. So apologies, dude, but yeah. I'm going to steal your truck. Why have you got red line? Yeah, I should be able to drive that, surely. Yeah. Okay, I'm stealing this truck. Stealing this truck, and I will try and drive it back here afterwards. But yeah, if I can't, then no, I'm not being serious. I'm going to try and drive it back up the hill afterwards as far as I can. So we should be able to do both these orders. Yeah. So all that lot can go in the back of the truck, and then we're good to go.
Order accepted.
And then, oh, can I rest here until morning?
It's break time.
No arguments here.
So yeah, just it just rests until sunrise. So yeah, okay, that's kind of cool. The game likes to be nighttime, but you can just rest somewhere and it will rest until sunrise. So yeah, that's kind of cool. Right, so the Freebird shall recommence shortly, chat. Oh, you can't even see because it's so fucking snowy. But okay. I wish the coffin board would have worked, dudes. I'm sorry. I wish the coffin board would have worked, but it just doesn't. It's not quite as exciting on the truck. But the best I can do, chat, I'm afraid. But yes, I imagine there's some fucking brigands in there. Oh, don't damage the fucking... Swear to God. Okay, none of that got damaged. Okay, oh yeah, that was already damaged anyway. Sorry, it was more exciting on the coffin board, but yeah. Don't know what else I can... Oh, they got a truck as well. That's not good. Yes, the cargo carrier would have been good, but yeah. Strangely, by some strange random occurrence, of course, fucking the shelter that gives you a bunch of really fucking fragile and heavy cargo also doesn't have one of the resources required to make the hover carrier thing. Fucking so classic, dudes. Right, are you guys chasing me? There's really no need. You could all go about your lives perfectly fine. And this is the thing, chat, is you end up taking the truck because it's the only fucking thing that doesn't fucking fall apart straight away. But then these bits where the music comes in, they're nowhere near as impactful, which is a shame. And I can't get out and walk because the stuff's too heavy. This is a really good song as well. This feels like the first game in the best possible way.
Good morning to you. Drawbridge credentials verified. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Navigation in progress. No anomalies detected. Welcome, Sam.
Done my 3 clips, downloaded the VOD. Now I'm back with more attention. I'm glad to hear it. It sounds like a productive afternoon, dude. GG's. A professional content creator, chat. Who would have thought? Right, this should be fucking pretty clean. Because we chipped out and fucking got a truck instead.
Well, hazardous materials notwithstanding, I see you got here in a timely fashion. At one moment, while I confirm the cargo's condition.
I think you'll find that everything's not exploded, so yeah, thanks. But yeah, dudes, that's annoying that... It's annoying that it gave us so much cargo. So yeah, it gave us so much cargo, we were either going to use the floating carriers to walk it, or we were going to just get a truck. And we got a truck, and because we got a truck, because we couldn't get a floating carrier because the person didn't have enough materials to make one, so we defaulted to the other heavy cargo transport option. And then we didn't get to hear the whole song, and we didn't get to appreciate the atmosphere of walking down the hill. So, yeah, it's weird, dudes. It's weird. It has all of the components to be just as, like, you know, like cinema as the first game. And it does weird stuff like that.
Let's both go ahead and connect your Cupid.
Okay, so there's still some more to connect. There's 1, 2 there. Probably a 1 or 2 there, 1 or 2 there. So here's Southern. Dated a professional clown before she and I got together. I has some pretty big shoes to fill. What is that? Chiral cannon for the vehicle. Okay. Slow to fire, but extremely powerful. Bringing this cannon to a populated area is strongly discouraged. Spiked tires for slopes. Oh, chat. Oh, chat, our prayers have been answered. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. That's a good song. The other Silent Poet song I didn't like very much. But annoyingly, this one got cut off because fucking we were driving instead. Right, that's fucking pog. Got some spiked tires, which I think might make it a lot easier to drive that thing back up the hill, which means I can upgrade the tires and take it back to pay, you know, to pay back for helping me out with it.
Phantom Smith's recent efforts. I applied a few finishing touches,
And voila.
I can now.
Right,
It is
excuse me.
a devastatingly powerful weapon that can be mounted onto pickup off. You'll find, which might come in handy, since it's not just armed survivalists that have been sighted recently. It's ghost mechs too. It's hard to say, but Higgs might be up to something. So that's all the more reason to have weapons suited to dealing with his minions. Ideally, this cannon would only be effective against BTs and mechs. Unfortunately, though, such firepower is more than enough to kill any human outright, so please use it wisely. In addition, I'm happy to share some new pickup off-roader tires that will significantly improve its traction. You can
Cool.
swap them in and out as you like when customizing.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so they're just going to repeat what they've already said. Cool.
Any assistance you... Oh, I'll be sure to post the order by the time.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, dudes. A lot of the people in the shelters, the dialogue's kind of like whatever. Nobody's really, you know, stuck out to me at all. They're just sort of like, oh, thank you so much. You know, here's some items, and yeah, thanks for helping us out, and I'll have another order for you. And that's it. They all say the same thing.
In the near future as well. Just a bit more, Sam. I know you and your comrades will finish what we've started, and to prepare for what's to come. I encourage you to rest in your private room.
Yeah.
Be advised, Sam, that I've switched this call.
Yes.
We need to talk about Charlie. I reviewed the contract between APAC and Drawbridge and followed the money. By doing so, I was able to confirm that funding for Drawbridge was provided by none other than Bridges. Though they used intermediaries to obfuscate the transactions, Bridget is undoubtedly the source of your patron's funds. In other words, Drawbridge cannot be considered as an independent civilian organization. Should these details come to light, your attempts to integrate Mexico and Australia into the chiral network could be misconstrued as an expansionist effort. When I tasked Drawbridge with these missions, it was under the assumption that it was a non-government operation. But
Shit.
APAC,
I know you guys can hear that. Sorry.
may have all been deceived.
Sorry.
I will continue to pursue this investigation for now. Take this time to rest and recover in your private room.
But there's also a monorail station outside as well, chat, which I'm tempted by. Oh, this is a different kind of shower. This is much more like the original. Any nightmares?
Administering shock. Stand clear.
Just like old times.
Yeah, we're in Hartman's old lab.
Where are we?
This place does wonders for my mood. The repairs to the DHV Magellan are still ongoing, so I thought to return here and see if I couldn't make progress with our Lou investigation.
Learn anything new?
Well, at the Motherhood's facility, we managed to confirm that Lou's original serial number was none other than BB00. And this is what I found when I attempted to search for associated records. To build the chiral network, 9 sacrificial BBs were prepared. However, the network's original design required only one. A single sacrificial BB unit, facilitating chiral communications across the entire North American continent. This approach called for what was dubbed a core bridge baby, and BB00 was a lucky candidate assigned to play this role. However, Bridges subsequently abandoned the idea, their tests having failed to yield the desired results. And so it was that the model requiring multiple sacrificial BBs was ultimately adopted.
Meanwhile, Lou was placed into storage for an extended period, and for reasons yet unknown, inherited the identity of BB-28.
Records indicate that the Bridges research team was responsible for the reclassification.
Were they trying to cover up the earlier experiments by falsifying Lou's production year, perhaps? Or did Bridges have some other hidden agenda?
I'm afraid that remains unclear.
Well, we now know Lou was born 11 years ago. There may very well have been a connection with Neil.
Yeah, we haven't been into like the other...
You know, my fondness for this place isn't wholly nostalgic. It has the most delightful hot springs, you see.
We haven't heard from we haven't heard from Nirvana in a while.
Told. Even they aren't my favorite thing about it. If you can find the time, you should come visit. Give the old bones a soak.
Oh, a warm bath does sound good.
Perfect treat for a weary traveler. Anyway, I'll see you aboard the Magellan.
Do you read me, Sam? This is Tarman. I've relocated my hand at last, out there on the currents, bobbing along like before. Now that our connection has been re-established, I should finally be in a position to wrap up repairs on the ship. But that won't be enough for what's coming. We need to improve our weaponry as well. South Fort Knott is home to an exceptional researcher. It so happens that they were instrumental in the construction of this fine vessel, and they're preparing the latest and greatest weapons for our use as we speak. Just a few more hurdles, Sam. Access the South Fort Knott delivery terminal and take care of the main order for me.
Cool. So, at this point, we get a save down. Because that was quite the mission. A fucking quick save as well. And then we'll jump over here. Hang out over here briefly. Because that will do it for today. I've been on for 10 hours. And I need to not do that. I need to get my shit together and raid out at a more reasonable time because, yeah, but I get into the groove, chat. I get into the groove and I'm feeling good and I'm happy. And then I just want to continue because, like, as much as I complain about the platform, I fucking love streaming to you guys. I love playing video games and hanging out with you guys. It's my happy place. But yes, you got all your socials there. You've got your TikTok. You've got your Instagram, your YouTube. Oh, excuse me. Mute that. You've got your Discord as well. If you'd like to hang out in Discord, feel free. But yes, thank you all for being here. I love you guys so much. It's so nice to be able to share these amazing games with you guys and go through these stories and all these sort of stuff that happens in the story. I need to stretch my chest out. Fucking hell, I did 2 kinds of chest exercise, and I'm too old to be doing 2 kinds of chest exercise. Thanks for being you. Thank you for being you, Dennis. I appreciate you so much, dude. Yes, let me see who's on. Let me grab a tab over here and also grab the raid pop-up thing that shows me everybody, and I can see if there's anybody on that we know. They're playing Super Mario. Okay, so somebody that I'm following. Who have we got? We've got Stellar Blade, we've got Dungeons and Dragons, Stardew, Resident Evil 2, Elden Ring, Cyberpunk. We've got Repo, Hollow Knight. PlayStation is live with special events. We've got Halo 3. We've got Night Rain. We've got games and demos. Let's see if somebody we haven't raided before for a while. We're not raided before. So they're playing Armored Core, but they're probably going to finish reasonably soon. So we got down here. Someone playing Ghost of Tsushima. Okay. We haven't had a chance to raid some of these people before. Let's raid this person. Let's raid. Oh, I can't make my mind up, chat. I can't make my mind up. Let's raid this person. So they're playing Halo 3, which is a bit of a jump in a category, but I apologize. But yes, I'll see you guys next time. I'll be back again on Monday, 5 p.m. UK time. Thank you so much for today, though. I appreciate you guys so much. Have a lovely rest of your weekend. Look after yourselves. Get enough water, get enough sleep, get enough sunlight, get enough shadow. Smoke enough crack, do enough heroin. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. Look after yourselves, look after your bodies, look after your health, mental and emotional and physical. All that stuff matters because you guys matter. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate you guys. It's so nice to be able to play single player games with amazing stories, but I still get to be social and chat with people while I play them. It's just a dream come true, honestly. Can't thank you guys enough. So when you go see Jason, they're playing Halo 3. They're a lovely dude. I'm sure you guys will have a great time over there. But yes, as I say, look after yourselves. I'll see you guys next time. Keep an eye out on the Discord and the socials. I post when I go live on there. And I also post clips and stuff on there as well if you like that sort of thing. But yes, we're going to go over and say hello to Jason. Playing Halo 3. It's an absolute classic. And I'm sure you guys will have a great time over there. Have a lovely rest of your weekend. Much love. And I'll see you next time.